So here we go. Oh, it smells so good. I love this gin. It's a shame that there's so little in this bottle for as expensive as it was. Now this is a double shot glass, meaning if I fill this at the top, it's 2 shots in one. So I'm gonna go halfway. Taking the shot of gin, I'm not cheaping out and lying to you guys. That's why I'm giving you the transparent. This is a double shot glass. So. Okay, ready? Whale tail, whale tail, whale tail. Cheers!
No matter how hard I try, I can't stay away from total wine, but I need that dude. Them bank leaks are true.
Fucking idiot.
And I'll babble with no meaning. I'll pass out while I'm streaming. Cause after all is said and done, I'm gonna be the one that's stronger. Please give me more alcohol.
Gin is great.
I can feel some gin inside myself, but I really don't think I'm drunk enough now. Please give me more alcohol.
Gin is great.
I can feel some gin inside myself, but I really don't think I'm drunk enough now. So what am I supposed to do? Just drink a bunch of cherry juice? Well, I can't do that.
Pure 100% tart cherry juice.
The gout's not that bad.
Gout.
I take shots while they all watch. I drink water like it's mouthwash. Cause after all the tipping is through, I'm gonna buy a bottle or two. Oh, please give me
more alcohol
Gin is great.
I can feel some gin
inside myself.
but I really don't think I'm drunk enough now. Please give me
More alcohol
Gin is great.
I can feel some gin,
inside myself.
but I really don't think I'm drunk enough now. And I know that I need tips or another member bomb.
Squirrel.
Oh, I need another bomb. Oh, I need another bomb. Oh, I need another bomb.
Squirrel.
So I can go and get drunk. Please give me more alcohol.
Gin is great.
I can feel some gin inside myself, but I really don't think I'm drunk enough now. Please give me more alcohol.
Gin is great.
I can feel some gin inside myself, but I really don't think I'm drunk enough now.
Big up, big up, big up, big up, big up. I'm out of breath already. Yeah, big up. Welcome back to the Random Show, episode number 86 with your illustrious host, Agostino Zinga. And I hope you are doing well wherever this pod may find you. I hope you are doing splendid. How am I? You know how it is. All good in the hood over here. All good in the hood. Look at me. Absolutely leaking from that little dance and this little polyester flipping shell suit I got on here. But it's all good. Big up the stream chat and everybody locked in. Appreciate every single one of you here, hanging out, doing the thing, riding with man. Yeah, big up the chat. Big up everybody on here. Appreciate you all. People saying here, what? Spoiling us? Nah, I'm not spoiling you. I'm glad you guys are joining me, man. This is just for fun. Know what I mean? We do this for vibes. For the vibes. I'm not spoiling anybody. You guys are spoiling me with your attention, actually. Because who am I in the grand scheme of things? Who am I? So, we have a jam-packed show today. Loads of stuff to talk about. Loads of stuff to get into. Many things I'm sure some of you want to comment on. But the first thing that I saw that kind of piqued my interest was Brendan going on that JANKO guy's podcast. And I'm really kind of excited to watch that with you all. All at once, or for the first time, because I haven't checked it out. I've done no spoilers. I haven't seen the clips. I've seen some clips on the Friday Kids subreddit, but I didn't play them, but I did see what they look like. But I've got no idea what we're gonna see. I think the only thing I saw was like a clip about SNL, but I just read the title, you know, but I didn't click it, so I'm not really too sure what the deal is. So we're gonna watch it all today. Yeah, of course we're gonna watch Chin. We've got 2 Chin videos lined up. He dropped 2 new ones here, actually 2 heaters. So big up Chin for putting out the content for me to laugh at. So that should be there as well. So keep an eye out for that. That's coming very soon. And then we've got obviously some other bits and bobs regarding Joe Rogan's new club. There's like a guy who did like a vlog when he went there, which looks pretty cool. There might be a couple bits on the Instagram we can check out also to double check what's going on over there. And yeah, man, we're gonna do the damn thing, innit? We're gonna do the damn thing. So first things first, let me just double check this. Let me just make sure I'm in the right place. Where is the... I hate when I do this sort of stuff. Okay, bear with me 1 second while I get all this stuff up. Okay, there we go. I need to get up the... what you call it? Let me just quickly drag up the comedy mothership. The comedy mothership Instagram just before we move on. But yeah, big up the chat, big up everybody that's here. I do appreciate every single one of you. It's going to be amazing. We've got loads to get through. It's going to be a bit brutal in parts because we're going to have to watch some TFATK. We're going to have to watch some, the podcast obviously with Brendan on it, and it's going to be in full. So I might skip some bits here and there, but you're going to have to like just fug it out with me. I know it's going to be brutal. I know some of you guys are going to be hurting, but we're going to have to hurt together and watch this all at once, okay? So please, 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 please be patient with me and don't be too mad if I do some madness. But yeah, let's continue this. Let's go here. Oh, and by the way, in case you guys want to know what the track is, it's this guy here. So the other one I played before was Raccoon Eyes by Meerkat Inc. So definitely smash that if you can. But this one I heard the other day on the amazing That Being Said live stream, where they essentially just talk about DSP, Dark Side Field, all the time. So if you want to get your Dark Side Field fix and get an idea of what he's about and why people laugh at him, why people think he's like a lost cause, definitely check out That Being Said podcast. And they featured this guy. His name is DARKSYDEDRILL. So he's on YouTube. There you go. He needs to hit way more subscribers than that. So bump him up. Give him a follow if you can. DARKSYDEDRILL. The tune is called More Alcohol. He's got a few more tunes on there also. But this is, I was bumping this all couple of days since I heard it from the That Being Said podcast. So definitely check it out if you haven't already. DARKSYDEDRILL. The tune's called More Alcohol. Let's continue. So let's get on in this. So what's I gonna say to you? Number one thing, yeah, I want to quickly mention, and I don't want to trigger anybody. Hopefully no one's too sensitive on my pod and doesn't get offended by these type of things, but I just thought I'd kind of mention it because to me this is a really, really big deal. And I think it does come from a place of vanity, but I think it mostly comes from a place of just like, you know, I'm really into clothes, right? So I love fashion. You guys know it, right? I like to wear nice things. I'm just into looking at nice things, and I just sometimes like looking nice. I want to look cute sometimes. Today I don't look cute, you know. I've just got a little anorak on, and my hair clearly needs to be washed because it's looking all puffy and stuff. But most of the time, I try to make an effort. And in general, because of the clothes I like, and because, you know, I'm from the UK, formerly we were in the EU, I have some, you know, European sensibilities, right? That's the part of me that I can't really knock. It's just a thing I have inside of me. Maybe it's like a ancestral thing because my, you know, my ancestors, my kind of family background's from Angola, and of course Angola being a former Portuguese colony and that being Europe. Maybe I've got some leftover trauma there in terms of European sensibilities with some of my flipping grand forefathers being, you know, whipped before they go on the flipping boat or something. I don't know. But regardless of what it is, I have European sensibilities and I like to wear cool things. And unfortunately, the fashion I like to wear is very figure hugging, right? It requires you to be a certain shape. You don't have to be sample size, but you have to fit into the size ranges that they make. So you're kind of forced, you know, by just passion and passion. You kind of, it's a sacrifice of, sacrifice. It's by default, right? Because I'm into the stuff, I just have to look a particular way to fit into it. And I'm also not the kind of person, because I know those people exist, like those guys that just enjoy football to watch it but don't play it, or people that just enjoy to watch basketball and don't play it. But me, I'm not that kind of guy. If I like something, I want to take part in it. Like football's the same thing in here in the UK. I'd never played at a good level. The most I did was play like Sunday League, which is super, super amateur. You're essentially playing with guys that go to the pub every day. But I like to play the stuff. So if I like something, I like to partake. So because I like to partake, I'm forced to occupy a size range that basically means I can't go anywhere bigger than an XL. The smallest I've been is maybe a medium, but I can't go anywhere next to an X. I can't go anywhere above an XL. Some brands that I like don't even make traditional XLs, like Saint Laurent be a good example. Previously, Saint Laurent previously, now Celine. Their XL isn't really an XL. It's just like, bigger on the body, but still skin on the arms. So you can't really have biceps and shit. So you have to kind of watch it. So I have to kind of operate between being a large and an XL. So all this to say, I have an instinctive, I have a guttural fear of being fat. Like, it's one of my biggest fears ever. And one of the reasons why I work out and I eat the way I do and I do the things that I do in general, and I go runs and I go on my bike, which is all excruciating because I sometimes hate doing cardio, but I do it anyway, is because I don't want to end up looking like this. And again, this is no shame on the guy, no fade on him, because he's clearly happy with it. But I could never, ever in a million years let myself get to this point. It just wouldn't happen. And AD next to him on No Jumper, he's actually a bigger dude, but he knows how to kind of wear clothes and wear stuff that's going to make you look more flattering. But I can't never be a dude who's going to be that big and then wear those type of browns and those type of hues. The main thing being the issue, not even the body, it's just the legs. Like, look at that. Is that like a condition? Do you think that might be like a condition of diabetes or something? Like, how do your legs get that big when you're, and he's, if I'm not mistaken, FLAKKO's like 5'2", 5'3" or something. So he's not a big dude, maybe maximum 5'4". Like, how do you let yourself get that big? But in my head, again, I'm not gonna say, it's not a fat shaming podcast. I just need to put it out there that part of the reasons why I work out is because of this. I just need to be able to be in a position where I can make. But the good thing about, I realize this is different, right? Then I think Europe than America. We have our fat people here. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we don't have them, but I don't think we have clothes that really accommodate the bigger guys. It just doesn't happen. Like, you have to basically just get like square stuff. You can't get a lot of is that AZ's dad? Fuck you. But no, you can't get like you can't get crazy stuff here in the UK, like fashion stuff for bigger dudes. You just have to like make do what's available, like square sized. But in the States, you can actually have drip. Like, you can actually have like, you can buy like ripped jeans, leather jackets, bombers of a certain style. Like, you can, those cool sweatpants. I've seen fat dudes in America look quite cool in their clothes. But unfortunately, because I've been raised in Europe and I'm, and I hold Parisian fashion houses on a really high pedestal, my way of looking at how I look in the mirror and what I deem to be nice is through that European perspective. So essentially it's from like essentially, what do you call it? Like a colonizer point of view, right? That's where I'm looking at it. I'm kind of getting approval from the white man, as per usual, right? But I don't know, man. I was just looking at this. I was watching the live stream earlier today. I was like thinking to myself, God damn it, man. I can't imagine ever letting myself go to that example. It just wouldn't happen. And it's all because of fashion. That's the only reason why. It's only because of fashion. That's it. It's really only because of fashion. Which is probably not that cool either, isn't it? That's quite lame. That I'm allowing clothes to dictate what I eat and how I work out and all that sort of stuff. It's not the greatest thing in the world, isn't it? That's another level of vanity that most people probably don't know. But then it also kind of, motivated me to think, okay, cool. This is like an old picture. This is from like 2013 because unfortunately I'm a little bit of an Oprah, right? I tend to go up and down in weight all the time. It's just like a constant yo-yo, which is not good. I need to kind of stabilize myself. But one of my goals for this year is to spend more time being on the right than being on the left. So this is from like 2013, and the left, if I'm not mistaken, it says in the picture there. The left says, the left says in the pot. See, look there. The left says I was 265 on the left there. 265, which is probably what I'm about now. I'm maybe 260, 250 now, but I'm about probably this. So I look like this now underneath this anorak, like that. That's probably what I look like. But the smallest I got down to was this in 2013, and that's the goal. So that's the motivation that I'm on now. So when I saw FLAKKO, when I saw this flipping clip of this guy, it immediately made me think, you know what? I need to get back on my shit, man. I can't let myself look at this on camera. And camera already adds 10, 20 pounds. So this is the game. This is the goal. I want to go here. Exactly. Agostina Lizzo. Exactly. Exactly. So I want to get back to here so people don't call me Lizzo. And this is the smallest I was. There I was, how many pounds? I was 196. The smallest I was now 96, and the goal for this year is to spend more months being around the 200 mark. I think that was my goal I had on my New Year's resolution, isn't it? Let me double check my Twitter. My New Year's resolution was to be, be like 200 pounds all year. So the majority of it is going to be that. So that's what I'm going for. So just as a little kind of, you know these kind of things that people do where you proclaim things out loud and you show these things aloud so people can give yourself motivation. So that's why I'm trying to give exactly. People take the piss. I'm dead. Calling me Lizzo. So yeah, I'm going to be taking that. So I want to stop being Lizzo's brother. And I want to stop being Lizzo's brother. I want to be Lizzo's cousin. Like, there's always in fat families, always one person in your family that's super skinny. I want to be that version. So let's see, man. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's see. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to absolutely smash it. So if you see me with sunken cheeks and looking very svelte, don't be alarmed. Don't call the police. Don't tell me to eat a burger. Just encourage me, yeah? Just give me loads of positive reaffirmation, okay? Okay? Only thing I want to hear is positive reaffirmation. Oh my God, Agostino, you look amazing. Oh my God, have my babies, take my car, take my dog and my cat. Oh my God, you're so cool. You know what I mean? That's what I want to hear from you guys. I don't want to hear anyone telling me to eat a burger or to, go do something else. But yeah, let's go. AZ, get on that Ozempic, yeah? Yeah, I'm gonna get on Ozempic. Nah, but I've never been into that stuff. I just do it the boring way. Yeah, I mean, loads of chicken, loads of broccoli. Do you know what I mean? That's it. Just that, and I'm smashing and go from there. Nothing else crazy needs to be done. No Ozempic. What people say? I got gout. Oh, who's that? Oh no. The chat froze again. Why does this keep happening, man? I hate this chat box. Honestly, it's so annoying. Yeah, that's another thing as well. I need to I'll keep saying it, but I need to get a dedicated streaming laptop because this Mac thing isn't working with flipping Streamlabs too tough. But anyway, we digress. We digress. We're going to take a sip of my green juice before we continue. Bear with me 1 second though. Oh, this green juice, honestly, this is my fuel source. I swear to God. This and cold brews is my fuel source. Legit my fuel source. It's only got kiwi in it. It's got a pear, kale, big bit of ginger, and some lemon. That's it. Oh, absolute power juice, man. Absolutely love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Okay, cool. Let's continue. So, what we got to talk about here? What we got here? Topics. Oh, let's move on for that. Actually, talking about the fitness stuff, I quickly saw this. Did you guys see this? Oh, big up. What's that? Super chat.
Smash your fitness goals, Oz. Bless up.
Oh yeah, big up, Miss MDB. Was it MDB? Sorry, brother, I missed your name there. MDBZ fan. Yeah, so big up MDBZ fan for the super chat. I appreciate you, my friend. $5 super chat. I appreciate. Yeah, I'm gonna smash it, man. I'm going for it. This is anyway. It was a plan anyway, set in stone. So I've done it many a time. So the goal, the main goal here isn't to lose the weight because I've done it before. But obviously I got to do that. The main goal is to sustain it the whole year because I think even some of you guys, you can check back some of my old videos, like from like 2020 or 2021. You can see how I kind of got up and down. So yeah, big up MMA now. Big up. So the goal is this year is just to kind of steady that the whole time. So to be 200, the main goal is like I don't want to go over 220. I want to be within the 200 and 220 mark all year round. So that'd be good. So most of the year. So we're already 3 months in. So from April onwards, I'll be down and then spend most of the year within that range. It should be blessed. Anyway, quickly moving on. To kind of expound on that topic of being fat and stuff. Have you guys seen this? This is hilarious. You see this picture? So Brendan Schaub uploaded this picture with him, Callen, and BERT KREISCHER, and the caption says, BERT KREISCHER's episode drops on Monday. We laughed so hard. Bryan Callen response to a Louis C.K. bit. I legit had to leave the room or I was going to pass out. Remember I said before how I got annoyed at this whole I understood why some people would get annoyed at BERT about that line he does about, oh, I'm going to throw up. Oh my God, I'm going to pass out. Because I think most normal average guys who kind of work a normal average job, they basically look like BERT, but they don't get to live BERT's lifestyle where he essentially gets to live in this state of arrested development, right? He's kind of got the Peter Pan syndrome. He never wants to grow up, even though he's like an adult with 2 kids who are like, I think they're teenagers going to university or something, right? He's like an adult frat boy. and he just kind of drinks and does whatever he wants to do. And his wife is basically like he's kind of mother or something, right? It's a bit of a weird relationship there, but he basically gets to live a life that they could never live. And he just enjoys the luxury of just being this kind of free spirit that gets to do what he does. And I was wondering to myself, like, I wonder if him constantly saying, I'm going to pass out, oh my God, I was laughing so hard, I was doing so hard. Because, you know, that's the only part of his life you kind of hear from him, talk about with enthusiasm. Maybe that's one of the things that kind of turns people off him in some ways. But anyway, it's just a thing I was noting. The funny thing about the picture isn't my analysis on what Bert's like. The funny thing is the fact that they're all freedom posing. Bert's known for taking his t-shirt off. Bryan's got his t-shirt off. And guess the one person who doesn't have the t-shirt off? Brendan Schaub. Brendan Schaub's the one person who didn't want to take his top off. And it's so funny because he would be that kind of guy, right? He's the former athlete. He's the former stud. The other day he was telling us that he could bench press, what was it, like 320 pounds 20 times. He makes it seem like, you know, if you would have put the effort in, you would have made it in this and made it in that. He's really critical of certain fighters and stuff, like just like a really heightened sense of his athletic capabilities, right? But for some reason he feels too insecure to take off his top next to two regular guys who don't mind taking the top off for the attention, next to a actual athlete who performed at the highest levels, right? UFC, did some NFL stuff, supposedly is a big beast in the gym, and he's uncomfortable taking his top off. He's kind of like the kid at the swimming pool who gets a t-shirt on. And I remember being that kid, that little chubby kid in school. And actually, when you go to swimming pool, what you realize, especially once you get older, is that actually keeping your t-shirt on at the pool when you're a little bit chubby actually makes more people look at you. No one really cares. It's like going to the gym. If you go to the gym and you're a bit big and you actually are super meek and you're acting like you don't know what you're doing and you're really shy and you look like you're gonna cry at any moment because you're getting frustrated and overwhelmed, people are gonna start looking at you. But if you legitimately go in there with like a, you know, hey, let me just take it calmly. You kind of do your research on your phone. You know what workouts you're gonna do. You just approach it with a calm head. You don't get intimidated by people around you lifting bigger weights. You just say, this is my journey, and you go on. People don't even notice you're there. But actually, wearing a t-shirt like this, but you know, standing and not wanting to take your top off makes you stand out. Same way that if you went to a gym and you're acting loads of really clunky, it'll make you stand out too. I just find this hilarious. This image is absolutely hilarious. The one guy who's the athlete is like, nah, I'm not taking it off. I feel uncomfortable. Let's take your top off. Let's see what you're working with. Let's see what all that carnivore dieting does. All of that alleged riding the bike or the Fit Boy Bike Club. All that alleged what else? The alleged black belt. The alleged flipping, you know, fucking bench pressing 400 pounds 41 times, whatever he said he could do, which is better than most NFL combine, you know, people and champions or winners. I don't know how you pronounce that shit. Like, come on, let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it. But hey, what a funny guy. We were saying in the chat, Mr. Singh said quarantine did me dirty. Yeah, quarantine did me dirty too, Mr. Singh, honestly. Quarantine did me super dirty, but I also can't blame it. I think it's a bit of a crux, but to be fair, before quarantine, or before pandemic actually, most of us were, me particularly, I was going to work every day, innit? Well, I think most of us was, right? But I was going to an office. There was no working from home. So that involves going, and then also it kind of limited my time to have free time to do stuff. So I would usually wake up really early to go to the gym, or I'd go for a run after work, or sometimes I would take my running stuff to work, listen to this, and I would run back home to get my miles in. And run back home from like my office where I worked at before to my doorstep was maybe like 6 to 8 miles. And I'll do that maybe 3 times a week, or maybe sometimes on a Friday or like whatever. So either 3 times or 1 time a week to get my miles in, on top of going to the gym, on top of doing Muay Thai and stuff. That's what I was doing, on top of kind of the daily commute and moving around. So that was good. Then as soon as the pandemic hit, suddenly all the gyms are closed. And then guess what happens? It's the first time I've ever done this. Imagine this, the first time I ever did this back then. I was ordering Uber Eats and Deliveroo sometimes twice, sometimes 3 times a day. That's how bad it got. And it's no surprise that I ballooned up. You know what I mean? It's like, that's just common sense. Like, you stay at home, you're not allowed to go outside, and then you're ordering delivery, like Uber Eats and Deliveroo once, twice, sometimes 3 times a day. Imagine how bad that is. That's only going to end one way. It's only going to end one way. It's horrible. So that kind of, it was like a domino effect. You know what I mean? You spent that year, and of course, you know, everyone was sad. I was sad as well. You lose, you know, you lose. What was it? We all lost like what 2 years of our lives and stuff. Some friends move on and change interests, and so you lose people in your friendship group. Your interests maybe change. You get a little bit macabre. I don't know. It messes everyone up, but it's not an excuse. Don't get me wrong, but it is a reality. It's not an excuse. You know, you still need to get back on it and do your thing, because I know there were people out there. Like I knew in the apartment block that I lived in. There were people, certain guys, especially gym guys. Was this one guy that I know? He went, you know, I live in this apartment block. We've got like a communal garden. It's not really a garden. It's just like a bit where like flowers and stuff. It's kind of crappy. It's low. Okay, cool. Let me update the volume. Can you hear me now? Is it louder? Cool. I think it's louder than red. So we lived in this apartment block, and there was this guy who, during the pandemic, basically, brought what did he brought out? He brought all his gym equipment from his house, I think, or you know, he just brought gym equipment and he put it in the flipping communal area, and he just covered it with some tarp when it was raining. But he was working out on there. He had like a bench press and everything, like working, doing bicep curls, everything on there. And to get cardio, he'd be running up and down the stairs of our building. So we got like 11 floors or 12 floors, I think. And he'd be running up down the stairs every day during the pandemic. So there were people getting it in, and I saw people in the morning sometimes during the pandemic going for runs and stuff. But you know, when the gym closed, it kind of just knocked my motivation, or maybe it was an excuse for me to get lazy. But I know people that were running, like that guy was running up and down the flight of stairs 12 to get his cardio in, doing workouts outside with like, you know, steel plates and stuff, like really getting it in. So there was no excuse, but it did rob you about 2 years. But I do remember those dark days, man, of having, or sometimes saying hi to the same flipping delivery driver. Like he recognizes you, like you're like, oh, you feel so disgusting. Like you're like, here you go, man. Thank you. Like just taking it. Like you feel ashamed. You know what I mean? You feel ashamed that you're making this poor man go back and forward from KFC, Burger King, or McDonald's to get you stupid shit. Like you feel so gross. I'm sorry. Here's a tip. Sorry. Oh man. Anyway, moving on. Oh, what a dark time, man. I don't want to think about that again, man. I'm back on my Kate Moss shit. No, I don't want to think about that anymore. Emmanuel Santos says, how's cycling in London? Pretty good, to be fair. I'm not gonna lie. Cycling in London is pretty good. The area that I live in is not the best because I live in the hood, so I'm not really in like the center trendy bit. But the trendy bits of London, they're pretty good in terms of having good bike lanes. Like not like, because before we used to have bike lanes where it's just a road and they just paint a line there, but now we have like dedicated ones where like it's kind of like it reminds me of like Holland, where it's sort of like it's a dedicated path with like a pavement, so no cars can come on there. So it's just you and bikes. It's really cool. And usually if you're cycling around, if you're cycling on a commute, it's really good too, because there's loads of people in London cycle, especially nowadays with the economy being a bit crap. People want to save money. Must have included actually. I don't have it here, but it's over there. I actually bought a whole bunch of inner tubes to replace mine because my bike flipping messed up. So anyway, let's continue. Let's move on. Let's move on. What was I going to talk about here? So we spoke about that. We went through the pics of that. Oh, let's quickly talk about this. Have you guys seen this picture, this video, this clip? I don't know why people online now are kind of, I guess because it's Jake Paul and he's just not liked. But I don't understand the ha he about this. Like, what was he meant to do in this situation? So this video is going viral of Jake Paul out somewhere and he gets confronted by Floyd Mayweather and his gang. Big up whoever on Instagram sent me this. I forgot as well. You sent me this, but I saw it already as well. So big up to you who sent me it. But Jake Paul bumped into or crossed paths with Floyd Mayweather and his contingents, or his kind of crew of people, and they got into some back and forth that led to Jake Paul running. But everybody on the internet is clowning Jake Paul. What's he meant to do? Like, it's him against Floyd and Floyd's security and Floyd's people. Like, you don't even have a chance boxing Floyd, let alone in the street and with his friends and with his security guards. And Floyd Mayweather's security guards are serious. Like, they don't play games. So this is a clip of them, and I'll play the response from Jake after the fact as well.
Actually, nice to get that camera.
What's going on?
What's up, Floyd?
I can have what I want.
What you mean with the camera? Oh, you got camera too. So who you supposed to be? I'm just working, man.
What happened? You're not tough anymore?
Big up the security. I love that line for the security. What are you supposed to be? I'm just working, man. He diffused that perfectly. He's like, look, I know who you are. I know what time it is, but honestly, this guy is my client. I signed a security guard oath. you're not gonna touch him while I'm here. Do you know what I mean? Like, and if you touch him, then I don't get paid. My kid doesn't go to private school. My girlfriend doesn't buy a Birkin or, you know, pay her flipping car note on her G-Wagon. There's a lot riding on this for me as well. I need to get a new tattoo. Like, please, you know what I mean? Like, help me out here, man.
Since your loss? What happened since your loss?
Oh, by the way, the camera guy, absolute dork. The camera guy is like the typical boxing MMA fan. You know, the camera guy that's like telling fighters, ha, you lost, ha, shame. Those kind of people in the comments, like absolute wallads. Guys that could probably get blown over by a gust of wind. Guys who've never been in street fights or fights themselves, you know, mocking fighters for fighting in the professional fight. Like, what?
Yo, we gonna bust him up, guys?
I told you before, put that
Yo, let's bust him up. Where you running, Jake? Where you going since your fight? Since you lost? What's up, Jake? Where you going, Jake? Oh, he's running! He's running! Look at him!
He's running. He's a track star.
Jake Paul running, champ. Why is he running? I think because the last time. It's alright.
Okay, maybe that guy's part of Floyd Mayweather's group. That's why everybody's doing it. But of course he's scared. Everyone's saying he's scared. Of course he should be scared. This guy lives online for the most part. Jake Paul, everything he does trolling wise is to kind of benefit his business, but a lot of it's just like banter online talk. So if he did, someone's saying in the chat here, they bumped each other at the game in the Miami. Okay, cool. Okay, so Richie saying they were at the game, and he also said Richie saying that Jake said something about Floyd Mayweather's family. Okay, cool. That's not on, of course, but to be fair, I think Jake Paul knows this is going to happen if he bumps into people that he says stuff about, but more often than not, he doesn't bump into them. Or more often than not, they understand that it's not a big issue and they kind of just let him lie. You know, they're not that bothered by it because they know it's just entertainment stuff. But just thinking about it now, actually, didn't Jake Paul say something crazy about Conor McGregor? Like, didn't he post something about his wife or something where they were going back and forth? So for sure, if something happens, so for sure, you know, if Conor ever crossed paths with Jake, is on site. You know how Conor's like, innit? You see what he did with Khabib. You know what time he's on. You know what I mean? He got a private flight from flipping Ireland to go back his boy when he was having beef with Khabib. So you know what time he's on. But yeah, everyone on the internet is clowning him for this. What I've read in the comments here. I hate Jimpo as much as anyone, but did Flora lose? You're lying if you say you weren't outnumbered like you weren't. Rush. Jake Paul don't got this in him. Oh, okay. You remember this, innit? Do you guys remember this clip? This is pretty cool. So this guy, I think he makes this video, this really funny video where he says, I think he went to go link a girl somewhere. And again, this is like a nightmare of all men. He goes and link a girl in some area that he's not from, and he gets into some sort of scuffle with the local guys there. Maybe they're hating on him for linking the girl, or maybe it's just like, you know, men being men, and he ends up having to fight like 5 people at once in a hood in an area that's not his. Hilarious video. But yeah, people are saying here, what in the staged social media? Okay, people are saying it's staged. Do you think it's staged? Is it staged? Oh, really? Jake called Conor's wife a 4. Jesus. Jake's one security guard said, what? What did he say? Let's see this clip. Come on.
I have the capacity. So we don't have the capacity.
Horrible. Floyd, you're a 50-year-old grown man who happens to be a legend.
We don't have the capacity
in the sport. What are you doing? Go home, enjoy your life. People putting a post, hey bro, cool. Another person post a picture of the gun. Me, as soon as I saw 5 other dudes pull up out of nowhere. Yeah, but anyway, let's see Jake Paul's response about the whole issue. What did he say in response about what happened here? I don't see them as... Okay, people are saying Paul disrespectful. He'd be taking it too far. Yeah, he does, but again, Richie, maybe I'm being a little bit forgiving, but I always think it's all trolling, man. It's just never serious. These guys are just internet guys. Like, everything to them is a prank. It's never real, personally, for me. It's just a way to get attention, get clicks and stuff, and it's mutually beneficial, because even if he's trolling you, it's just something disrespectful, you both get something out of it. Do you know what I mean? You both get a little bit of attention and clout. You can use it to get more eyes on what you're doing, the followers, maybe organize a fight. I don't know. It's just all fun and games. It never seemed like it was a real life issue. But I guess, again, I'm in no position to tell somebody how they should feel when someone says something about their family, especially dead family members. Do you know what I mean? I'm in no position. I can't tell you somebody not to get offended. So for me, I wouldn't mind, because I know the internet. I know social media, what it's like and how these guys operate, because I watch enough of people like this content and stuff, so I know what the game is. But other people just don't play. Do you know what I mean? Some people just don't play games when it comes to their family. And maybe Floyd is that kind of guy. He's all well and good doing banter about, you know, promoting the fight, saying he can't read, and maybe he's just one of those kind of guys that, look, say what you want about me. Say I can't read, say that I'm broke, say I owe people money, whatever. Say that, you know, whatever. But don't ever talk about my family. That's probably what he probably does. I can tell. But anyway, let's move on. Let's see what Drake had to say about this.
Floyd Mayweather and 50 dudes pull up out of nowhere, out of like some side alley, waiting for me outside of this stadium. And they're like, so what's up? So what's
Look where he's recording this. He's recording this in like the stairwell of like some parking complex or something, or some building. Like, he's safe, innit? He's super safe. Like, oh, you gotta love Jake, man. Come on, man.
What's all that talk now? I'm like, first of all, what did I say to you, Floyd? I just took your hat and you're still mad about it? Come on, bro. And then 50 dudes literally,
oh yeah, he took his hat that time, innit? I remember that.
Literally start surrounding me to try and jump me. I'm out that bitch. Hey, Floyd, you want to run it one-on-one? No problem, but I'm not dumb, okay? I'm tough. I don't need to prove my toughness, but I'm not dumb. I'm not going to sit there and try to fight 50 dudes. Dipped out of that bitch. Floyd, you're a hoe, bro. You're mad because I took your hat. Are you serious? Get over it, bro.
You can't really call someone a hoe and a bitch when you ran away. I know he ran away, and I said, you know, it was justifiable because it was like 5 people. But how much better would Jake Paul look on the internet? Like, imagine how viral he would have went if he, because again, nothing's gonna happen to him. There's police there as well. Nothing bad was gonna happen. He probably would have got a couple of licks and a couple of bumps in his head and stuff. But he was in no danger of losing his life, for instance. Like, everyone needs to relax. There would just been a couple of bumping. People like to get, you know, some social media clout and say they punched him in the head. That's all well and good. But how amazing would have Jake Paul looked if he stood tall and just said, yeah, what? And said, brought it on, got banged a couple of times, swung with some people, and then showed himself with lumps and bumps saying, yeah, I'm still standing tall. Do you know what I mean? I'm still standing 10 toes down. You guys try to rush me. It's just one little white boy on his own. You guys think you're a gangster. You know what I mean? And then set up that for the fight. That would be, imagine how much better he would have looked on social. People would be like, rah, respect for Jake Paul. But isn't it also funny? Sports is like this, right? Again, me just watching this from as a casual. Have you guys noticed a slight demeanor change in Jake Paul, or is it just me? He's different, isn't it? Like, ever since he lost that fight, like, this is what people underestimate. Like, that's why I have respect for fighters so much. Professional fighters, I have so much respect for them, and I'm never someone to like kind of, even if they have a bad performance, oh, this guy's rubbish, he should be cut, or like going in their comments and flipping, you know, kind of trying to say something crazy about them in the comments, because this career that they pick is brutal. It's a brutal career, especially in UFC, right? When you're hot, you're hot. When you're cold, you're cold. Look what's happened to Darren Till, right? The UFC was super happy to let him go from his contract, because at one moment he was a prospect, the next moment now he's completely off. But you see what happens when you lose a fight, how it fundamentally changes you psychologically. Like, he's a different person, this version of Jake. He's a different guy. Maybe the Jake before would have maybe stood tall, but the fact that he lost a fight against Tommy Fury, it's changed completely everything about him. And he didn't even get knocked out. Do you know what I mean? He maybe suffered, he maybe obviously got hurt in the ring. No one's saying he didn't, but it's not like he got knocked out and he was sparked out for ages. He lost some points, but still, it's changed him fundamentally as a person. So imagine all those guys in the UFC now who get knocked out, their chin is gone, but they still get back into octagon. They break their leg, it heals. They're still throwing leg kicks. Like, it's just crazy. Those guys, they're made of different material. So that's why you have to give those guys flipping credit. Honestly, give those guys bloody credit. What we were saying in the chat, what? Bro, the Tommy Fury loss got him. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Mr. DB's fan. That's a perfect comment. The Tommy loss got him doing poetry. Exactly. He's doing poetry. He's doing the dash. Like, he's fundamentally changed. Like, as a civilian, of course, ran away. It's just Floyd Mayweather. And 5 dudes and his security guards who all look like NBA players. Of course, run. But the Jake Paul from before, I don't think would have run. The Jake Paul from before would have known how good it would have looked on social media for him to be swinging against 5 dudes, especially one white boy against like 17 black guys. It would have looked amazing if he stood tall. But this Jake Paul now, after that loss, is like, you know what I mean? Got to prevent my brain. I'm scared. I'm this. I'm that. How about if I get knocked out? It's really, yeah, exactly. It's humbled him. No. Kevin, I don't think humble is the right word. It's not humbled him. I don't think he's not humble. He's just how he is. It's just changed him a little bit, personality wise. He's not humble. He's just changed him. He's got that doubt. You can't let that doubt go in your head. As I said before, like with me, I lost a fight once when I was younger, growing up, where I ran away, where I was really young, because I was so scared of being like banged or something. And it would happen when I was like, what? I was like 13 or 14, this fight loss. But it stayed with me in the back of my head for so long that that after I kept getting into random fights. I didn't really, cause, you know, I'm not an angry person. I don't have a temper or anything. But I'd get into random fights all the time. I'd be fighting guys in clubs. I'd be fighting guys outside the clubs. I'd be fighting people in like supermarkets and shit. Like I was just ready to go. And then one day I remember just like sitting down, meditating on it, like thinking, why is someone like me, who's generally cool, like ready to fight people all the time? Then I realized, oh yeah, I'm trying to get back that one fight that I lost. I'm trying to like restore my manhood and my pride and let myself know that I'm not a pussy by trying to fight like random dads in the fucking Tesco's. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to get my lick back that way. So that's what I was doing. So I can't imagine what a loss like his could do to him in a ring professionally on that scale with somebody you're mocking for ages and Tommy Fury and stuff, right? Make it seem like it was a joke, and then he just boxes you out for the foreseeable 8 rounds. But anyway, moving on. But I'm not proud of it, honestly. I'm not proud of that fighting time. That was dumb. Like honestly, I said to you guys before, like I remember having this one fight I had, just makes me laugh all the time. One day I was coming back from the club and I was super drunk, and I was like walking back home, because sometimes I like to do that. Like there's no better feeling when you're super drunk and high and stuff, and you're just like walking back and you're letting the breeze of the cold air just brush your face. And so usually I'll just walk and until I get tired, and when I get tired I'll just jump in a cab or something. So I was walking, singing, doing my thing, and I guess I crossed the road. And I was crossing the road, I guess I kind of, was taking too long, and the car was beeping. It beeped at me, and then as the car went off, I kicked the car. Like as it drove off, I kicked it, and then some guy came out. He's like, "Whoa!" He said, "Oh," and again, I remember bits of it because I was so drunk. I remember fragments. What I remember is I kicked it. He steps out. We get into an argument, and then in that argument, suddenly smashed with punching each other. And I think it was raining, and I had on my I had like penny loafers on, like GH Bass loafers, right? I had like these things on. I'll show you what I had on. So it's raining. And I had GS Bash tassel loafers. I'll show you what I was playing with. This is an excuse, but I'm just showing you what I was doing. Yeah, exactly. Look what I was wearing. Exactly, the Asian guy fight. Yeah, people remember Space Kai. This is what I was wearing, right? This is not an excuse. I didn't say I lost or anything, but this is what I was wearing. I was wearing these. I was in the street in the rain wearing these. After a club, drunk and high, fighting this Asian dude. And then all I remember is that every time I'd punch him twice, he'd hit me once. And it kept shocking me. I was like, how's he connecting? How's he hitting me? And I didn't realize at the time, oh, he's probably good at fighting too. I just assumed in my head, that dumb brain, I just thought like, oh yeah, I'm going to win this. I don't know why, because I thought, maybe in my head, I thought because he's Asian, yeah, he's not going to be doing nothing to me. But every time I hit him twice, he'd hit me once. Then he hit me twice. I hit him once. It's like we were going back and forth like this, right? And then we just get going. It felt like we were going for hours. No one was dropping. We just kept punching each other, and it was a good one. It wasn't like we were getting locked in. We were just like everything was punches, right? Then we were just fighting like this, and then some random uncle, this African guy, was like, he just got into between us, just stopped, he just put his hand on our shoulders, and we both just stopped. I think we were both tired. We both just stopped. And then we shook hands and walked away. Like he went back in his car, and I just continued walking. I picked up my I had like Beats by Dre headphones, and on the floor, I think one of them actually broke. One of them was broken because I stepped on it. And I picked up the box and I just kept on walking. Left home. And I remember waking up in the morning, yeah, hungover. And I was like, my face, why's my jaw hurting? I was like, oh yeah, the fight yesterday. The fight. I woke up like, And why are my loafers all scuffed up? Like, what's up with my loafers? So whoever that Asian guy is now, like, big up to him, man. Like, that was hilarious. Exactly. He was just fighting in the street. But yeah, oh, what a time to be alive, man. I'm lucky, honestly. That guy could have been anybody. That could have been a UFC fighter. He could have changed my life. He could have put me in a wheelchair. Do you know what I mean? I was in no condition to fight. I had like a million Zambucas in me. Do you know what I mean? Some other stuff in me. Like, I was in no condition to fight. Like, I actually thanked the Lord above. Nothing bad happened. Oh my God. But yeah, let's continue. Let's continue. So we spoke about that. Jake Paul stuff we got out of the way. Yeah, let's mention this quickly. Let's talk about this. Let's just give these guys a shot. Where is it? Wait 1 second here. Watch, I'm trying to get it up on here. Where is it? There you go. Yeah. Let's also I want to quickly shout out to the two. Yeah, exactly. Could have knocked off the heel on my loafers. Exactly. I want to give a shout out to the two unofficial or official CEOs of PF Chang's, Bryan Campbell and Ariel Helwani, for having the illustrious honor of being the Showtime Sports presenters, I'm assuming, for the up-and-coming Gervonta Davis and Ryan Garcia fight that's happening, I think, this weekend, right? So big up them. This is a short clip taken from the live stream, I think, of them speaking, so you can see them in all their glory. And it's funny hearing BC like talk in a professional, non-jokey, skits and bits way. I never knew he could speak like this. Like, he's actually got a good TV voice, BC. And seeing Ariel Helwani just sat next to him smiling is hilarious too. So big up Ariel Helwani and Bryan Campbell, the two founders, or no, the two CEOs of PF Chang's. You guys are awesome.
Day 2 of coast-to-coast coverage of the fight, April 22nd, Gervonta Tank Davis versus King Ryan Garcia. Yesterday, New York City. Today, Los Angeles. Welcome in to Showtime Sports coverage of the Davis-Garcia press conference.
Oh, sorry, it's on April 22nd. My bad, I thought it was this weekend. Okay, so all this promo is just a bit raw, man. They're hyping it really good. Jesus, in April. Okay, cool.
I'm Bryan Campbell. Ariel Helwani, award-winning combat sports journalist, joining me today in the Morning Combat Studios in New Jersey. We'll be throwing it out to Los Angeles soon to hear from both fighters. But Ariel, we are one day removed from Times Square, New York City, and a press conference following a lengthy delay once Tank Davis took his...
Bryan Campbell got his Sunday pastor. He's got his pastor vest on, isn't it? He's got his down south pastor of a mega church asking you for money so you can buy an airplane, so he can go and spread the word of God, innit? He's got that kind of suit on. Big up.
See, it got a little icy between the two competitors. How fired up were you yesterday?
Well, first of all, I'm good.
I wanted him to say it got a little bit dicey. I wanted him to say that so badly, but, he has to be,
Good. Thanks for asking. Thanks for having me.
Oh, I'll get right into it.
I mean, geez Louise, not even a hello, how are you? Nothing? Thanks for being here. My first time.
I think I added world-renowned and award-winning.
I appreciate that. I mean, talk about going from the penthouse to the outhouse. You go from Luke to me, so I apologize to the audience. I am very happy to be here. This is tremendous. Nice place. I like what you did with it.
You don't have to be so kind.
Can I break the fourth wall? This is a big deal. Are we just going to blow? This is like Hogan and Savage in '85 coming together, the mega powers.
If my hand wasn't so sweaty.
Yeah, mine are too. We do this? I mean, this is a big deal. It's the first time, I think, that we actually do something together.
I always wanted to be able to say to you, how's Showtime? And now I can say it, okay? How's Showtime go? It went great.
Oh my God, you hear the skits and bits? How's Showtime? How's Showtime going? You hear that skits and bits?
Great, here we are here in a big fight, Ariel, that is circled on the calendar.
Okay, we're blowing past it. All right.
Not just for the theatric.
Actually, I want to hear that again. I forgot about that. Let me see that. What's that bit? What's it called again? Ariel Helwani, Brendan Schaub. Yeah, the rant, innit? Rant. Yeah, what do you say? It's like, how's Showtime, innit? I forgot which one was it from. It's from an MMA hour, but I don't know. I would never know which one it was from, man. Hopefully someone's got just a perspective. Oh, is that the one? Maybe it's that one, isn't it? I think it might be that one. How's Showtime going? I think it might be this one here. We don't watch bet. I think it might be this one here, actually. Is it the one? Annihilates him 1 year ago. Is that the one? How's Showtime going? Let's see if this is the one. But we're going to yeah, rolling around this game, yeah. That was amazing. He slipped it in so quickly, that first little one, isn't it? Amazing. How's Showtime?
Did you hear what they had to say? And I said no.
Hold on, let's see, where is it?
So we're playing by a different set of rules. So you'll continue to come on there and say stuff going. How's the show?
Oh yeah, is this one?
The
I
only
found
reason
it.
I did the Jake Paul stuff was because he turned. Why the sight of you two bozos pisses me off? Because you keep coming out there and you think that you're getting over on me. You think you're more successful than me. You say that I'm back at square one, working for an incredible company. Trust me, I have been around the block. I have worked for a bunch of people. Do we want to go through the list now of how many people I'm working with? Partners, people who are supporting me. Who's partnering with you guys? Who are you working with? I remember you on Fox. Not anymore. How's that going? How's the ESPN stuff going? How's the Showtime stuff going? How's all that going? If I'm so bad.
He was so mad. He was so mad. He couldn't understand the disrespect. Like, Brendan Schaub and Bryan Callen? Really? You bozos? The best one, I think, anyway, from the whole disc, the best one for me was the drone strike, was the unintended hit on Chin. The guy at the back with the papers. The guy back with the what's it, papers over the screens. What do you say? The guy in the back with the screens. I forgot something really, really amazing. The guy in the back with all the papers. Oh, yes. Big up, Mr. Wasabi.
Much love from Texas, you all. Have a brew on me.
Yeah, big up, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, for sure I will, man. Big up, Mr. Wasabi. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Yes, for sure. I'll get that Guinness malt. I said before, I drink this really strong Caribbean malt type of thing. That was awesome. So I'm gonna get on that as well. So big up you. Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Had to work with. Why did Vox want me back? Why did they want me back if I was so bad to work with? And all these other people. You sound like clowns. You sound like bozos. This can all end very
that's one Barbarito. Yeah, the guy in the back with the websites. Yeah.
quickly. And so let's go back to the thing, because you got a bunch of people, again, people trying to make it about themselves. You got all the hanger-oners. You got this washed up, old Mufasa looking like character in my comments all day, all night, trying to get a piece of the pie, trying to get the rub.
Fuck BGL.
By Helwani. And so let me answer you
Fuck
guys
BGL.
very clearly, because I've been waiting.
I love how much dust he paid BGL. He was not having it. Even now when BGL kind of turned on him, he wasn't having it. He's just like, fuck that guy, man. Honestly, God love Ariel.
To, give you the response that you oh so desire, that you oh so crave from me, because you're looking for little old me, little skinny ass, soft soy boy me to come on your show and to put you over. And so my answer is yes. I'd be happy to come on your show. Pick the time, pick the place, bring all.
They never pick the time. They never pick the place.
All your friends. Bring all your joke writers, because I know you don't come up with your own crappy material yourself. Bring all those guys.
Big up there, Poston.
I'll come by myself. I'd be happy to come on. You know what? I want the show to sound as good as possible, and I want the show to look as good as possible. I want the lighting to be just right. I want to be comfortable. So I'll tell you what. You want me to come on your show? I'll come on. Pick the day, pick the time, no problem,
Holy
Chico.
shit.
Anytime.
Holy shit.
But I'm going to do it from this seat. Right here, where I'm comfortable.
Yes.
In front of this beautiful microphone that I've been given by the great people at Vox Media. And you'll come on here, and I think you guys could do live, even though you don't for whatever reason. We're live, baby. This is a shoot. All right? And we'll talk. And you can simulcast it. You can do whatever you want with it. But I'll talk here too. And I'll have people who can watch it live on our channel, or they can watch it live on.
If there's one thing that the Fight and the Kid hate, especially Brendan Schaub, they hate live audiences or live online audiences. They hate live streaming and they hate engaging with their fan base. That's part of the reason why I don't understand that fight companion they do, right? My point is, that fight companion, especially the recent one, the one with Rampage Jackson and the guy from Bussin' with the Boys, it's quite clear that they bought views. Like, Brendan's back to buying views again, which is really dumb. Buying views on a YouTube channel always messes it up. Someone already said to me already in the chat, it kind of also, because it's fake views, it kind of pushes it into an algorithm that doesn't really exist. So that's why it kind of tanks your channel, because it's just like one burst of people watching your thing, allegedly, and then they don't return back again. So it kind of messes you up again and fucks you up in the rankings. But also it's very obvious, like you can tell, like some of these videos on, you know, the Thick Boy channel have like 50,000 views, then suddenly there's one with 200,000. It just doesn't make any sense. But I was thinking the other day, you know what actually would get them a lot of subscribers? If Brendan actually, like, you don't have to get the chat on the screen like I do, because those guys would have too many troll comments, but just engage with the flipping chat, like, you know, read off some chats or something. You leave in some super chats, do something that would actually get people to subscribe, especially if you put the chat on like subscriber mode or something and did that. But that guy's ego is so fragile, they're so thin-skinned. All they want to do is just give you content and have you not be able to talk back to them. There is no communication, there is no back and forth. I give you my stuff, you buy it or you don't, and then I'm out. There's nothing else that happens. But actually, if they engage with the chat more, they could get their subscribers and their views, it could double easily. On God, like they could be getting 200,000 views on their lives, on their fight companions all the time, in my opinion, if they kind of engage with chat, but they don't, which is ironic because Ariel does, and he gets trolled a lot too. People take the piss out of him also, but he kind of rides with it, and they don't.
On your channel that you guys own, that you're so proud of, go ahead, you can do that. So tell me, anytime you want. Do you want to do that? I'll happily do that. I'll say everything that I've said to your face and then some via screen. Oh, wait,
keep the same energy.
Not enough? You said you'd come to New York, right?
Yes.
Anytime. Let me know. Again, it'll be the guys in the back over here, but you both can come anytime. Again, I think you have me confused.
Hey, big up Renzo.
What's up, bruv?
Big up Renzo. Appreciate you, man, for the 6666. Big up, big up, big up. The little Uzi Vert number, yeah? The little Uzi Vert number. Turn a city girl into a believer of Satan. Yeah, so big up Renzo. Appreciate you, my G. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 699 or thank you for the 666.
With a coward, with a phony. I have stood in front of some of the baddest guys on the planet, and some of them have made me nervous, but I never back down. I never flinch.
Hell yeah.
If that's not good enough for you, how about this? Why don't I just call you right now? I'm sure you're watching. You don't think I have the balls to say any of this to your face? You think I'm actually afraid of you guys?
Ariel was I forgot how furious Ariel was, because it was so funny back then to see all this and cover it all. But Ariel was absolutely furious. He couldn't believe the disrespect. He was like, how dare you, of all people, you dorks, you guys think I'm a dork? I think you guys are dorks. If anything, I'm not intimidated by it. And that's one thing those guys try to do. They try to sun him and say, like, you know, he doesn't fuck jigs and that he's a dork or whatever. It's like, no. I don't care that I'm a dork. I'm not scared of you guys. You know what I mean? I'm not impressed. Like, nothing about you impresses me at all. It's just hilarious to see that. But the pure contempt in Ariel's face is just brilliant to see.
Guys, what are you going to do? Beat me up? What are you going to do?
Yeah, wartime
Slap me?
CEO, exactly, Papa Rito.
That's what you're going to resort to? Fathers, professionals, broadcasters? What are you going to do?
Yes.
You don't think I have the balls? Here we go. Here's balls.
Live on air. He's calling them live on air. This guy's nuts. I swear to God.
Who's going to pick up now? It's from my phone. Didn't tell the guys in the back about this.
Amazing.
You don't think I have the balls to say any of this to you?
They're not keeping the same energy. They're not keeping the same energy. Look at that face. Wartime CEO. Wartime CEO Ariel with the fucking drone strikes. Absolutely love it, man. He smashed it. That was a good time to be alive, man. That was when the BAPA verse was at its peak. Like, we were just like, every flipping week was some sort of dumb nonsense that guy got up to, man. Absolutely loved every bit of it. And absolutely, he actually helped to build this channel. So thank you, Brendan. You know what I mean? He helped to build this channel. And eventually, covering this shit. Covering this shit will probably lead me to end up in that scene in Scarface where he's like covered in all the coke and stuff. That's what's gonna be doing. All this coverage of this is gonna make me go live in some marble mansion somewhere covered in cat and coke. Sitting there. Talking about these dumb comedians. Oh, I love it. I fucking love it. Let's move on from that one. We talked about the wartime CEO. Oh, let's we need to, before we continue, we must do an inventory check, like we always do, of the Comedy Mothership Instagram account. Hey, big up Mr. Wasabi for a super chat.
Saw that Guinness part. You'll need more dollar, that's quality. Great choice. Look into Black Bavarian by Pressure Brewing Company ! Olive skin.
Okay, definitely. Yeah, for sure. I'll check that out. Thank you, Mr. Wasabi, for the suggestion. What did you say? You said Black Bavarian by Sprecher Brewing. I'll actually check that now. I've never heard of that. Black Bavarian by Sprecher. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah. Black Bavarian by Sprecher. Ooh, hello, Black Bavarian, Sprecher Brewing Company. This looks flippin' tasty. Yeah, now you got me on the. Oh, you see, you guys, man. I've been staying clean. Look, man, I'm on the green juice. I'm drinking the water. You can't be promoting this stuff to me, but oh, this is making me salivate. Black Bavarian. Okay, this is it. What's the site? Beer Advocate. Rate it. So this is from Wisconsin, United States. Wisconsin. It's ranked number 10. Sure. 6% scores 90, average is 4.0 reviews. Okay, let's read some of the reviews. This is what the bottle looks like. I love that bottle. Nice. Let's see what the reviews say. What the man them saying about it. Poured deep dark brown, nearly black. Yeah, just like hey, with a tan head that nearly covered the surface. Curious. Aroma is lost on me. Damaged nose. The taste. Wow, this has a lot going on. Charred malts presenting as dark bread, toast, and cacao. With a hint of tobacco tossed in, a tiny bitterness to pull the flavors together, and this is a really tasty beer. The feel was very good, but lacked much life due to minimal carbonation. I don't care about that shit, but that's just a minor compared to the taste. Good ground beer. Uche saying, I don't want that. It sounds good, Uche. What are you talking about? I don't want that. Honestly, God bless Thea Vaughan. What a line. But yeah, okay, I like it. Sounds good. Another person. Appearance, pores deep, nearly black. Color is moderate tan head. Aroma, strong aromas of black malt chocolate. I like the chocolate aroma and cacao. Honestly, if you guys have more suggestions about malt beers that have cacao and chocolate notes, let me know. I'm there. People are saying hard pass. You know what I mean? That's the fat kid in me screaming. I want my beer to taste like triple chocolate chip cookies. But yeah, that's the fat kid in me screaming. Give me beer that tastes like candy, okay? Do you have beer that tastes like candy? Because I really like candy. And hey, let's move on. Let's move on. Oh shit, my face is flipping going crazy. So we spoke about that. Oh, yeah, let's talk about the Comedy Mothership. So I like to do an inventory every time I stream, and I'm gonna keep doing this until those guys appear there, right? I like doing that. Here's what I'm gonna do. We do an inventory all the time of the Comedy Mothership concerning who they follow. Because I have a feeling these comedians are really weird, right? And they have these really strange insecurities and things about their industry. And one thing that we noticed early on, if you watch a lot of podcasts, is that they all had the Comedy Store on a real high pedestal. It's got a legendary name. It was founded by a legendary person in terms of Miss Shaw, the people that passed through there, her approach to comedy, all these lustrous kind of folk stories we heard about the place, and they kind of held it to a real high esteem. So when guys and gals did or did not get passed in the Comedy Store, did or did not get invited, it was really something that kind of ate away at their core, because it was something that they kind of really wanted, and it was something that would give them a lot of respect with their peers. It was just a really cool achievement, especially if you're a real fan and a student of the game. So with how people look at Joe Rogan, and he's kind of replaced, he's like the modern version of the Comedy Store in a person, right? He encapsulates, he personifies it. He's basically like an unofficial gatekeeper, because his podcast is so big and he's such a fan of comedy that he will invite, I said it before, one of the things I love about Joe Rogan, even though he's kind of gone off the reservation with some of his political views, and the older he gets, the more kind of odd he gets and the more richer he gets. I think it's just maybe a fact of life. But one thing I really do like about Joe is that he does go out of his way to invite random people on his podcast, like people he just likes. Like the other day, he has flipping CoffeeZilla on his podcast, right? And I love CoffeeZilla, but he's obviously big on YouTube, but he's also a very small niche. But he must have just randomly stumbled across CoffeeZilla's videos on flipping Logan Paul, and then suddenly, or maybe and the FTX guy, and suddenly he's on Rogan. So Rogan's good at that, and he's also good at inviting other comedians on there. And of course, when he invites comedians on there, the one thing comedians love more than the sound of their own voice is, you know, maybe second to maybe leaving their families, is the ability to sell tickets. They love being able to sell tickets. So if they go on Rogan, they get ticket sales, they get a little bump in their followers, maybe they get bookings, other things. It kind of helps them. So because of that, he's turned into an unofficial gatekeeper. And now that he has a club, the club is now a weird sort of like unofficial gatekeeper barometer of like where you are in the industry and whatnot. And I'm sure there are comedians out there figuring out a way of how they can fly to Austin to get on their knees and suck on that Rogan schlong to get a booking on there, or to be one of the 124 few people that get followed on there. So every time that I stream, we're going to do this. We're going to click on the following count and we're going to double check if our boys, Brendan and Bryan specifically, have been followed on here. Because last time I checked, the last stream, neither Brendan Schaub or Bryan Callen were followed by the comedy mothership. Bryan Callen should be more annoyed, really, because he's, you know, Joe Rogan's 20+ year friend. But like I said previously, you know, Joe Rogan basically proved that he's all about Joe Rogan. As soon as that, you know, rape allegation happened to Callen, he completely ditched him and basically pretended like he didn't exist for like a year and a half. And only little by little now he's kind of come back into his life and he's been on a fight companion. But ever since that rape allegation, Bryan Callen's never been on the Joe Rogan Experience on his own. And Rogan also keeps his distance from those guys, apart from the fight companion. It's not the same. And of course, Brendan Schaub, you know, he's always sucking off Brendan Rogan anyway, so that's never going to change. But I would imagine them not being followed is a big deal. And the fact that there's other people on there that have been followed, like, you know, Annie Lederman and stuff. So I want to check every single time that I stream to see what's happening on there, because for sure it's eating away at them. And the only reason why I laugh at this is because it's really doesn't really matter, really. Do you know what I mean? They're still smashing it. You know, they're still smashing it, in my opinion. Like, it doesn't matter really. Like, I'm laughing because I know it kind of will get under their skin, but I'm not laughing to kind of mock them. I'm just laughing at how ridiculous it is that these grown men who are all in their 50s or, you know, late 40s with kids and stuff care so much about who follows them, where they get booked and stuff, when really they're still, part of the 1%. They still get to like do what they want when they want. They get to make loads of money on their podcast. They get to tour the country, sometimes the world. They have legions of fans everywhere. Like, it's still a pretty decent life. The fact that you're not pally with Rogan shouldn't be a defining factor in your career. But these guys are very weird, very insecure. Maybe it's part of the art. I don't really know. But anyway, let's double check. Command F. Let's see. Is Brendan Shaw been followed? Negative. No Brendan. Bryan Callen? Negative. No Bryan Callen. Who else we want to check here? Crystalia. Anything? Negative. Crystalia's off the reservation. Who else can I think of that's been cancelled off that kind of crew? Eric Griffin. Let's see. That's involved with him. Nope. Actually, let's see Chappelle. Does Joe Rogan follow Chappelle? That'd be hilarious if he does. Does he follow Chappelle Lacey? No, he doesn't. Okay, cool. But I have to say, that would be hilarious if so. But Annie Lederman's still there, right? Yeah, cool. Is Esther there? The girl that does the podcast with? No, she's not there. No, he doesn't probably know Esther. And that's it. So yeah, haha. Anyway, moving on. Let's see some clips. I want to see in the update as to what happened inside the club. What happened in soon. Check the stories. Oops, let's go back. Oh, I already checked it out. Let's go back then. Let's go back then and see what happened. What did I miss here? Cool. Look at that, man. Queues around the block. Do I have any people in my stream chat who are from Austin, Texas, or who are gonna go? Rotted, man. Wrapped around the block. Jesus, already. It's gonna be sold out every weekend, probably for the next month or so, isn't it? It's not gonna be sold out. Is anyone planning to go in my stream chat? Is anyone going, or is anyone, or people don't care? I live in Dallas as Mr. Wasabi. Okay, sick. Dallas is not anywhere near Austin, though. I'm assuming, right? It's another city in Texas, right? My geography in America is off. And visit Austin all the time. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's like, you know, no, I'm going. He said. Me, Kevin said he's going. Tedra says no. Okay, cool. So say yes, no, yes, no. Take pics and video. Yeah, exactly. It's a first rights. Esther only cares about. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go to Fingham. I'm definitely gonna make sure I can go one day, man. Looks cool. I also like how I think this is maybe a design they copy, or maybe it's not copied because it's there. But I like how low the stage is to the audience, because for a big club, it kind of gives it an intimate feeling. You know, the stage is really quite low, and you can see them straight away. I quite like that. This is cool. William F. Montgomery, isn't that the guy from Kill Tony? Am I mistaken? That's the guy from Kill Tony, right? Rah, Ted. I didn't. What, does he live in Austin, Texas, or does he just like visit there? So he's part of the. He's in Joe Rogan. See, I didn't know that. So that's pretty cool, isn't it? That also solidifies my point of view. I said before. I think it's actually better to just be like really good at what you do than actually suck off Rogan. I think Rogan actually appreciates you more if you're just good at what you do. Then he happens to stumble across you, and then he wants to big you up and kind of put in his platform and kind of, you know, share you to the world and stuff. That's actually better. But I think guys probably around him. Can you just imagine what it's like being Rogan day to day? The amount of people just asking you for things, DMing you, like, you know, Alex Jones flipping. What's that thing called? Alex Jones. You know, flipping. Just inviting himself to a dinner to grandstand you so he can get you to come on a show. Can you imagine how exhausting it is? How often he has to change his number and shit. But yeah, if you're just good at stand-up, look what happens to you. It looks cool, man. I like it, man. It looks like a good club. Really? Is that true, Coiler? It said William rides the line with being annoying. Theo can't stand him. Theo Vaughn doesn't like doesn't like William F. Montgomery. Why is that? It's amazing. Honestly, because Theo's so nice. It's like I said, Theo's such a nice dude. If he doesn't like you, you must be a real piece of shit. You know what I mean? He's really a cool dude. So if Theo doesn't like you, that must mean you must be super annoying. You offered him money to never talk to him again. Okay. That's amazing. I love Theo. Oh, I got to watch that episode. I got to watch that one. Is that a recent episode? That's not. Is that the last episode that Theo Vaughn was on? King Kill Tony, I'm assuming, right? I'm gonna check it out. I gotta watch that. I need to see Theo Vaughn get annoyed. It's good to see him get annoyed because he's always so chill.
Hell yeah, you guys are part of something special. Out down here at the Mothership, it's my pleasure and my honor to introduce this next comic. Make some noise right now for Duncan Trussell.
Oh wow, Duncan Trussell was there. Awesome. Duncan Trussell was there. That's pretty cool. Duncan Trussell used to puppets. Duncan Trussell wearing Gucci sneakers. I would have never thought to see the day.
I'm bringing up is truly one of the funniest people on earth. One of the greatest podcasts out there. The Tim Dillon Show. Everybody give it.
Right, Tim Dillon's been there all weekend, isn't it? Tim Dillon's a fucking absolute unit, isn't it? Tim Dillon is an absolute unit. Tim Dillon's a unit. Oh my god. Oh, my computer, man. It's God almighty.
Your next comedian is one of my good friends,
you're gonna love him. He's the host of the Kill Tony Show. It's gonna
Oh, my computer is so annoying.
be give it up for the hilarious Tony
Hinchcliffe.
Hinchcliffe.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna skip this because my computer's running like a madman. So Tony came on. Who Tony introduced here? Rogan. Was Rogan wearing his skirt hoodie? Okay, let's see.
My favorite comedians on planet Earth. Make some noise for the owner of the motherfucking club, Joe Rogan.
Okay, no skirt hoodie. Mr. What's up? He's making you donation for fiber optic. Leave my MacBook alone, Mr. Wasabi. Leave my MacBook alone. And my Wi-Fi is, it's decent. Okay, Rogan came out, cool. The crowd on the outside. Okay. Oh, look at that. Interesting, innit? Would you look at that picture, eh? Would you look at that picture? Would you look at that picture? Have you seen this picture? So if I'm not mistaken, can I do this? Let me see if I can do this properly. Let me see if I can print screen. Can I print screen? I can print screen. Okay, cool. There, I print screened. Let me see if I can get this up here. There we go. So I can let this go. So have you guys seen this? So look at this picture, right? You know what's interesting about this picture? That I find really interesting. Can I not zoom in here? Just let me zoom in. Oh, for fuck's sake. Cannot zoom in here? Really? Is that what you're gonna do? I can't zoom in. Oh, it doesn't let me zoom in. Okay, cool. No zooming in? No? Cropping it? Can I crop? Can I crop and zoom in? Can I do this? No? Can I do this? Is that possible? Yeah, can I do this? Alright, there. Is that working? Can that work? Can you now let me zoom in, you absolute mugs? Still can't zoom in. Oh my god, done. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. But you see this guy here? That's Derek Poston, isn't it? You know what's funny about this? That guy, if I'm not mistaken, was one of the guys who was allegedly writing for Brendan before on The King and the Sting. And I think he also did You'd Be Surprised, because there was this video that Brendan did where he did like a fight build up to the special. And I think he had this guy, and I think maybe this guy too, this guy with a beard. I think this guy was involved too, and they were helping Brendan to like tighten up his jokes and stuff. I think there was a specific scene I remember them sitting in Brendan's mansion, like writing and kind of going over jokes and stuff. That was the only one time I've kind of seen Brendan like actively film that sort of stuff and brag about it. Now he doesn't really talk about writing jokes or anything, if anything, but that's amazing, isn't it? Derek Poston is now part of that comedy mothership community of people before Brendan is. Maybe it's because he maybe lives there. I'm not too sure. I don't keep in touch or up to date with what these guys do. But maybe he lives in Austin now. But that must get under his skin, innit? That must get under his skin, Brendan. Imagine like you're like these guys who like used to like help write your stuff that you hired are now in the inner circle of Rogan. And they're kind of like the up and coming, maybe this whole crew of people, maybe they're all comedians. Maybe this is like the ones that Rogan's sort of like ushering and nurturing through as long as the established guys. Pretty gnarly, isn't it? But yeah, what can you do, man? It is what it is, and it is what it is. I think in general anyway, it's fun to laugh at, but I think overall the reality is as soon as Brendan goes to Austin for the fight companion they're meant to be doing, I forgot which one it's for. I think it's for the Usman Edwards fight. I think so, right? That's happening next week. As soon as he goes there, he's most likely gonna strong arm himself into getting a set and performing at the Comedy Mothership. And eventually the Instagram account will follow him back. And, you know, this whole flipping laugh and joke that I have going on will be over and no one will care. But it's just funny to laugh at it now because I know it's eating away at these guys, even though it doesn't really matter. But hey, what can you do? Then let's talk about this. This is a clip actually of some guy who went to the flipping Comedy Mothership. And I want to see his vlog and see what he said actually, because maybe this is a kind of good way to kind of get an idea of what the club is like on the inside and on the outside. So let's load this up. Bear with me 1 second as I load it up, and then we're going to do it. This is pretty cool. Let's check this out. Buddy boo, buddy boo, buddy boo, buddy boo, buddy boo. We just say Iggy's OF can wait. What's happened to Iggy's OF? Is that Iggy's OnlyFans? What's happened? Has there been a leak or something? What's the deal with Iggy's? What's the deal with Iggy's OnlyFans? Can you hear the frantic nature of my voice? I'm starting off my words. What's the deal with Iggy Azalea's OnlyFans? Has there been some leak in the camp? Has she filmed some content? Like, what's happening? Fill me in. What's happening? Oh shit. Read your previous comment in chat. Let me see here. What did you say here? I don't know. Okay. Anyway, let's move. Hold on. So let's go. Let's get this thing up quickly. Bear with me a second. So this, like I mentioned before, this guy went to the comedy mothership, and we're gonna play his video now. I just saw it on YouTube uploaded today. It's this fella here called Mark What's it called? Mark FRECCERO. Mark FRECCERO. Is that how you say that? How do you pronounce that? Mark FRECCERO. Mark FRECCERO. Mark FRECCERO. Mark FRECCERO. Whatever it says. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's continue. This is it. This is the video. Let's see what he says and what his experience was like.
The grand opening of Joe Rogan's Comedy Club, Comedy Mothership. Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, is he one of these comedian types? Might be a bit long. Is he like a YouTube comedian guy? What is he? Oh man, come on, Mark. Just give us a review. Don't start doing skits and bits, please. I beg of you. But let's see. Okay, he pronounced FRECCERO. Okay, FRECCERO. Sorry, Mark FRECCERO. Mark FRECCERO's channel, Comedy Mothership, Austin Grand Opening. Let's check it out. Queue around the block, bro. Hey. Don't take pictures outside the clubs like girls. No pictures allowed. Men should only take selfies outside the buildings. Never pictures like standing in a line or next to them or pointing or like with arms. Men should only take selfies in front of buildings. Have some self-respect and do like a really shy selfie like down here, you know? Never ever take a selfie like this when you're together. Like, no, never. Oh, I like that. I didn't notice that. That's pretty cool. Many white people. That's the first thing I noticed. Austin's not the most multicultural place in the world, is it, eh? Jesus Christ. It's like copy and paste men here. Like copy, paste, Command C, Command V. Like, god damn. Oh, look at the ticket hall. Oh, nice. Legendary specials, I guess. Pictures. Awesome. Oh, I like the interior design. It looks really nice. Fat man, little boy. I like the interior. It looks really cool. Oh, I love that. I'm not gonna. I'm popular opinion. I know some people online didn't like this, but I love this alien lamp thing. This UFO lamp thing they've got in the foyer. I guess as you're coming in next to the box office. I think this looks pretty cool. Let's not lie. If they start making, let's not lie. If they start making merch with the alien thing on it and this stuff on it as well, and some stuff is like 3M and shit, I'm finna buy it. It's a little bit like, but you don't have to get involved. You know it. Oh, look at the BAPAs on that one, mate. Let's continue. Let's see that again.
The Comedy Mothership was amazing last night. Like I said, that was the opening night of Joe Rogan's Comedy Club here in...
Hey, the hands, man, the hands. Is this... He reminds me of that guy on Netflix. Who's that Asian dude on Netflix? Who's that... Oh, he's doing the excessive thing with the hands. Maybe because he's gonna say, "Oh, because I'm Italian." Nah, man, you did too many flipping too many improv classes, and the t-shirt's too small.
Austin, Texas, right on 6th Street. And I got super lucky the fact that I got to get a ticket and go in and experience the first ever comedy show at the Comedy Mothership. Now, for legal reasons, I was not able to record anything when it comes to these stand-up performances.
For legal reasons, fucking dork. Well, you bring in your whole SLR and your rig, try and record people's set for legal reasons. He went to record himself laughing, watching a comedy special. Love it.
And everything. This is true for a lot of comedy clubs. They did this last night. This is pretty common as well. We actually get like a mini pouch. You put your phone in it. It's pretty much impossible to open. And then at the end of the comedy show, they open the pouch for you. However, though, and I'm really glad they did this, here's a picture of the stage itself. They posted this on their.
Oh, that looks really cool. Come on, man. That looks nice. What can I ask you a question? Does this sound weird? This sounds a little bit like a dumb question, but I'm assuming in most comedy clubs in the United States, if they have this sort of section here, it's not really a balcony because it's kind of like, it's not that high up, but it's basically technically a balcony. Will these seats be more expensive than these seats? Or do comedy clubs have like a flat rate? I'll check it on the website anyway, but just in case people know in the chat, would it just be like a flat rate you pay, like a $40 plus 2 drinks, or do you have to pay like a separate fee to sit here? Because I'd love to sit here. This is a really good view. And you get a little table to put your little chicken fingers on, and your little chips and stuff, and your chili cheese bites, and your mac and cheese and shit. Would it be different? It looks literally like the electric theater. Depends if it's like a booth in Philadelphia, table situation in Philadelphia. VIP seating is more. Okay, cool. So this will be VIP seating. Even though it's not really VIP, but hey, I like this. I like the design. Yeah, exactly. Good call on Stargate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's got Stargate feel to it. Yeah, I like it. I like it, man.
Instagram today, or the day after the opening night at the Comedy Mothership. There are 3 rooms. There's the Fat Man, Little Boy, and Mitzi's Bar. And I remember walking into the Fat Man and looking at just the entire layout, being like, wow, this is incredible. I feel like the stage itself with that kind of like half circle or half ring reminded me a lot of Stargate. Of course, the venue is called the Comedy Mothership, so it has a very like alien type vibe. The entire layout, though, was amazing. The way it worked as well, which I thought was kind of interesting, and this could have been just for the opening night or maybe the first couple opening weeks, so to speak. They sold out, I think it was in like 5 or 10 minutes for the entire 2 weeks of the opening of the Comedy Mothership. So what I'm about to say might just apply to the opening weeks, or maybe they're going to do this the entire time, I'm not sure. First off, you may have seen from the footage, we had to line up right by the Iron Cactus, a bit of a ways from the Comedy Mothership. They then checked for tickets and gave you a wristband, and they'd send up about 3 to 5 people at a time to go to the front, get searched, walk in, and then enter into the lobby. And then pretty standard when it comes to a lot of comedy shows, it was first come, first serve. So it wasn't like you had assigned seating, so to speak. Whoever got there first got the best seat overall.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So you buy a ticket ahead of time, that guarantees you entry, but then if you want to take a particular seat, you have to get there early. No big deal. That's cool. I'm alright with that. Everyone calling him a nerd. Leave him alone.
So that's a big thing I will say. Like, so if you are going, and this is true for not just the Comedy Mothership, but also the Comedy Store and other venues, if you want to get a really, really good seat, just get there early. Yes, in some venues there are like premium seating sometimes, but typically it's like, hey, you line up, whoever gets there first or has the first spot in line gets one of the best seats, and then it trickles down from that. And I gotta say, I've been to a lot of comedy venues all over. You know, I'm a huge fan of stand-up comedy, and I feel like that was the most, and probably not surprising, the most high-tech and sleek layout of any comedy venue I've ever been to. I feel like a lot of comedy...
And that's something I mentioned before that I thought was really cool, and I thought that's why I was one of the people that thought the club will always be good. I just thought about programming. Because I think I'm sure Joe's kind of a smart dude, but I think earlier on I was thinking, oh, if Joe's going to run it, maybe it won't be that good. But one of the things that he probably did pretty well was probably delegate and have people running the actual club itself and laying it out. But also I'd imagine, you know, having all those flipping, you know, years of experience touring around the country, around the world, you pick up little bits of what you like and what you don't like. And then when you've got that money that Rogan has, you can literally do what you want, because that's the one thing that kind of stops people making good spaces. It's usually regulations, you know, restrictions on stuff that you can build, and obviously funds and time. Like, cause usually the longer it takes to build something or to kit something out, the more money you spend. But Rogan has enough money to, you know, take, you know, how long did it take him to build this? It's like 3 years, it feels like, since he announced he was going to open the club. It took quite a while, but he's able to do it slow and methodical because he's got the money to basically hold out. And he's also been able to pour every single bit he's learned, everything he liked into the club. So it's probably going to be in his head what he thinks a perfect club should look like. Maybe to us it might not look perfect, but to him it will be. Which is why I think when I do eventually open my club, my nightclub, it will definitely be one of the best nightclubs in the world, because of how flipping weirdly nerdy tismy I am over nightclubs. And even though it's weird and it's a loser, you know, interest, but the fact that I've into it so much, I'm sure when I open mine, it's gonna be one of the most world-renowned ones because of all the learning experience that I've got. That's my Kanye moment. Let's continue.
Venues have kind of like a, I don't say an old school style feel, but that's the best way I can word it. I remember just walking in being like, I feel like I'm in more of a music venue or a concert type room than a stand-up comedy club, just because, as you can imagine, it's newly built. Literally at the time of this video, you know, that was the opening night, so it was newly built. Everything from the lighting to the sound to just all these little details, you could tell they put in a lot of work. Even just walking around, kind of checking out the lobby and everything, it was just a phenomenal.
Oh wow! I didn't. Yeah, I remember hearing. Oh, I don't know. So I don't remember hearing that. That's awesome. Eve said Rogan said he hasn't built this club for profit. He's happy to break even. That should be how everyone should be. If you have money and these type of things, build it for, just do it for the sake of doing it, because it's, why not? You got your own club. You can perform at every single day. It's going to be incredible. And more likely than not, we'll definitely end up seeing somebody film a special day. It'll probably be Rogan. Rogan's next special will probably be filmed in that place as well. So it's a great place, you know, to kind of go post up and perform when you want, film your special, nurture new talent, and just catch a vibe, innit? It's legitimately the best thing ever. Essentially it's like a commercial version of a man cave, right? But you get to make some money and help people out. So, you know, it's an excuse to get away from your family, because you know these comedians love leaving their families behind. So you can always say I'm working, and essentially you're going to hang out and drink beers and do some jokes.
Phenomenal layout. And one thing they did, which I loved, is when you go to the lobby, when they're actually performing, there's a huge TV in the lobby. We can actually see the person performing on the main stage.
Oh wow!
So let's say you want to run to the bathroom, and the bathroom is downstairs. The fat man and
that's
the little boy room are kind
amazing.
of upstairs. If let's say you want to run to the bathroom, you can still look at the screen and hear it in the main lobby. Let's say as we're approaching the bathroom.
So as you're taking a shit, you can hear Tim Dillon's punchlines. You can hear Rogan literally humping the stool as you're taking the piss. That's legitimately awesome.
Or whatever. Or let's say you want to go outside to, like, say, smoke or something. You can still see the screen and hear it. I gotta say, what an incredible venue. The entire staff was phenomenal as well. Of course, all the comedians last night were amazing. I gotta say, for the official opening night of the Comedy Mothership of Joe Rogan's new comedy club, it was incredible.
That face at the end, I don't want that. But yeah, big up that guy. I'm down. I want to visit it. I'm definitely down for it. I think it looks cool. People are saying in the chat that I'm finding funny. To be fair, I haven't really found the guy funny, but one thing that I do appreciate about Rogan is that he legitimately cares about stand-up, and he's really into it. Like legit, like he's really into the stand-up comedy. So for me, the fact that he's really into it, and he respects the craft, and he likes raising people up, like he doesn't go around acting as if like he's flipping Dave Chappelle. Even though he knows he has a big audience, he never really talks about being the most funniest guy in a room ever. He always just talks about like really caring about what he does and whatnot. So I think he will go out of his way to book really good people. He wants to put on a good show. Do you know what I mean? That's what I think he wants to do. He wants to put on a good show, and he knows that it doesn't always have to revolve around him. And I think we're going to see that if you going forward, you're going to see like loads of different shows on there, loads of people passing through. It's going to be pretty cool to see. And just the layout, how everything is, blah, blah, blah. So I'm more interested about the club than about him personally. But I do want to quickly check one thing. He had a short here. I want to see what kind of content this guy does.
Staff was phenomenal as well. Of course, all the comedians last night were amazing. I gotta say, for the
Diet Soda does what? Let's see this. What's his short? Am I gonna die? Look, what is this? What's he doing here?
Mixing your alcohol with Diet Coke will actually get you drunk faster. Just please don't abuse that knowledge.
As a former bartender, this is actually 100% true. It sounds ridiculous, but any diet soda, specifically anything with aspartame, that's kind of like the secret ingredient, will actually make you being more specific 18% drunker than if you have normal soda. So let's say if you're tight on a budget, or let's say you just want to get super drunk for whatever reason, make sure you're responsible and everything. If let's say you order a shot.
Oh yeah, thanks for letting us be. Thanks for advising us to be responsible. What's his name? Frederick Caruco or something? Mark? Thank you, Mark, for making us be responsible.
And as a chaser, you get diet soda as opposed to regular soda, you'll get more drunk. This is actually a really useful technique, especially when I used to be broke. I'd go to the bar.
This is actually basically when I used to be broke. Americans love doing that, innit? Like talking and then just laughing at what they say, even when it's not funny. When I was broke, yeah, it's like, dude.
And I'd order like a beer and say, hey, is there any way I could just get like a small thing of Diet Coke or a side of Diet Coke? Most of the time, the bar would give me diet soda for free because they're like, whatever, it's just like a mixer. So I'd chug that thing of diet soda and then I'd have a beer, liquor, basically whatever I'm drinking, because it would actually get me 18% drunker.
How old is this man? If you're not under 18 or if you're not under 21, you shouldn't be thinking about this sort of stuff, really, should you? Like, just buy a drink or just stay at home. If you're too poor to get drunk outside, just buy drinks and drink at home like everyone else does. Like, what is this going to bars and drinking diet soda? Like, this is stuff that you do when you're in college or uni. Like, as a grown adult, like adult, just because he shaves his beard doesn't mean that this guy's an old, a grown man. I don't think he's 21 years old. That's flipping hilarious, man. But big up Mark anyway for that. Still, he did help us out with the comedy mothership. So hopefully, yes, 80% drunker. 80% drunker, and ideally you'll want to do this in an area where there's loads of like high school girls. Like, that's usually the best place to do it. You get 80% drunk around girls that are 18 plus. So what? Oh shit, this guy is fucking wild. All right, cool. We got the tour of that. Now we're gonna do let's see. Wait, REDBAND spoke about it too. Let's see what REDBAND said. I don't know, man. Let's see what I've never listened to REDBAND's podcast, so this might be awful. And he looks legitimately like he lives in a flipping skip, or like a what do you guys call it? Like a trash thing, whatever. He definitely looks like he smells. But let's just check it out anyway, regardless. And he got that voice, that kind of weird voice going on. Like, his voice doesn't really match his body, innit? If you close your eyes and you listen to REDBAND, you never guess he looks the way he does. Like, or maybe it's just me. Let's just double check this. This is REDBAND talking about his podcast. I haven't seen this clip anyway, but let's just see if we can fast forward to the section where he speaks about the comedy mothership. Bear with me 1 second while I get it loaded up on the screen. My non-fiber optic Wi-Fi is going crazy. Cool. Yeah, let's get up on the screen here. Let's see what it's saying. Come on, load. Okay, cool. Done. It's loaded. Okay, dumpster. Yes, a dumpster. Lives in the dumpster. Okay, come on. What kind of intro is this? Get going. Really nice, dumb intro though. Yes, big up Tyler.
Thanks for all the LOLs.
Big up Tyler then. Appreciate you, man. Thanks on 666. Appreciate you. Loads of 666 coming in. Loads of Satan vibes, yeah? Okay, cool. You know? Little Uzi Vert fans out there. Okay, come on. Where's this pod start? Okay, there. Jesus Christ, what kind of intro? How many intros do you have, brother?
Other surprises. If you want your tickets, go to capcitycomedy.com. That's March 15th, next Wednesday, 8 o'clock.
Comedians and their fucking dates, man. How hard is it just to say, hey, go on BryanRedband.com and see me for new dates and tickets. I have a couple of gigs coming up this weekend. Get them fast. They're going quickly. And then just keep moving on with your content. How easy is it to do that? Why are they all obsessed with reading out where they're going to perform? No one remembers. No one gives a shit that you're performing in Utah. No one cares. Comedians all do this. They all remember their dates. Like, who gives a shit? Just say at BryanRedband.com, go to click tickets, get your tickets, get ready. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Or just go to DeathSquad.tv and click on tour dates.
Yeah, that's easy. Just do that.
Come on out. Come see me do a full set. It's going to be a lot of fun. And the Cap City Comedy Club is pretty awesome.
he's kind of looking a little bit like Ethan Klein, isn't it? He looks a little bit. He's starting to Redband starts looking a bit like Ethan, isn't it? They kind of got the same sort of face, no? He's a little bit Ethan-y, no? Or am I bugging out?
Also, you can also, don't forget, if you click on tour dates at the very top, you can come see my weekly.
Okay, enough, man. Enough with the promos. Enough with the plugs.
If you've been playing along, if you've been paying attention, you know, when Joe Rogan moved out here, he was going to open.
God damn, man. Comedy ages you, innit? He looks rough. How old is this guy? How old is Bryan REDBAND? Hold on, what was that other automatic thing I had on my list? How old? What was that? I said girls. Look what I've got on my list. Look, I've got in my search history. How old are girls who play high school basketball? That's because of the Drake. Remember that Drake topic of him speaking? That's because of that Drake topic. That's why I've got that. That's so fucking crazy. Auto thing. Oh god, that looks wild. Anyway, how old is Bryan? What is it? Bryan REDBAND. Oh, he's 48. Okay, I thought he's younger than that. But he looks like a rough 48 though, isn't it? No? He's like a rough 48. Oh shit. Okay, let's go back to him. Where is he? REDBAND, where are you? Okay, yeah, comedy ages you, innit? But it should be surprising because I think in the world of DJing, where I'm in, it's still nightlife, and it's just entertainment stuff. It's nightlife, and you're in bars and pubs. But it's kind of frowned upon to be a party boy, even though most people do drugs and drink a lot. When you're on stage, no one really. There's not a lot of DJs that actually are like chugging back drinks and shit and like acting drunk. They even if they're high or drunk, they try and act like they're not. So it's kind of looked down upon to be like indulging yourself. Whereas I feel like if you're a comedian, the more of a fuck up you are, the better it is kind of your image a little bit. It kind of makes you look a bit edgy. I don't know, maybe the audience probably likes it because it's kind of like they kind of maybe live vicariously through you because maybe their lives are just kind of, you know, kind of normal, but they get to kind of see you and hear your crazy stories, and it kind of, you know, gives them life and whatnot. But it's just definitely encouraged a lot more. So it's probably difficult to stay clean, to be somewhat healthy. Is quite hard, which maybe explains why the comedians that are healthy and clean don't shut up about it. They can't stop talking about how much they work out, what strict diet on. It's like enough, but it makes sense though because everybody in there is like, you know, for the most part, looks like REDBAND. You know what I mean? Where they look way older than what they are.
Been up a new comedy club, and it's been a while since you know, a lot of stuff has happened in the last couple of years. You know, there was a whole venue change. At one point, Joe was going to have his venue somewhere else.
Oh yeah, true.
That fell through, and he decided to go with the classic.
I think that old venue actually was a blessing in disguise. 'Cause I remember when I spoke about it on our podcast, somebody that's from Austin told me, or said in the comments when I made a clip originally about this comedy store, that the original location where Joe Rogan was meant to have his first one that fell through, that it was in the middle of nowhere. It was actually, it would be a bad idea because it was kind of like far out. It wasn't in the city center or anything. I'm not sure if you guys remember that. I remember someone said that in my comments once. So maybe it was a blessing in disguise. He ended up with this one.
Historic Alamo Theater, which is in downtown Austin. It used to be a few different things in its life. The last thing it was a Alamo Draft House, which is a movie theater, and they filed bankruptcy, or they left. So Rogan bought the whole building and pretty much gutted it out, and, you know, saved a lot of its history, but also, you know, fixed it for, like, you know, it was a movie theater. So they had, you know, how like movie theaters have like the stadium seating. So he had to, you know, redo the whole concrete.
I like how Americans pronounce theater. It's theater. Wait, theater. How do you say it? Theater. So many extra syllables, no? Well, let me hear that again.
Also, you know, fixed it for, like, you know, it was a movie theater. So they had, you know, how like
theater
have like the stadium seating. So he had to, you know, redo the whole concrete and everything like that. And he pretty much just pumped that place with just everything high tech, and like the sound system, one of the best sound systems you'll ever hear in a comedy club.
Amazing.
It sound like when they were testing out the sound, it sounded like a freaking, you know, IMAX movie theater, you know, like with the THX shit going on. It was just unbelievable sound, unbelievable stage, one of the most beautiful stages you'll ever see. And but there's also all these little
by the way, another thing I remembered. Stargate SG1 is obviously the easy thing to think about when you're thinking about Joe Rogan's Comedy Club and that kind of stage, right? That amazing backdrop he's got. But you know what it reminds me of a little bit? I was thinking in terms of the colors, in terms of maybe the fonts that are using, especially on some of the merch. You know what it reminds me of? Battlestar Galactica. If people in here are sci-fi fans like I am, Battlestar Galactica, one of the best fucking series ever. It kind of reminds me a little bit of their kind of like of that kind of style, of that kind of branding, that kind of grey, the sharp angles, like that's really cool. It kind of gives me that kind of Battlestar Galactica vibe. So Stargate SG1 is obviously the obvious thing, but a lot of that signs, I think there's even a couple of seasons where they go to there's like a sect they go to, where they kind of like, they can see into the future. I forgot what season it was. And it's in there. It's kind of giving me, you know, Battlestar Galactica vibes a little bit more.
Rogan touches throughout the place, including the glasses, having little alien heads on them, and so much fun stuff. Now, I went last night, popped in there, and it was Joe Rogan was there. Of course, Roseanne was there. Ron White was there. Tony was there. David Lucas was there. William Montgomery. I mean, it was just
Brendan Shaw, Brian Callen, Crystalia.
Pretty much was there. And I tell you, man, I can't. You know, sometime I'll go there and, you know, take some more photos or videos and stuff. I didn't really take much because I was just enjoying myself. But you really got to.
We know.
Check it out. Now I do have some things that I filmed. And we also have a guy that was there last night that made a YouTube video that we can take a look at. One of the funnest things, you might have seen this on my Instagram, we're in the green room, and this is just to show you how new this place is. Literally, the mirror in the green room, one of the mirrors in the green room still had the plastic on it, you know, where you peel the plastic off.
I want to know who's going to be the first person in that green room to do coke, to take some heroin, to do a bit of ket, to do a couple of acid tabs. Maybe it's gonna be Ari Shafir. Who's gonna be the first person to christen that green room? Because you know they have all those stories about the Comedy Store, about people, you know, sucking and fucking in the back. Who's gonna be the first to really turn that place into a debauchery hellhole? Who's gonna be the first, or who's gonna be the first person to catch a case? Who's gonna be the first person to catch a case? Like someone reported sexual arrest. Who's gonna be the first person? I want to know who's gonna be the first to catch a case there.
And Jamie noticed it, and here's a little video of Jamie peeling off the plastic. This is how new the
wow. Young Jamie is not young, innit? But he's looking absolutely ripped. Look at the arms. Look at the arms on that guy.
Clearly, Jamie is peeling the plastic off this. So check this out.
You can see it. Oh my god, what if it catches fire because there's like...
Why has that got a ring on it? Light? Is that like a camera? Is that like a special camera mirror? Or some sort of does it upload pictures to your Instagram and shit? What's that ring light there?
A lot of people liked it. I posted this video because a lot of people don't get to see Jamie much. Jamie's a little shy guy, it seems like. It was great hanging out with Jamie.
Nah, REDBAND. Jamie just knows his place. You probably should have done that and not been annoying, and he might not have got fired, mate. You know what I mean? He just knows his place. He knows what he's here to do. He's very good at it. He's probably the best Googler in the history of the world. You know, he runs that flipping podcast well. Everything's produced well. The audio's always tight. The videos are flipping amazing. You know, he knows his place. He does his job. He does it very well, and everything goes well. But the moment you try to step in and do your nonsense, like that's one of the parts why I hate to watch Kill Tony. REDBAND's fucking awful flipping management of that soundboard and just clunkiness in general, man. He's not the greatest in that. If anything, REDBAND should be taking more of a back seat on Kill Tony and actually just producing it in the background if he can, which I'm not even sure if he's actually even good at, to be fair. But regardless, he should be doing that more often than actually being on stage and doing the button swing. That's really, really bad in my opinion.
Though last night.
A cameraman going, whoa. Yeah, it's whole show.
There's William behind us, drinking his soda water. So yeah, there's just a little peek of a green room. It's really cool. There's this neon sign here that has a famous
Oh yeah, Chris Mack. Yeah, true. The infamous red bar. But honestly, I'm gonna note this down. I'll watch this next time. I will put this down for my thing. That's a really good one. I forgot about that. Red bar Bill Burr. So Red Band Bill Burr is good. Oh, I got to note that down. Let me note that on my list. I got to watch that for next time. Red Band. Oh, he's had some good memories, but he's had some good moments, Red Band, isn't it? He's had some good moments. But again, he's not on Rogan anymore, but he's still got a pretty decent life, man. Do you know what I mean? He probably still got a pretty decent life, to be fair. So big up him anyway. And I'm sure Rogan looks after him anyway as well, which is good.
famous Joey Diaz quote. I think it says, "Get it together, cocksucker," or something like that. You know.
Oh wow, that's
to
nice.
remind you,
Nice.
Before you go on stage.
Nice.
Get your shit together, cocksucker. A lot of personal touches, and including just they have two big TVs. One for there's two stages there. There's like the big stage and the small stage. Last night it was only the big stage. There was only one show last night because they're literally. This is the first time the whole staff has done a show. It's like training for everybody, and it went so smooth that it's amazing. Because I've been on a lot of openings for restaurants and stuff like that, but everything's in the sound, everything seemed to have gone
We can tell.
super smooth. Here's also another video I took. Now, unfortunately, I took it because I was going to put it on Instagram, but I just didn't do it last night. So it's a whatever up and down video, unfortunately. But this shows you hallway. So right when you walk in.
Oh wow! Look at that alien figure they've got. Madness.
This is in the hallway. So right when you walk in, there's like these little, just tons of little things. Like here's like just a little alien, and he seems to be looking up at the sky. Well, he's looking up the sky because when you walk in, there's this huge UFO.
That's
And
pretty cool.
Not only is it a UFO, it's also a projector, and it's projecting on the wall. So when you walk in, or if you go to the lobby or something like, or you go out to have a cigarette or whatever you're doing, it's actually shining the show into the lobby like a movie theater. And
Wow,
this
that's
was
pretty
later
awesome.
in the night. The shows were already over, and
So it's like a UFO version of like a STEM player. That STEM player projector thing they got. That's pretty cool.
Joe was just showing me around, and so this is after the show, and he's just talking to the staff, you know, and seeing how their night was and stuff. It's kind of adorable because Joe is now, you know, an owner of a club, which is very exciting. So here's the alien looking up at the UFO. Here's the beautiful box office. You know, if you've ever been in the Alamo too, this probably looks somewhat familiar, but somewhat different. Here's the projector on the screen. It's just this big.
Wow, that's awesome. I like that.
Movie theater thing when you walk in. And here's Rogan talking to the new staff, which.
Look at that hoodie skirt thing he's got. There's something that happens to you, innit? When you make a lot of money, like when you're like rich, there's just something that happens where you just you know, your dress sense just goes out the window. Maybe because you have too much money and you just have too many options. I feel like sometimes when you're broke, you maybe look the cutest because you don't really have much to choose from. You have to go thrifting. You have to go buy, you know, high street stuff. You have to go maybe buy yourself on Shein and whatnot. You figure it out. But when you've got all the money in the world, it's so difficult to put like a look together because you can have anything you want. And Rogan's got this skirt hoodie thing on, which is hilarious considering how short he is. It looks, you know, looks interesting. But maybe he is actually, I wonder, because I think if it was me and I had my own club, right? When I have my own club eventually, I'm going to have somebody managing it. I'm obviously going to be in there popping in, acting like the star, you know, swanning in and stuff, right? And playing when I want. but I'll have somebody managing the club, like actual managing it day to day, and you know, making sure things are run the way it needs to be run. But do you reckon Joe's mad enough to be running the club? Do you think he's going to be that kind of guy? He's going to be actually there, like as a manager running it, like, you know, or is he going to be the owner guy? I wonder. What's he going to do? It's kind of crazy if he does that, to be fair. That's a lot of work, man.
You might even recognize a lot of these guys. There's Christina Mariani on the left. There's Fuzzy right here on the right. These are comics that you might have seen on Kill Tony before, or if you've been to
so
shows they're on.
He's got comics working at the thing. Is that a good idea to have people that want to be on the stage working? Do they make good employees? Like, I would always imagine if I had a club, I wouldn't want wannabe DJs to work behind a bar. You want like people that can actually be good bartenders and good waitresses, because their mind's always going to be half like wanting to go on stage, isn't it? Maybe, I don't know, but I guess that's how it works in comedy clubs, right? The whole thing, that's the whole like allure of like the Comedy Store back in the day, was that the door guys were like comedians, and you'd learn, you know, you kind of work your way out from like, you know, doing the ticket thing and all that shit. But I don't think that's, I don't know, I wouldn't want that if I had a bar. You know what I mean? If I had a bar, I wouldn't want to be musicians there. I want people to actually want to bartend. Like, if you want to be a musician, I'll book you, but if you want to bartend, you bartend. But hey, maybe I am completely off on that one.
Pretty much almost a ton of them. And that's one cool thing about this club also, just kind of like the Comedy Store, all the employees that work there are comics. So there's just another thing. And again, I'm sorry I didn't take too much video or anything. I'm sure I'll be taking more and more, and you know, throughout the time. But luckily, there is somebody that I found. Now, I don't know who this guy is, and his name is Mark.
Okay, no, we already heard it. So he's spoken about the same thing. Anyway, we got the gist of it. He liked it. He loved it. REDBAND's all over it. Interesting room, innit? Yo, imagine bringing back a lady and you got a room full of this stuff. God damn it, bro. That's a room, innit? You know for sure there's some pizza boxes on the floor and shit. But yeah, big up REDBAND regardless. Thank you for, you know, thank you for this. Joe looks like a fucked up dude. Joe's frame is interesting, isn't it? He's interesting, but hey, we're just. I've always said before, we're lucky Joe Rogan's not 6'6" or something, or 6'4". He already is the way he is now. Imagine if Joe was 6'6" or 6'4" or 6'2", 6'1", how he'd be. I think the fact that he, you know, God decided to give him shortness, like the way he looks, and he's like really like just like pocket sized. I think it kind of mellowed him out a bit. Like his head is not super big. But imagine if Joe was 6'1", 6'2", 6'3", 6'4". You could not speak to him, mate. And he was actually imagine he was actually a former Navy SEAL. Like, he actually did fight in the UFC. Imagine if Joe had that kind of history. Former Navy SEAL, former UFC fight. Like, he was like a taller version of Tim Kennedy. More bearable. Like, imagine. Oh. Anyway, we did that. REDBAND. So let's go to the pièce de résistance. Let's do Brendan on JANKO. Let's do Brendan on flipping George JANKO. Where is it? Where's that tab? Load up, you absolute wanker. Where are you? Yeah, there we go. Let's do Brendan. Let's do Brendan on George JANKO. This should be interesting. Number one, I think it should be interesting because as much as this George JANKO guy comes across like a bit of a turbo dork, he is still like way more. I find all the guys in that kind of LA scene, outside of the comedians, even the cringy ones like the Bradley Martins, they're still way more self-aware than the LA types. Like, they don't live in a bubble. They kind of do engage with their comments. They kind of listen to, they know what the feedback is about them, whether they change or not. Like, for instance, Logan Paul and Jake Paul are a good example. Logan Paul and Jake Paul know what people say about them, but they don't let it dictate how they move. They just keep doubling down because it makes them money, right? But they're not sensitive to people calling them out for being scammers or whatever. They know it exists, but, you know, has flipping Logan Paul paid anyone back since he did that flipping scam? Or for the flipping what's it called, for the NFTs? Of course not. But he knows it's out there, but he's not going to be deleting comments and shit and blocking you if you say stuff to him. Say what you want. But these comedians, especially the likes of Brendan Schaub and stuff, they can't handle even people saying anything bad to them. Like they're so allergic and so sensitive, so thin-skinned. So even though this George Janko guy seems like a bit of a turbo dork, he's still way more self-aware than any of the LA types. So it'll be interesting to see Brendan sitting down with somebody who knows that he doesn't, you know, he's not the most well-liked person online, and then having that kind of understanding of like, we're both not well-liked by people online, but we are gonna try to connect in some way, you know, like it's gonna be interesting to see it going forward. But let's see. So let's get this on. It's George Janko on Brendan Schaub on George Janko. What's the law with him as well with him on Logan, by the way? Didn't even know in the chat. Did he get fired from the Impulsive podcast? Did he leave? Was it because of Bobby Lee? I guess it's all cool because he's got prime drinks fucking everywhere. So that's nice of Logan, right? He kicks him off his podcast and then says, hey, don't worry, man, I'll set you up. So he gives him a deal to have Prime, and then they make some money. But what happened with him? Did he get kicked off? Did he leave? Did Bobby Lee leave him? I don't know what's going on. And I'm assuming this person's his wife, right? Or his girlfriend. I'm assuming. But hey, let's go. He went full Jesus mode. Oh, really? He's a Christian that you know, uses profanity and has sex outside of marriage. Hypocrites. Religious people. Who would have thought?
How do you feel about the cancel culture?
Yeah, they found him guilty of shooting her in both her feet.
He shot both her feet?
Yeah.
Are we rolling? I'm so glad we're rolling. I'm just kidding. No, please go adopt if you can't afford it. He goes, say it one more fucking time. Bro, I look at him and I go, dude, he's going to kill me. This is broad daylight. Everybody's watching this guy right now.
Does anyone eat this stuff just on air?
This is the second time we've ever done this.
I enjoy it.
We do an ASMR segment.
Love that. I got some energy drinks.
ASMR segment. You have to.
Oh, look, Brendan's wearing headphones. Finally, thank God, man. Why doesn't Brendan Schaub wear headphones on his own podcast? Considering he interrupts everybody every 5 seconds, like I pause videos every 2 seconds. Why doesn't he wear headphones? What's the deal with not wearing headphones? I don't understand this. That podcast, The Final Kid, would be so much improved if they wore headphones. But hey, what do I know?
To crunch into the mic.
Yeah, I have that condition. I think it's called mesothelioma or whatever, where chewing triggers me.
Oh.
Why does he lie? Why does he lie? Again, we're lying already. You eat with your mouth. Let me just get this up. Let's just do this right now, because I hate already I'm having to do this, but we're gonna have to do this right now because already he's annoying me. So let's go here. New tab. Brendan Schaub eating. Right? Enter. Let's see what comes up on the flipping images. Images. Supposedly he has misophonia, whatever that was. What do you call it? How do you pronounce it? Misophonia. How do you pronounce this? How do you pronounce that? How do you spell it? Oh, there we go. Misophonia. Let's see the meaning of misophonia, because already he's annoying me. He's already lying. Misophonia. What is it? Misophonia. People with can we flip and dictate this? No, we can't. People with misophonia are affected emotionally by common sounds, usually those made by others and usually ones that others don't pay attention to. The examples above: breathing, yawning, chewing, create a fight or flight response that triggers anger and a desire to escape. When's the last time you've seen Brendan do this? Game of Thrones, window, expire. Let's see, because we don't want to write the word we want to write, right? Let's see if it comes up. When's the last time we've seen Brendan do this? Please. When is it? Where is it? Oh, it's not here. Game of Thrones, window, suicide. Who's that guy again? Was it Tommy Baratheon? Brendan Schaub has never done this. Ever. He's never done this. All right. Allegedly, if you got misophonia, according to the flipping Google definition, when people chew too loudly or breathe too hard or yawn too much, you want to do this. He's never done this. Some people, maybe the guys over at the Homeless Cats TFATK Fighting the Kids subreddit, some of them probably want him to do this, right? There's probably a small, really, stringent faction out there that want him to step out of some sort of window, right? Some of them do. Not me, because I'm a lover, not a fighter. But come on. Let's not lie. And then also, if you go here, look at this. You just type in Brendan Schaub eating, right, into your search bar, and look at the images you get up. Look at the images. Look at the images. Look at the content. This guy allegedly has misophonia. This guy. This guy. This guy. This guy. This guy. this picture's the worst because allegedly he had like what looked like shit on his Jordans, and then he took a spit from his mouth and tried to wipe it off like shit on his thing. Look at that. This guy has misophonia. This guy, he's been sticking out his tongue since he's in the UFC. Look at him. Look at this. Misophonia. Come on. Look. He even got Francis to do it. Anyway, let's continue. 1 minute in and he's already lying.
Oh yeah.
It's like I'm a Vietnam War vet and I'll just fucking start snapping nets.
Oh, you don't like people when they chew loud? No, it's a big thing.
My sister's like
And
that.
guzzling water, it triggers me.
Water?
Yeah, like I was in fucking Vietnam. I go crazy.
Oh yeah, let's say the Vietnam joke twice in case you didn't hear it.
You know
Are we rolling? I'm so glad we're rolling. What's up, guys? Welcome back. I'm fixing my mic right now. I am.
Hold on.
Rolling.
This is like an LA laugh. No one really laughs like this in real life. I only see this laugh when I watch podcasts. Whenever someone laughs like this, is a good lesson for everybody. Watch this. Whenever somebody's laughing like this around you, what you said wasn't funny. They're trying to be your friend. If you're a woman, they're trying to fuck. If you're a guy who's got money, they're trying to lend some money. If you're a guy with a car, they're trying to get a lift back home. If you've got a PlayStation, latest one at home, they're trying to come over to play. If you've got nice trainers, they want to borrow some of your trainers. If you cook, they want you to make them something, and they're hungry. If you've got a spare bed, they want to sleep in it. This is not a real laugh. This is like, help me out, do me a favor. That's that laugh. Like, god damn.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. I'm fixing my mic right now. I am very, very excited. Hold on, let me make sure I'm recording because every time I'm really excited. Okay, we are recording. I'm here with Thick Boy, Brendan Schaub, the man who's on every single podcast known to man. He's mastered it like a ninja. He's on stages left and right doing stand-up. He'll also take your girl and beat your ass.
Georgia pop star. Honestly, that video is still giving me nightmares. I can't believe you guys got me to search. I'm never doing that again. I'm never taking you guys' recommendation of music ever again. You guys scarred me, man. That video was absolutely awful. That song, like, what?
This is the best intro I've ever given.
Yeah, I'll take it, dude. I need to come around here more often.
No, please, bro.
Forget therapy. Are you cheaper than $200 an hour?
Dude, I'll pay you $200 an hour.
Yeah, I'm in, dude.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for coming on, dude. This is my 8th or 7th episode, and I was literally, before you got in here, I was like just going on about how
Who's next? Bobby Lee. Is he gonna try to get Bobby Lee on?
Grateful I am because I get my line of work. I got blessed with doors opening up quicker than I think I deserved. And now I'm on under 10 episodes and I have people at your status on my podcast, and it's a blessing. So I just wanted to say thank you for
No,
being
of course,
here.
man. Yeah, right when they brought your name up, I was like, yeah, you know why? And the reason why everyone fucks with you is because you're a nice guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're a good person. So
I appreciate
yeah,
that.
assholes don't get very far.
What? Assholes don't get very far. Mate, you've got very far being an asshole. People could, what's the thing called? I beg to differ. I beg to differ, mate. You got very far in life being an asshole. If anything, you proved it doesn't matter if you're an asshole. If you got the right friends, you can get very far. Right friends being Rogan and obviously Bryan Callen. Come on, geezer, man. You're a nice guy.
Well, I mean, I can't be an asshole, especially to people like you, because then you could just fuck me up.
I wish I was meaner, man.
I want to get into this, bro.
I'd be further along in my career.
How I do my version of the podcast is I like to go a little deeper. I had a great conversation with your brother, the kid,
Yes.
and it was
my much older brother.
Much older
Yes.
brother. But his spirit is young, bro. His spirit is very young.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
But don't you find it funny that whenever they do try and, you could tell the love's not there anymore between them? Because before, whenever someone would mention Brendan to Bryan or Bryan to Brendan, they'd go over the top of their praise. Obviously, Bryan still does it now because essentially Brendan pays his wages, right? He's employee now. They're no longer partners, and he's just a cuck for him. It is what it is. But whenever someone mentions Bryan to Brendan, he doesn't really go out of his way to like give him his flowers. He does this kind of like sunning thing. Yeah, all right, it'd be all right. But it kind of comes from a real place. He doesn't like to like give him any sort of praise or props at all. I wonder what that's about. I wonder whether he still has resentment for the rape charges. Like, you left me here by myself, man. First I lost Chris, my first love. Then I lost you. I had no one. Maybe he still has whole resentment, but he doesn't really give him any props on anymore.
But yesterday I got to see the older dad version of him, like how he thinks when it comes to his kids and his theology of life and how he coordinates his decisions. And
Very wise.
Very wise.
He's one of the smartest people I know. Yeah,
I could tell.
Brian's a beast.
I get jealous of your crew.
Really?
I get jealous of your crew because
what crew?
I think that you guys have mastered
There's no one left.
elevating each other elegantly and not overboard, but also you guys support each other in a loving way when it comes to like no one's upset who's going faster, who's going slower, and I think it's just that.
According to BGL, Brendan doesn't understand why Josh Wolf sells tickets. He's a hater of Shane Gillis. Brendan's the biggest hater, isn't it? He's even more of a hater than anyone on the Fighting the Kid subreddit, really. And the subreddit people aren't haters. They discuss the podcast. Yeah, he's the biggest hater of the crew.
Manhood. Like, I think in my lane right now, they're in their 20s. You know what I mean? Like, so everybody's still young and like their mindset is young, and the way they coordinate their decisions isn't at their, like, I mean, obviously people like Logan is different. They're coordinating at like a weird level of like intelligence.
He's moving at a different level.
Exactly. Mike, I'm blessed because he came from the streets, so he has that street smart. So
he's also older too.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so I have been, there is people in my life that I pick their brains and I get a lot of wisdom from them.
As far as the crew, yeah, it's like this, it's a group of guys, but the younger crew your crew can learn from it. It's like what's good for Bryan or good for Theo or good for Dalia is good for everyone. Like the boat rises together.
Yeah.
Like just because whoever Chris is killing it doesn't take away from me. You know. And I think comics especially, or podcasters with comics especially, think, oh, that guy, whatever. He's selling more tickets because of this, and it's a reflection on themselves. Like it has nothing.
Oh, someone mentioned about the tab. What's happened to his mustache?
Whatever.
Did he,
he's selling.
Did he fuck up his mustache? Also, why does he cut his facial hair like this? Why don't you just like grow it normally, like a beard, or just like have like the goatee and the thing? What's with this stuff? It's like half Mormon. Like what is going on here with this facial hair? And again, if you spend all that money on trainers, can't you just get someone to cut your beard? No. If I spend all that money on trainers, I drive all these luxury cars, I live in this great house, like I would be okay with having the guy come to my house and cut my hair like every day or every week. It's not a big deal. You got it, isn't it? The way strange.
On more tickets because of this, and it's a reflection on themselves. Like it has nothing to do with you, man.
100%.
There's enough tickets out there for everyone.
Yep. How do you deal with? Because I could ask anybody who sits in that chair and be like, how do you deal with the hate?
Yeah.
How do you deal with people attacking your character? Because when you're...
That's the only thing you can talk to him about, isn't it, in the first 5 minutes? Because you type in Brendan's name onto YouTube and it's absolutely flooded with shit. The first thing you have to say, how do you say... Actually, I'm curious. Let me see if you go... Let me go in incognito mode. Let's see. Let's go incognito. Let's see what happens. Let's see incognito mode, right? Let's see what happens here. Let's do YouTube. Let's see what happens when you go incognito mode and see what happens. The first things that pop up when you search his name on YouTube. Because unfortunately, it's impossible to not, ask those questions because, hey, when you search your name on YouTube, the first thing you get is all this shit. So let's see what happens. Come on. Come on. This might be a bad idea to multitask on this computer, but we're going to try. Come on, it's loading. It's getting there. My thing is loading like, back in there when you had AOL internet, you had to use the CD. Let's see if this loads. Come on now. Uh-oh, it's getting there. It's getting there. We've got grids. Are we going to get thumbnails? Come on. It's hanging in there. Come on, Mac. There we go. It's got it. Oh, really? YouTube has its own built-in incognito. I didn't know that. Okay. Really? Okay. I'll use that next time. I didn't know that. I should have known that, really, innit? But hey. Okay, cool. Reject all. Let's go. So let's go here. And let's say Brenda Schaub. Let's see what comes up. The first thing. Let's see what comes up. The first thing. What's the first thing you get? Jared Mellerek. Wow, you have great internet. Thank you. Close them Iggy tabs. Exactly. Look at the first thing that pops up when you go on incognito. The first thing. Brendan Schaub steals from Rogan and Chris D'Elia. Brendan Schaub addresses firing Mark Harley. Obviously, the podcast we're watching. Firing the kid. Okay, so it's not too bad his own content. It comes there. Comedians react to Brendan Schaub latest stand-up special. Brendan Schaub uses Reddit but doesn't subscribe to social media. I love it. Brendan Schaub, Tiger Belly. Sorry, Gringo Pappy. Right, it hasn't moved, didn't it? It's been. I feel like it's been on 1.8 million for. It's been on like 1 million for ages. That's a bad thing, isn't it? So it went viral for all the wrong reasons. It got to over 1 million because he bought views. But then I guess now everyone's seen all the little bits about it. No one's bothering about it anymore. Brendan Schaub experience here, full blast. Jesus Christ, so many. Anyway, you get the gist. Let's go back to the video.
I just learned this because I got to a certain level in my life where people will portray me to be something that I'm not. And especially who's somebody who works on his character a lot, it is very suffocating to be like, whoa, I would even make those decisions behind closed doors and you guys are publicly saying I would. And that's like crazy for my heart.
Brandon doesn't
now, I'm George Janko, the guy who's like preaching Jesus all the time. I'm not a guy who could like run up on you and fuck you up.
Let's
you know
see.
what I'm saying?
Let's see how Brandon
What
does
does that
it.
do to you knowing that you're reading this shit and you're like, I could kill you?
As far as
Am I the only person who doesn't really understand, like, what is this new form of Christianity where, like, you're allowed to curse, you're allowed to use profanity, you're allowed to smash and stuff? Like, what is this form of Christianity? Isn't it a bit weird to you, or is it just me because I'm getting triggered because I used to go to church when I was younger? What is this person? You're saying you're the Jesus guy, but then you're like dropping loads of F-bombs and all that everywhere. You're like basically speaking like me. You know what I mean? Like, what kind of Christianity is this? What Bible is he reading?
Is like criticism or like hate?
Just like people in the industry.
Koya's saying it's LA thing. It's like, so bright. Okay, cool. I get it. That makes sense then. It's tied in with that. Very strange. No way, Eddie D. No chance.
We won't mention people's names, but people in the industry that come after you when you're, because I realize how this industry works.
It's a good thing.
When they hit at you, it's when the momentum's already going down, so they're trying to even make it go faster.
Yes.
And I realized that I've had like people make YouTube videos on me and do all these crazy things, but the truth always comes out, and so I'm very safe in that.
You can't worry about that stuff because it's not real.
Oh, see what I mean? George Janko is very aware of how he comes across, right? He might be a bit corny, he might be a bit of a dork, he might be a bit fake in his own way, but he's aware of how he comes across to people. Whether or not he wants to change or not is up to him. Maybe sometimes you lean into it, like the Logan Pauls and Jake Pauls, make more money, but he's aware. Brendan doesn't even want to look. He doesn't even want to give the videos any credence. So that video of him telling lies that I watched the other day, that's just lie. It doesn't even matter. That guy's at the shit on the bottom of his shoe, as Ariel said one time, because he thinks he's better than everybody. He doesn't think he thinks his shit doesn't stink. Ariel was right about that. That's one of the Brendan's really bad character defects or personality traits that I've kind of seen. I'm like, you know what? I got to make sure I don't do that in my life. Like, he legitimately doesn't think he does anything that would warrant the amount of kind of hate he does get, which is bizarre to me, because if I was him and I was getting that level of hate, at some point I'll be like, okay, cool. Let's just take a look at this and see what they're saying, because it has to be coming from a real place. All these people can't all be trolls. They can't all be haters. They're not all homeless cats. Some of them must just be like regular people who are fans of mine, and at one point they got turned off. Let me figure out what's going on. But he doesn't even want to engage with it. He doesn't even want to engage with it. It doesn't matter. It's not real. What?
Because, and I got this quote from Bilal Muhammad, who's a fantastic UFC fighter in the welterweight division. Great. He put, when the hate doesn't work, they tell lies. So since I've started in comedy, because I came from a different path, right? I didn't come from open mics. I came from, I had a fan base from the UFC, and then started in a different, my open mics were sold out bread.
No. You didn't. You got hate because you got basically a bump in your career because of Rogan. And you also got hate because once you because I think people forget, because I was a fan back then, he was super arrogant when he started to get booked. Like, he wasn't even like appreciative of like, I was sick. He was flexing on people. He used to flex on Bryan Callen and stuff, and people got turned off by it, especially when they found out when they went to his shows and he was terrible. Like, it's just a fact of life. But he never acknowledged the kind of bump he got from Rogan, the bump from his podcast, and he actively went out of his way not to do open mics. He didn't do them. He basically thought he could skip that step because he was performing in front of his own audience, which essentially killed him in the end, because now he's in a position where he's so far down the line, it's impossible to be like reflective and to start listening to your jokes because it's worked from so far. Why would he change it? You know what I mean? So yeah, he's full of shit here.
So Chicago theater, like these giant venues, which for comics who come from those open mics, it, you know, I'm sure can make them feel a certain way. I totally understand. I expected that.
No, you brought your own audience.
No, you
I
don't.
get it.
Yeah.
I 100% get it. I'm like, man, if I could help you, which is why I help so many comics.
Oh,
Like,
I hate this. I hate this fake kind of helping thing, man. That is so, what's that thing called? It's him being I forgot that there's a word for it that he's doing there. He's kind of dissing them in a way. If I can help you, like, don't worry that like, yeah, you know what I mean. If you know what I mean, I'm losing my words here.
I realized I was fortunate enough to not go through what you guys had to, but my journey was different, and it was not easy.
You still earned it.
Oh yeah, it was
You still
not
earned
easy.
it.
So it's like, but my way of showing, you know, how grateful I am and
That's the word, Mr. West. Thank you. Disingenuous. Yeah, he's being disingenuous by saying that I get it why you don't like me because I got this head start, but anything I can do to help you, no, you know, you don't get it. You don't understand it at all, because if you didn't understand it, you would not have taken that Showtime deal. I think that Showtime deal definitely turned them off to a lot of comedians because they couldn't understand why somebody, because I would imagine if you're 2 years in, it's like DJing. I wouldn't want to record my first set 2 years in. I wouldn't want that to be on the internet. I'd want to be slaving away for 5 years, and then when I pop out, I'm amazing. You don't want to record anything after 2 years, let alone a Showtime special. Like, that is insane. And he's not funny anyway. Naturally, he's not got the thing, the it factor. So it wasn't even like one of those things where like, okay, you can see the special, it's got bits and bibbles in it. Like, you'd be surprised, was like really, really bad.
gratitude is by helping other comics. So the last two comics who have opened up for me, Chappelle Lacey, David Lucas, both headline now. So that's how I give back, you know? So I expect that stuff and I get it. As far as the hate goes, if it's online, YouTube, like I said, once the hate doesn't work, they have to make up lies. So it's so...
What's the lie? Can you provide evidence that Bobby Lee is behind the Firing the Kid subreddit? Can you also provide proof that you didn't ask Andy Liederman for a drug walk? Can you also let us know, did you even apologize to Kalila for sliding into her DMs, or Bobby Lee for trying to fuck his girlfriend at the time, who allegedly was your best friend? Did you apologize to the guy that you threw through the flipping glass window? Come on, sir.
So ridiculous what they say to try to, you know, for whatever reason, get clicks or views. I when I tell you this, and I'm sure you've had people on there say, oh, I don't read comments. I'm telling you, I don't see any of it.
You don't?
I don't deal with any of it.
I just
don't
started
read
doing that this week.
Why would you put your, why would you give
Because
attention or energy?
I wanted to...
That's a lie, because he replies to comments all the time, especially the ones that are praising him. Can't wait to see you in my city. Can't wait, thick boy. Got my thick hoodie on. He replies and likes it. And if a girl does something, he puts a fucking devil emoji. He's lying. He does read comments. He just doesn't like reading the ones that he doesn't like to read, but he reads the comments. And you get blocked super fast on these social media. If you say anything untoward, if you say house socials, or you write addies, or you say drug walk, you get blocked.
To scale my performance. So, for example, if I'm on Impulsive and I got added on as a third member 2 years or 3 years after the show has already been successful, when I came on, I was reading a lot of love and it was great, but there was also like some hate. If it got to me, it's because it stood out to my own heart without them even saying it to me. For example, one of them is like, why does he swear so much if he's trying to be a Christian? That gets to me because I'm like, damn, they're right.
True.
I should like try to cool
So
off. So I do it in that type of sense where I read and I'm very...
You see how self-aware he is? Again, he's still a bit of a, you know, whatever he is. And it's like that kind of, you know, fake self-aware where like, you know, it's like the functioning drug addict. You keep saying you're going to get sober, but you never do. So whatever, it works for him. But just this is like a big hill for Brendan to climb. He can never do this. Even just this like performative self-awareness thing. He can't do it. I want to know what his reply is to be this. Let's see what his reply is. The comments don't matter. They don't have any good feedback. Let's see what he says about this, because he's coming from a good place.
Critical to myself. I just can't stomach the ones that make up their own version of me. And
but
I'm like,
it's only your worst, brother. You're
See?
just getting started.
See?
It's only-
There is no, he's completely dismissed it. There's no benefit from reading comments at all. All comments are haters. If they're not sucking your dick, if they're not asking you when your new merch is dropping, if they're not saying they're excited to see you, if they're not offering their wives to you at the green room in the meet and greet, all comments are from the devil. They're from Satan. They're from Lil Uzi Vert himself. This is from Brendan Schaub.
Only get worse. Sometimes I read stuff by myself. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is insane.
Oh, so you do read stuff?
Does it ever
They're
affect
just crazy,
your relationships between your loved ones, or like?
No, they know the game. Like,
Okay.
and they know how crazy and sick people are. And then, you know, there's certain haters where it's almost a weird like obsession. Like they know more stuff about me than I mean, it's just insane. It's so
They know more stuff about you because you're hardly awake. That's not a diss. That's more of a bad indictment on you. How can I'm nobody. I'm not even from the same country. Like that's actually a bad thing. Like you to wake up, my friend. Wake up.
So it's weird because they're like the ultimate hater, but they have to be obsessed with me to keep continuing to do this stuff.
Yeah, because I was a fan. I used to like him, mate. I loved to fight in the Kingdoms of Fox. You guys are awesome. Big Dick Bandits. Yeah, Big Dick Bandits. I was fully on board. You guys are awesome. And then suddenly you got that job on E. You started dyeing your hair and you just turned into, I don't know, man. It went really left really quickly. That's the pain. That's the pain for me. That's where this passion comes from, because I was actually a fan. The Fighting the Kid consumed a large part of my week, and then suddenly I had to turn it off because you guys turned into absolute douchebags. And then I googled online, ended up at the flipping Reddit, and I finally found my home amongst PF Chang's, amongst other fellow homeless cats, and amongst the stream. But I was a fan, big fan.
So it's a weird way of love, but also if you're not getting hate, you're not doing anything right, dude.
Because you're not outside your own bubble.
You're not outside your own bubble, but then also you ain't doing shit. Like name anybody, anybody. Like Drake puts out an album. Nobody's bigger than Drake. Drake puts out an album. Go read his comments.
No, he
If
gets
you-
hate. He gets
all
hate.
the hate. You would be like, oh, I bet this guy doesn't make any money. How's he even going to continue to do this?
Comparing yourself to Drake is fucking insane. The hubris. Drake.
It's not real. That stuff's not real.
It is real. It's real. Of course it's real. It's as real as your views. It's as real as your views. If the hate is not real, then your views are not real.
Real, dude. You have so much more love than hate. So if you're going to focus on that hate, you're going down a dicey road, man. Because then you're going to come on here and you'll be real self-conscious.
Yeah, I was. It fucked my mind up, bro.
It's as a creative, it's
it
not
made me
good.
second guess everything I was saying.
Can't have it. You can't have it. You can't have it. You won't make it, dude.
Look at him now advising him. Look at him now advising him. This guy on the downward turn of his career. He has all these people. The thing about Brendan is what he has to say. It's his peers more so. The respect from his peers is completely gone. He's been exposed for, the person that he is. And unfortunately, still as a fan, even though I make these streams, there's still part of me that wants the guy to turn it around. But I just feel like it's too late. He's in his 40s. He's got 2 kids. He's kind of made it in life. There's no incentive to change, really, because he's not going to ever, be desolate. I mean, he's got rich parents and stuff. He's going to be fine financially. So any trigger to change isn't there. Rogan's always going to be his friend because Rogan's a ride or die, which is good, but in some ways bad because, he's never going to learn his lesson. Bryan Callen's always going to be cucking for him. So he's never going to change. But unfortunately, he's on his downward, it looks like, of his career. And here he is, pontificating and lecturing a guy that kind of, is on the upward trajectory. It's absolutely hilarious.
If you read that stuff, you're literally you're gonna be censoring yourself to what? To this, the guy's probably doesn't have a job, probably live in his mom's basement.
I have a job. I don't live in my mom's basement.
You come to a bitch. Oh, whatever. I cuss too much.
I'm doing it. I'm trying.
Okay. Okay, or whatever they're saying. Oh, I don't like when George makes a reference about this. Then you're like, oh, you're gonna be self-conscious
About making the reference.
and then we're not getting the real George. It sucks.
Oh, this is a
That's
good
why you can't
conversation.
read it because it's
No. Human communication with other humans, you have to calibrate yourself around people. If people find something annoying about you, maybe you should stop doing it. It's like pissing in a sink. If your other staff members and people around you think that's gross, maybe stop pissing in the sink. You don't just stop reading comments or stop listening to them and continue because you're trying to be your authentic self. Like, that's some bullshit. That's just excusing horrible behavior.
going to form your mind, and it's not going to be your authentic self.
Yeah.
And
People
this
that
goes-
fuck with you are going to fuck with you. Whether you're cussing, whether you're making references of whatever, and those haters, there's nothing you can do to please them. Trust me, there's nothing you can do to win them over. So why would you parlay?
No, you can win everybody over, Brian, if you just engaged with the haters. If you leaned into it, if you could laugh at yourself, if you stop being thin-skinned, Brendan, I honestly, this is probably my small, minuscule Christian bit left in me because I haven't been to a church in many, many years, but I grew up in the church between the ages of 0 to 18. I was in the church. So I was in the church for a long time. I've been in church in a long time. But that little bit of church in me hopes that you can turn it around. But you're so far gone that it's probably impossible. But if you could lean into it, stop being so thin-skinned and learn to laugh at yourself, I guarantee you, it will all go away. It would go away in an instant. You'd kill the entire thing. But the fact that you get so sensitive and so easily flipping triggered, you can't take any criticism, you're super stubborn, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know, brother, man. Like, why are you like this, man? Why are you like this, bro? Why?
Or take it over to them. Why would you make sure that you want to make them happy? It's never going to work, dude. It's insanity.
I was reflecting on these conversations with...
How do you say insanity again? Insanity.
Happy. It's never going to work, dude. It's insanity.
I was reflecting...
Make sure that you want to make them happy. It's never going to work, dude. It's insanity.
I was reflecting on these conversations with Tanner Fox. He's this he does like scootering and like he drives really fast cars. He blew up at a very young age. He like made his first million at 16.
It's the Tanner, it's the penny loafers, you know. Yeah, you know, very accurate. It's the penny. Oh, I hate sharing stuff.
And like, we were talking about the industry and the comments and all this stuff, and I told him, I go, as stupid as it sounds, but this industry feels like high school.
Correct.
It feels like high school.
But they want to pick, but now it's not to interrupt you, but it's high school where they're going to pick on the popular kid.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take down the popular kid because they don't like, for whatever reason, it triggers them that you're friends with Logan, or I'm sure you get this all the time. Only reason he has anything is because of Logan, right? That's not true. That's not true. You're a talented dude.
Kind of is true. I'm sure he knows it too. It's not a bad thing. That's the thing. It's not a bad thing to be Rogan's friend and to get a bump from him, and then your absolutely mediocre comedy career gets propelled into the flipping, into the stars. That's not a bad thing. Just acknowledge it and just keep it moving. This guy doesn't even want to acknowledge it. Like,
you wouldn't even been in that situation to be around Logan and get on his podcast if you weren't a talented human being and a good person.
No, I appreciate
so
that.
any of this, I wouldn't be here if you weren't a good person. I'm all set on podcasts, dude.
Yeah,
I
can tell.
I need another podcast like I need to STD. You feel me? Like, I'm good.
No, I was actually really, really excited to have you boys on.
Yuck.
And not for nothing, I think on this podcast I'm going to be at my ultimate authentic self and just be as vulnerable as I can, because I think that's where I could actually do something with my life. And
the opposite of Brendan.
I was just telling them, and I'll tell this on camera, like having Joe on and you boys on only scaled me. So when I go and I ask, hey, would you guys like to be on my podcast? I have so-and-so on, I have so-and-so on. It intrigues the shit out of them. They're like, oh shit. Under 10 episodes, he's already having these people on. This is really incredible. And so now my lineup is like...
But then the bad thing is you have all these heavy hitters coming on early because they want to fuck with you because of your, it's the clout industry. But then you're going to run out of all the heavy hitters and you're going to have to interviewing your friends and your preacher at church and some girl in a choir or some shit. That's the issue about starting up so hard with the heavy hitters. That's a problem I think he's going to have. But, do your thing.
Before I started this podcast, I wasn't making it a guest podcast.
Yeah.
Because I was scared of asking a guest.
Yeah.
I was scared people were going to be like, no, I don't want to be on yours. I'd rather be on Impulsive.
Yep.
But then I'm having people that I look up to hitting me up to be on the show. And I'm like, what is life?
Again,
That's
it
crazy.
all goes back to you being a good person. Like, if you're an asshole, no one's going to do this. Nobody.
I wasn't doing it to get that stuff, but I'm glad that my heart
Mr. Asshole
got paid for being good.
Nobody has time for assholes, especially in this business, man. There's enough of them online.
How do you feel?
Oh, shots fired.
You ever worked with an asshole? Where for example, I give
BGL.
The
He's
Roseanne
talking to you.
reference. Like Roseanne, they didn't love each other, right? They actually hated each other. Am I right, Jess? So they hated each other, but they showed up on set and they had to. Have you ever gone? You don't have to name anybody, but have you ever been like, I want to fucking pump the brakes on this dude?
BGL.
I've never had that, just because in my line of business, like when
I love when he does this fake, like, I don't hate anybody, I love everybody, positivity. Bro, you're the biggest hater out there, man. Stop lying.
I was working for Showtime. It was about me, and I'd be able to, move parts to make sure it was people that I like to work with. And then now, with Thick Boy Studios, my own network, and then the goal now with Dalia and Eric Griffin or Fire and Kill with Brian.
Fire show.
It's all my stuff. So if I don't like somebody, it's like, see ya.
Yeah.
And how did you get that confidence? Did you think it came from like you starting from fighting?
Confidence to do what?
To really just, because bro, like you're in this industry, but like, for example, I've been in this industry for like 10 years. And I told everybody this year, I go, this is the year that I found myself. Like I figured the shit out. Like what year did it click for you? You're like, nah, fuck listening to anybody. I'm going to do it exactly how I want to do it.
From day one.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's different. You're different.
It's different, but then also think about my older brother's Joe Rogan. So you want to so he's the godfather.
Yeah.
Like he's the end all be all when it comes to podcasts and stand up. So it's like he doesn't read comments. Why are you reading comments? You know what I'm saying? Like
okay, let's break that down again. Joe Rogan probably should never read comments. If you're familiar with the Joe Rogan experience and you know about the Joe Rogan forums from back in the day, Joe Rogan's fans are a bit of a weird bunch. You see them sometimes on Reddit as well. They're a bit of an odd bunch of people because they come from all different places, right? From his TV career, his stand-up, UFC broadcasting, his interest in aliens and all that shit. There's a weird hodgepodge of people, but they're bizarre group of people. And they really love him. Like, you know, like I said, he's like the male Oprah. So he probably got perturbed a bit because a lot of them freaked him out. Some of them may not come to his house back in the day. If you know the law, if you're online back in the day, you know what's up. They freaked him out. So Rogan early on put that distance with his fans in general, not reading comments, but it doesn't mean he doesn't read comments, like he doesn't engage. He still has somebody like, you know, feeding back what people are saying, whether it's young Jamie or somebody else. He knows what people say. He hears it and he goes back and he kind of does stuff right. A good example, that podcast Rogan did with Jack Dorsey when he was still at Twitter about, I think it was about you know, them cancelling people and suspending people and stuff, and they had the Twitter lawyer on there and Tim Pool came on the second time. The first time that podcast happened, it was an absolute car crash. Everyone hated it. Too many softball questions. They didn't get to the meat of the issue. Everyone slated Rogan about it on Twitter, especially on Twitter specifically. Rogan doesn't really check his mentions. He's not really checking comments. He heard the feedback from somebody in his team relaying that back. And then he adjusted course. The second round, the interview was much better. Brendan doesn't do any of that. He just goes, as he says. He just goes. There is no communicating. There is no feedback loop. It's nothing. If you're not praising him, if you're not buying his merch, if you're not buying tickets to his show, if you're not viewing his content, and you're not leaving him nice comments and sucking him off, you're basically a hater. There is no such thing as constructive criticism. So in his kind of low level, he's adopting in the method of Rogan, who's essentially like Michael Jackson, right? He has to walk around with fucking security and shit, and he does the same thing as well. It's like, he hired BJO as security. Why does a former UFC fighter need security? Tell me. To protect himself from fucking homeless cats. He calls them Cheeto fingers, you know, basement dwellers. Why do you need BGL to defend you if you think they're Cheeto fingers? I mean, it's just like he copies the stuff from Rogan, thinking it makes him look bigger than what he is, but the stuff that Rogan does doesn't apply to him. Rogan shouldn't be talking to his commenters or checking comments because he's too big. And where would he get there? Like this, I don't know. It's a bizarre way to kind of rationalize or justify not being able to, you know, read or interpret, you know, constructive criticism in my head.
Don't read comments at all?
At all. He posts and goes. That's it. So if the guy that you look up to is doing something, why wouldn't you do that?
No, that you look up to. You look up to, and not all of us. Not all of us. We like him as a person. We think he's awesome. He does great stuff, but he's not the fucking oracle. Like, god damn it, man. These guys, man. Grown men, like, they suck him off more than their own parents. Legit, honestly, I don't want to, like, touch wood doesn't happen anytime soon. Touch wood doesn't happen anytime soon. But if for any reason Joe Rogan was to not be around anymore, the way these guys would be crying on their podcast would be crazy. They'd be sobbing. They'd be like bogies dripping out of their nose. They'd be shaking. And then compare and contrast that to how they'd react to somebody in their own family passed away. Insane. I've never seen it in my life like this before.
It doesn't make sense.
True. I'm sorry, Jess. Can we put the AC on? It got really hot immediately. Are you?
I'm fine.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm good. I promise.
Okay, cool. I'll let you know, Jess.
Also, too, it's like you get to a certain point by being yourself and people start to like you and start to be intrigued by you because you've had nobody cloud your judgment and you're just literally being your unique self. So, of course, yeah, once you start getting all the input from the people, once you start to get popular, then that's just going to change. And if you can avoid that and just literally stay true to like what made you get there in the first place, then that's going to keep you from.
But then also, if you're going to get to a certain level where it's like, not everyone's going to fuck with you, man. It's just what it is. Name any, I'd love to hear it. stand-up comedian, podcaster, athlete, entertainer, whoever it is, name someone who's just across the boards beloved.
But that's a bad suggestion. That's horrible, because essentially what he's trying to say is trying to justify his hate. But the hate that Brendan gets is pretty unique, because they legitimately rip him to pieces because of his character, personality, and the fact that they all think he sucks at what he does. It's not like invented. It's like he gives people content. Like, this is content I'm making now, right? Streaming this stuff. We're not putting any words in his mouth. He's just being his authentic self, and he comes across terribly. You know what I mean? That's the real difference maker here. It's like everybody thinks he sucks across the board. His peers, people that just watch stuff, casual people online. Like, it's pretty unanimous. Like, this guy sucks. He's got fans, of course, but it is what it is. That's very unique. There are people that make, you know, they might have a bad movie, they might have a bad show, they might have a bad podcast episode, but not across the board douchebag. That's the issue that he has.
Doesn't work like that in society anymore. So you got to get
more. I was about to say, 'cause there's one person that
Tom
you
Hanks.
No.
Right now, Tom Hanks.
Do you know who John Ritter is from Three's Company?
Oh yeah.
So when I grew up watching him, so I learned all my mannerisms from him, and like
Three's Company.
That's
yeah.
where I got my comedy from, and all
He's
of
your
the
North Star.
articles
North
about anybody
Star.
who's worked with him or anybody who was around him, it was my inspiration, bro. Like, they said nothing but unbelievable
But
things
remember,
about him.
that's like, you're talking like late 80s, early 90s, where they could control the media. Or they wouldn't write negative things. Never. So, and I'm not saying it was...
He wants to live in North Korea. The hate is so bad, he wants to take away. He wants to control the media. Oh, Brendan's fucking off the reservation, man. He's off in it, innit? There's no saving this guy.
He's a bad guy. We don't know it. We don't know shit about him. It's like, I saw a poll where it's like, who would you vote for president? Tom Hanks was on there and he won the thing. I'm like, listen, I love Tom Hanks. He was great in Forrest Gump. I don't know shit about that dude. I don't know what he believes in, what side he's on, what he represents. I know him as a good actor. But we don't, those big time, like Leonardo DiCaprio, all I know is he's into young chicks. That's it. And I know he's my favorite. He's one of my favorite actors. Dude doesn't miss. Outside that, I don't know shit.
Yeah, that's very true.
But now podcasts and stand up, like, the fans get to know you, and you're gonna
at a deep level,
a deep level, which is great, because then you have so many people that love you and celebrate you and fuck with you. That's all you care about, dude. Get your fans and fucking ride with them.
So you only focus on your audience. How do you manage to focus only on your audience?
This is a good question. So he doesn't read comments because they're all from haters and trolls. He says him to focus on his comments, focus on your fans only. No, doesn't read comments for the haters or trolls. Looks up to Joe Rogan as a North Star. He doesn't read comments. Don't read comments. Don't read comments. But then focus on your fans. So how do you focus on your fans if you don't read comments?
Audience and cut through the noise, like, because there is a lot of love, right? So I actually do comment back. I DM on Patreon. I spend literally an hour a day.
Love it.
Messaging people back. Those are like, obviously anybody who's spending money on you is like fucking with you.
You
on
gotta
that
be a
level.
real special hater to pay for it and then hate.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be a real loser. Like, you know you're paying.
I would rather
right?
have that hate though, bro.
Yeah.
Like, give me the money
Bring it
while
in.
you're hating me.
Light me up for $5. Yeah.
It's $6 actually.
Yeah.
We vlog too on
wow.
there.
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, my bad. All right.
You,
maybe switch that golden doodle out. Get a real one.
Dude, he walked in. He goes, "You got a fake golden doodle." He's shredding, and I was like, first of all, he goes, "Did you adopt it?" And I go, "No, I bought it." He goes, "Rich move, huh?" And I go, "Yeah, I like my dogs new." Okay.
No.
I'm just kidding. No, please go adopt. If
RP Tank, look at Brendan's face when they talk about dogs. Look at his face when they talk about dogs. Look at that face. RIP Tank. Justice for Tank. Justice for Tank. Look at his face. Justice for Tank.
If you can't afford it.
Oh, the good old fake Rogan laugh, right? Love it. God damn, he's got a Toyota ad already. First 7, how many episodes is it? God damn it, bro. The Logan rub is real. Congrats to him.
No.
So you have a lot going on right now, man. You have like 10 shows. Like, how are you even balancing all this? Do you have like a?
I mean, I have psoriasis from so much stress.
You see that? That attempt at making the joke. Look at his face. It looks like it hurts to laugh. Is that like inflammation? Is that Botox? Is that fillers? Like, what is this, man? Look at that joke again. Let's go back. Look.
I mean, I have psoriasis from so much stress. It's stressful, man. Like,
are you actually you?
Yeah, I just got it like probably 2 weeks ago from stress.
Oh, wow.
I'm just not, you know, and then I have 2 kids and they're my life, so it's like trying.
I love these lines that you'll throw out. They're my life, my 2 kids, bruh. You. Any instance you get to leave home, you leave. Like, let's not go back to the diary. Let's not go back there. But this idea that everyone's a beast of a dad is hilarious.
Balance that with work and then touring, and then all the shows. Because I was with Showtime for 6 years. I was with Showtime for 6 years. Built, you know, helped them build their network, their digital footprint. And then they offered me another long-term deal. And I was like, I feel like you can do it on my own.
Lies, got fired, and you're lying.
What that encompass, like it's just a lot because you go from being just the straight talent and funny guy or whatever till operator boss, where you're not just talent. It's just not plug and play anymore. Now,
is being a boss a challenge for you? Like
big time.
Trying to be like hard love on the people you love.
Big time. Because I'm a lead by example. So I come from sports, so it's like the coach only really, or especially in fighting, like I only heard from when I messed up. So that's my personality. But you got to remember, not every, like especially people, these creatives and producers and editors, they're not from my world. So they need acknowledgement, like doing a great job, which I'm really bad at.
Why is he only realizing this in his 40s? Why is he bragging about this? You've allegedly been a beast of businessman for ages. You've had a podcast since the 2010s and stuff. You've been around Rogan. Why is it only learn now, like in your 40s? Like you're coming up to 40 years old. Now you learn that people need encouragement. People need arms around the shoulder. People aren't all that you hire aren't athletes. They're not trying to be UFC fighters. Huh? This is how you learned that just now?
Because I'm from sports, so of course you're supposed to score touchdowns. What do you think you're here for?
Yeah.
So yeah, you score touchdowns, but they don't say anything. You throw an interception, you can hear from them. So that's just my mentality.
I have the
so I got to do better.
I
got to do a better job being like great, which I'm getting better at. Being like, hey, great job.
I love these like self-deprecating, almost self-deprecating humble brag things that they do. It's an LA thing as well. You lots of people doing. Like you don't really want to change, so you mention stuff that's like easy for you to kind of fess up and admit that won't hurt your ego too much. So it makes you look human, but then you're not really addressing anything. You know, you just kind of, it's kind of performative. It's a little bit just like for the sake of it. Let's just say this to make it sound good.
Job today.
Does that make you a better father? Because I feel like sometimes you feel like a dad when you're like, for example, like my sister came and she sacrificed her career. She was going up really high in Apple, and she was already like literally paving her future out until I had enough of dealing with scumbags in LA. So I go, hey, like I need you to move out. It's the time. Like I need you to start managing and helping me out and doing stuff. And
I love that because my brother's my manager.
Exactly. So she's like she helps coordinate all these things. But when we first started bumping heads, there's like we had to get.
Who demands that from their siblings? Is that just different sibling relationships? Do you ever stand there like, hey, you need to quit your job and come help work for me? Like, who does that? If they want to come do that for you, fair enough, but isn't that weird?
Get rid of the idea of like we're brother and sister working.
Can't have it.
Can't have that. And then also it's like, for example, like Reed, he's like, the way I treat him is different than how I treat my girlfriend when we work together versus how I treat Jessica. And I realize now as an adult, I have to be different to each one and coordinate to their feelings. And before I grew up watching people that I looked up to, and they would always tell me, fuck their feelings, get it done. And I realized that's not the right way to do it because
it depends. I agree for the most part. It's probably not the right way to do it, and you're making a lot of enemies doing it that way. But you have the same problem as me. Is I'm too nice where I'll keep people around for so long where, you know, I have to let a person go.
BGL, I think he's talking about you, BGL. Let's zoom in. BGL, if you're watching this, I think he's talking about you. Or if you've watched this, I'm sure you know. He's talking about you, BGL. He's talking about you.
A few months ago, and everybody in my life's like, you got to get rid of that guy. I'm like, but he's so nice. He's my friend.
Yep. Boundaries, though. You got to set boundaries.
I know. I'm really bad at it.
So I just got.
Oh, BGL, did you hear that? BGL, he's trying to suggest that everybody in his life said that he shouldn't hang out with you, that you shouldn't hang out with him. You were a bad influence from the jump. They never liked you. None of those people liked you. Is that true? or is he trying to project a kind of safe face? That is crazy, isn't it?
I just got good at it because this is how I saw it. There was somebody that I had in my life that I loved for a very long time. We would do business together, and he crossed the line with me.
How
But,
so?
When
Do you mind saying it?
so yeah, I can explain it. So I won't mention the name obviously, but I basically put a very good opportunity in front of them. Like so much so that I would have cried if Logan gave me that same opportunity when it came to finances and like all that stuff. Logan, when he came into my life, he goes, "I'm gonna open the door and that's it." And so I learned from that.
That's all you need.
That's all you need, right? You
That's
need
all
the
I
door.
want. That's all I want.
So what I was doing.
You didn't do that to BGL. You didn't once shout out BGL. Again, BGL can be all the things he wants. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of that, you know, as Ariel called him, what do you call him? That old looking Mufasa guy, right? I'm not a fan of his. But BGL, when he was around Brendan, was his ride or die. He was in fucking bushes, handing that guy fucking glasses of whiskey, right? Like, he was really ride or die. Did Brendan ever go on the fucking UBC, what's his thing called? Haters Will Say show. Did Brendan go on it once? Did Brendan mention Haters Will Say on the Fighter and the Kid? Not once. Did Brendan invite BGL to sit on the podcast and speak, like actually speak as a guest? So he didn't really open doors for anybody. Everyone basically used him platform and kind of did what they needed to do, but it wasn't like he opened doors for them really. They just did what they needed to do, innit? They kind of figured it out. So this whole opening doors thing is hilarious because Logan definitely did help this guy out a big time. That's why he's super appreciative and clearly still has love for the guy. But come on, Brendan. Come on, brother.
Is I was busting my ass for him, and I wasn't expecting a damn thing beside giving me the exposure and giving me the time.
Perfect.
Right? That's how my relationship with him, and I would cry myself to sleep being grateful for it.
Yep.
Because, for example, look what I have now, all because he says, no, I like this kid. I want him on my show.
Correct.
Right. I gave him that plus 2 times more money than I started with. Just because I don't worship money, and for me to practice not worshiping money, I like to put money in the pockets of people that I love and have them be fruitful. And all I ask is know that it doesn't come from me, it comes from God. And then 2, go out and do the same.
Yep.
So this is how I try to plant my garden.
Yep.
He made it seem like it was insulting what I offered him.
Interesting.
And that shattered me.
Isn't that wild when you realize how bad, like, I don't want to say he's a bad person. I don't know who you're talking about, but same thing. I've given people some opportunities, then where it goes south, for whatever reason, they take no ownership.
No. Not whatever reason. I like how he doesn't take any ownership or accountability of what he could have done. What do you think you could have done that would make somebody who was willing to stand in bushes on live streams in fucking bush pots and shit, holding a fucking glass of whiskey? What makes you think that guy turns into another guy? Like, how does that happen? What could drive someone to do that? Maybe owing them money, maybe not giving them any, encouragement, maybe dismissing their work, maybe, using all their personal stories and anecdotes as parts of your material when they keep telling you not to do so. Those things might get on people's nerves, isn't it? But again, it's all their fault.
Of it, and then it's like, oh, he's a bad guy. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? All the shit I did for you?
See, he can never be a bad guy. Look at this. Brendan, please seek help. See the light. Sometimes you can be a bad guy. I know you think you're the best guy in the world and you're the beast of a dad, beast of a stand-up, beast. But sometimes you can be a bad guy.
And then
they paint you as the villain.
Yeah.
That's,
yeah. And then you realize
I would want to kill myself over that, bro. How do you forget
you shouldn't
1,000 things that I would do?
George, you shouldn't though, because you know you're a good person. Look at all these people. Like, sorry, you know you're a good person, so I don't care. It's like, yep, all right, that's your narrative, and you want to run with it. It's like,
it's not
go
that I
do
care.
That. This is exactly why you're not here anymore.
It's just that you were my brother, or you were my sister, or you were my cousin in my eyes. So it's like,
BJ was your brother.
You fucked him up, like,
it hurts.
I sacrificed myself for you. When other people in the industry wouldn't sacrifice, they would just give me an opportunity.
Yep.
There's a difference from giving somebody an opportunity and sacrificing yourself for them. Okay, so I do that, and every time I lose one person, I lose the other person, I would literally sit here and I would cry to her, and I would literally pray out to God, and God, open my eyes and heart. If it's me and I'm the piece of shit, correct me. But then all of a sudden my eyes start opening, and once that you cross a line with me, what happens then is then I monitor your past behavior. And that's
interesting. So you praise to God to find out whether or not he's the douchebag or they are, And every single time, God keeps saying that I'm not the douchebag. Crazy, isn't it? That's mad. Every time you pray, God tells you you're not the douchebag. Interesting.
Fucked up because I'm very analytic. So if you did something wrong to me and we were friends, I'd forget about it.
Yeah.
Because I don't like holding shit in my heart.
No.
There's no need
bad
for
for
it.
you.
You're a human being. You're going to fuck up and move on, right? But if you get to a level where you cross that line with me and we take that time apart from each other and I sit there quietly and I reminisce with all the things you did to hurt me.
You see so many a common theme. You're like, oh my God, how did I not see
It's a
this
pattern
earlier?
and not potential.
Yes.
And I think we do that in every relationship. We fall in love with a certain person or a thing and go, well, if he acts like this, then it'll be perfect. Or she acts like this, then it'll be perfect.
You
It's
don't see
like,
the downside.
You need to start realizing the pattern and realizing that if this person is not at least, I don't even ask people, don't try to rocket ship me. I don't need you to be my fuel.
No.
But I need you to be my friend.
Yep.
I don't need you to be an anchor. So like if you're holding still and your decisions are decisions that I wouldn't take pride in, like for example, if you're doing something that is shady to somebody else, you are me, bro. When you're hanging out with me, you're
Correct.
reflecting me.
And I don't operate like that.
Exactly.
I don't move like that. And if you move like that, then
you got to move
You
separate.
can do that,
Yeah.
but I don't want to be part of it.
Exactly, bro.
And here's the thing, George. This is going to happen again and again.
Bro,
it breaks my heart. But I have the thickest skin for it now.
Is that what?
The thickest boy, the thickest skin, all lies. Everybody runs away from you because you're bad for business, brother. You're quite toxic. You're pretty toxic, especially with the Callen rapes and your dramas. It's just too much. People just run because normal people can't handle it. Normal people, when they put out Instagram posts, they don't want to be inundated with a flood of people saying addies, house socials, trug walks. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want that. They just want to put out a thing, maybe get trolled a bit, get some LOLs, but get some fire emojis, some heart eye emojis. That's it. But when they get associated with you, they immediately get locked into the vortex of your Philippine nonsense because you don't seem able to take accountability, for your actions and how it may have influenced some people's decision or idea of what you like as a person. He just doesn't see it. That's what we're saying here is a classic narcissist. Like classic. Doesn't see any wrong in his actions whatsoever. Somehow he's the special ordained one. This one even kind of said it as well. He prayed to God and God didn't show him that he was a piece of shit. That was a hilarious little line there.
They call you thick boy?
Yeah, I guess.
How do you deal with it, bro? Like at what point
You just take it on.
gets
you
easier,
do
right?
nothing. You ignore them. You learn from the mistake and you realize it's going to happen again. And you hire slow, fire fast.
I gotta get. I'm such a passionate human being. In everything that I do, bro. I'll either do it 100 or I'm out.
Yep.
And I feel like that is a double-edged sword because I'll give you an example. I'm in this industry. Nobody's going to get in the way of my heart. But what happens if your heart is leading you down the wrong path? For example, I had to limit myself and monitor myself with my friends. All three of these people here will literally tell me no if I want to go smoke a J, if it's not on the weekend, or if I'm not shooting the next day and the following day. I gave myself like an allowance with smoking weed because I never grew up wanting something that stumbled my way of my life.
Yes.
And so how do you build discipline with yourself?
I've got a feeling Brendan's gonna try and make this guy his new best friend. You know how they like to like clout chase off each other and like suck each other off? I've got a feeling this guy's gonna become Brendan's, like he's gonna start name dropping him all the time in conversations. I was talking to George. Watch.
And because you're your own boss.
Yeah.
So not only are you dealing with personal issues, financial issues, family issues, losing a friend issues, but then even on your fucking days off, you have to give yourself like limitations and like boundaries. How did you learn to do that? Or was this something you learned during fighting camp?
I think fighting growing up, and people say, oh, like, and I don't mind it. I get why they say it, but they go, oh, he has a professional athlete's work ethic. No, I don't have my dad's work ethic. Like, you could put me at UPS or Starbucks, I'd crush it. So
no, everyone will hate you. This works. This kind of personality works in podcasting and this kind of entertainment industry because you essentially get to like sun people based on your success. But anyone that's worked in a normal workplace like I have, or like most of you guys have, like a bar, like a restaurant, like a store, like a shop, anyone that has Brendan's personality, they don't last long. They either have to be the boss so they can kind of tell people what to do, but still people leave. Like if you're the boss, people just leave. You'll have one of those stores where there's high turnover and you'll be like, I don't know what's going on, because you're a cunt and no one wants to work for you. You openly chastise people in front of customers. You change the parameters of what KPIs are all the time on a whim. You kind of have favorites and all that sort of stuff. You don't treat people the same. All those sort of things people will buy into. It happens all the time. So he can have this personality, he can be this way because he essentially works for himself. But if he had to work in normal place, like he had to be a UPS driver and that stuff, he would not last a year. I guarantee you, he wouldn't last a year. Or you have to change your personality. It doesn't work like that.
Anything I do, like you, I'm 100% in. So with that stuff, all those outside factors, all the pressure, I like the pressure. I don't mind it.
Really?
But then also I have 2 little boys who, they don't know online. They don't give a shit. So like Sundays or when I get home, I'm not on my phone. That phone's gone. So
Yeah, right. Yeah,
my
right.
team knows that, and I'll deal with it in the morning.
Yeah,
and I'll
right.
wake up in the morning and get my phone like, oh.
Do you work out every day?
Not every day, especially now. Probably 3 times a week now. I used to do every day, but usually 3 to 4 days a week.
Do you have like a trainer, or do you do it yourself?
I do it myself. I ride bikes a lot because I
e-bike. He doesn't ride a bicycle. An e-bike is not riding a bicycle.
grew up in gyms, so I rode bike and
Outside
gravel
or
bike.
inside?
Outside, man.
Bro,
He just got into biking.
I'm really into biking right now.
Oh, really? Like road bike or mountain bikes?
Both.
Yeah, both.
I
You gotta do both. The right pick.
See? I love how he didn't even say e-bike or mountain. He said road bike or mountain bike like he rides a bike. He doesn't. It's got an electric engine in it and he kind of revs it like a little motorbike. I've read some of them. They're fun, but it's not biking. It's whatever that term is. Even but just cycling. Why is it called biking? Maybe it's an American thing. Do you call them bicycles or do you just do I say cycling. You guys say bicycling or you say biking. When I say biking, if someone says biking to me, it sounds like a motorbike. I think you're riding a motorbike. I don't think of a pedal. When you say, maybe it's just me. Who knows?
I have to.
Why
We're
pick,
successful.
dog?
We're
Come on,
successful.
dog.
Look at my dog.
Yeah, I know. Let's get another one.
I have a. What kind of bike do I have, babe?
You have a beach cruiser.
I have a beach cruiser and
Those
I have
don't count.
an
Keep going.
electric
Those
one
are-
too.
but
Electric
why?
mountain
They're
bike.
comfortable
They're
and they're
cool.
nice.
No.
I'm talking like straight up. Like
You see how he didn't react? George said he has an electric mountain bike. Brendan could have said, yeah, I have one too. Everyone keeps ragging me about it, but I love it. He's trying to pretend that he cycles with a road bike like I do. I ride a fixed gear. I've got a fixed gear bike, because it's fun and it, helps me lose weight and shit. And it just looks cool. But it's got gears on it. He's trying to pretend like he's got like a mountain bike, like a one with gears that you like. Come on, brother, come on.
You're like going down the trails like.
I have it's a road bike that I converted to a gravel bike, so I can go on the trails like the Santa Monica.
He's lying. Bro, I can ride on the beach, like on the sand.
Yeah.
The
It's like with the thick.
Now he's a bike expert. Honestly, he reminds me so much of kids I went to school with. The ones that used to lie about what trainers they had, what games they had at home, where they went on holiday, or even the kids. Do you remember in school, the kids used to lie about the parents' jobs? Sometimes it was sad because their parents were unemployed, but sometimes they wanted their parents to sound cooler than what they are. And they say their dad was like a secret agent or worked at fucking, what's that thing called? I don't know, like Shell, or worked at PepsiCo or something. I had those kind of kids I grew up with, like insane kids. They used to grow crazy at that.
Tires.
Yeah, those are
Yeah.
dope.
I have that one, and that one could go up the mountain, it could go up the snow, it could go, but it's electric too. So I'm not really like pedal. I don't do
Those
it
are
for.
fun, though.
I don't do it for like a health benefit. I do it because like I swear to God, bro, my whole life changed when I was adding those boundaries. I was like, okay, I have to be outside 2 times a day.
I have to.
And it just, bro,
Yeah.
I have a mandatory meetings. We have them at the park.
It's so good for you.
I'm telling people like, yo, if you want to talk to me with our feet in the grass.
Yeah, get outside.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
it
it's so
really
good.
helps. And then
So if I'm working for you and we've got a team meeting and you keep telling me to go to the park, I might quit. These guys think like, what are you running a business? You're running a cult? Like, what the fuck is this shit? He's demanding his sister to quit a job working for Apple to help him with the podcast. Then he's demanding you meet him in the park with these feet out to do team meetings and stand-ups and shit. Like, what?
the other thing that changed my life, I was having a conversation with Tony Robbins, and
Never heard of him.
You've never heard of Tony Robbins?
Just kidding.
Oh my God, I was like, there's no way. Go pick up one of my
George,
books.
you dropped some. Oh, a name. There you go. Keep going.
Oh yeah, so
Tony.
Banter, huh? Yuck.
Robbins and I
was talking to Tony Robbins. And that's not even that flexing. He was on
Tony
impulsive.
Robbins?
He was on impulsive.
Tony Robbins is a big fucking deal,
dude. But it was on
Like,
impulsive.
anyway,
He
I was
wasn't there
chatting
for
with
me.
Ellen.
Oprah and I.
Like there's some other Ellens out there. So, anyways, Ellen texted me the other day.
So his team still texts me, right? And just kidding. No, I was sitting there talking to him. The one thing on the podcast when he was talking is he said, if you take 10 people that were depressed and you just took all of them into the gym and got them a really good routine, 7 of those people would stop being depressed. And I was like, damn, that's 70.
That's some Joe Rogan science, isn't it? Joe Rogan does that all the time, innit? He thinks if you get into a cold plunge and you do a couple of kettlebell swings, you can just talk anyone off a bridge. No, some people are legitimately depressed, you know? Like, it's a chemical imbalance. Some people don't, a couple of burpees aren't going to change things. These guys are so fucking dismissive or stuff like that, innit? It's like, it's easy not to be stressed when you live behind a gated house and drive 17 cars and shit, you know what I mean? But some people got lives that they just want to escape from, and sometimes self-expiry is the best way to do it. So kind of, you know, dismissing their pain by just saying doing a couple of kettlebell swings is going to be okay is really rude. But hey, what do I know?
70%. So how much of us are we really depressed because our routine's off and our food is off?
Some of it's clinical, like that, you know, it's a
Of
legit
course,
problem.
of
But then
course.
some people, you just got to get your ass moving. Quit being lazy, get outside.
Exactly. But growing up, I never really ran into that many depressed people, bro. Like
something's going on. Yeah.
Something's going on.
Well, we were all outside. Every single kid was constantly out. That's the only thing you could do. You go outside when the street light lamp goes on, you go home. Now everything is inside, right? TV's inside, you're playing games inside, your buddies come over.
Shut the fuck up, man. What? There's this article out at the moment. I'm gonna probably cover it in my podcast, Jackson and Zinger Show. Check it out. It's on my channel and subscribe to it. It's available where all podcasts are available. There's this article out at the moment. It's on the New York Times and it's talking about podcast bros, and it's basically a hit piece on men like myself, right? Cisgendered hetero men who sit in front of microphones like this pod mic and rant and rave about shit, right? It's a bit of a hit piece. But I was thinking to myself, this podcast epidemic, this content creating epidemic that we're all suffering from, right? And I think it all kind of started from maybe the pandemic, even though I've been doing this for years, but definitely a lot of people jumped on creating content online because they were just stuck indoors. It's not gender specific. It affects everybody. Men chat shit like myself. I talk shit. I'm full of shit. So do the women. There's plenty of podcasts out there with women on there just talking absolute garbage, like proper airhead shit. Like stuff where you're like, rah, if you're my daughter, I might push you off a bridge. You're that embarrassing. How can you be that dumb? But we're all full of shit. I'm full of shit. They're full of shit. The funny thing that I like about these guys, they legitimately think they're saying something profound. I don't. I'm just providing you guys with mindless entertainment. We're laughing at this stuff. We're joking around. We're fooling around. We're going to close. We're going to go back to our normal lives. But I'm not sitting here thinking I'm changing anybody's lives. I can hardly change my own. I can just about put down a chocolate croissant. Right? I'm struggling to get back into my old flipping Saint Laurent jeans. Why do I think I have the answers for you? Right? I have my own issues. I haven't washed my hair in ages. Look at my hair. But these guys are here pontificating about, you know, fucking, you know, giving you this philosophy, this psychological talk, this fucking socioeconomic talk. Like, excuse me? You all got lucky. Every single one of you. We're all lucky here. We all got into whatever we got here. We're all lucky. We're all privileged in our own way. Enjoy it. Have fun. Shoot the shit. But come on, relax with this stuff. Relax.
Over, you're just
iPads,
playing video games. That's all you do.
The kids will play video games online for hours.
Mhm.
Like, I don't play that shit. My sons don't have an iPad.
No,
That's
good. No
good.
iPad kids, bro.
That's
I will
really
never
good,
let
yeah.
my kid. My kid's gonna be like 13 when I give him an electronic, bro. There's no reason. to.
We were at dinner. We were at a really nice dinner in Laguna, and it was like a romantic dinner for our anniversary. It was loud.
Because
fucking failed at that. Let me just pick up. So Tony Robbins, right? We were sitting there talking to Tony Robbins. And so when I found this out, I go outside. That changed my mood. And then I went to the gym and I held myself accountable.
Did it take Tony Robbins telling you that working out would be good for you?
I swear. Not only did he have to talk to me, but he had to like do this a little bit. And then I'm like, he's fucking right, bro. Like, what am I doing here? And so I go to the gym and I had to hold myself accountable.
I had a little bit of hate there. Did it take Tony Robbins to do that? Yeah, but at least I'm talking to Tony Robbins. See that subtle bit of hate. Did it take Tony Robbins to tell you to get to working out? Look at him. He can't help it. He's the biggest hater. He would love to talk to Tony Robbins. He'd be sucking him off deep if he could talk to Tony Robbins. Come on.
Accountable, because you see those 2 books. I like after meeting him, I really wanted to read his books because I was like, shit, this guy like when he talks, he doesn't just talk out of his ass. He has like passion behind it.
He's the real deal.
So I went, read his book, and one of the things he said, he's like, don't negotiate with yourself. So I go to the gym and I realize, I'm like, bro, I'm not really working out. I'm not good at working out. And then I started taking accountability. So then I hired myself a trainer, and this guy doesn't give a shit about me being tired, and he pushes me.
That's what you need.
Bro, this changed. Like, I'm not even kidding. I've never worked out legs. 2 reasons. Don't know how to.
Yeah, sure.
Properly.
That's
And there, I hear a lot of people go like, oh, I hurt my knee, tore my ACL squatting. And I go, fucking no. I don't want that at all. Skinny legs for life. That's my motto, right?
Skinny jeans, skinny legs.
But he makes me do legs every day.
Oh, interesting.
I just turned 30.
Yeah, time to start working out.
Yeah, no, I know, bro.
Better late than never.
Fuck, dude. When did you start gaining weight on your body and you're like, oh, this is not how it used to be?
It's tough because when you...
He doesn't even want to admit. Look at him. He can't even be honest and self-deprecating. Look at him. He can't even be that. In his head, he still looks like an Adonis. Sorry, sir. That time is gone.
You're a professional athlete. Like when I was fighting the UFC, like you're talking about, I mean, I'd have to
Top out.
Just to stay at a weight because I was burning so many calories, working out 3 times a day, like these insane workouts. So then, I've never been like, Brad Pitt shredded, even when I was down to like 225. So it's like, I'm always in decent shape. I never eat like an asshole. I always stay on it. That's a Let's
see if I can find that picture. He's lying. Let's see if I can find. Let's see if someone's got the picture here. Is that picture someone said when they saw him outside? Brendan Schaub spotted. Let's see if we can see it. It's him walking, and his physique doesn't look great. Again, I'm speaking from a point of like, I'm not where I need to be either. Where is it? Someone got the picture of it? Oh, no, it's not here, is it? It's not here. Someone had a picture of him. They saw him walking in a car park somewhere, and he looked mad. The silhouette was crazy. Where is it? No, we don't have it. Walking. Let's see. Is it the one? Nope, don't have it there. Nope. I'm sure some of you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, even this one. Come on, Keys. Like we both know what time it is. Come on. We both know what time it is. That's like that. That's like he looks like the the lesbian bar owner of some brewery that you go to. That kind of outfit. No, you know what I'm talking about. They're always really lovely. They're always 2 personalities. Either they're really nice or they're super rude. But usually, if they like you, you're their ride or die. They got your back forever. Because I remember working in the bar with one before, and she really, really liked me. And she was the one. She'd always give me good shifts and shit. She'd let me stay on break for 10 minutes extra. Let me sneak a couple of drinks. Like, yeah, that's what he looks like here. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know what that picture was called. It's him walking. He's like in a car park. What you call it? I can't find it. Let's see one more thing. I don't know. Is that gonna come up? Someone in Fight the Kid Reddit had it. He was walking by. I don't have it's not here. It's not. Oh no, no one's got it. But I know people know what I'm talking about. But hey, let's just go back to the video. Decent.
That's one thing.
Yeah. Are you still like that now? Habit.
It's super like that. Yeah.
So you eat healthy
all the time.
Oh, okay, cool. I know
all the time.
I eat healthy. Eating healthy. Look at this. Oh, gotta love the guy. Gotta love him.
No, see that makes you feel better too. Tony Robbins didn't tell you that? That's not in his book?
He might have, but I don't think he clapped his hands, so I don't think it counts.
But I think that just comes from like your life, like habit. If you like have always to this point thought that it was okay to eat a certain way or to, you know what I mean? Meals here and there.
Made home cooked meals. What kind
Every day.
That's great, but what kind of home cooked meals?
Just could answer this a lot more. Very healthy too.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you're good.
Yeah, she cooks amazing
Like
meals.
my dad made home cooked meals. It was like hamburger helper, macaroni and cheese.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's not-
no,
that's not- that doesn't count.
No,
Yeah.
very lean. She would we grew up very, very healthy. I just got into the habit of like fast food because it's like fast and I could work and I could just go. But then my body was like, hey man, you're dying. And I was
Yes.
like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Also, you travel the world. Have you noticed that their fast food is significantly different than ours?
Well, it's different. I don't eat fast food on the road either, but
He just lies so effortlessly. He lies so effortlessly. It's just incredible to watch in real time. And there's no need to. You eat like shit on the road. It is what it is. You're a comedian. You perform at bars. It's all good. They're gonna shit. They're gonna give you a. There's not gonna be a good. It's not gonna be a healthy Caesar salad. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Just order the burger and then work it off tomorrow. No big deal. But the lies are incredible.
the food's different for sure. See, but that's once you start, because are you headlining now? Are you like touring comic, like nation worldwide, or no?
No,
You're
I'm just
doing
opening
spots?
up for people and trying
You'll
to find
notice
my
once you
voice.
start headlining, like, you know,
He's doing it the right way, Brendan. He's not doing what you're doing. He's actually doing it the right way, even though he's still kind of cheating because he's performing in front of crazy big crowds that are kind of happy to see someone they kind of know on the internet there. He's still doing it slow. He's just opening for people.
you get done with shows at like 1 a.m. The only thing that's open is fast food.
Yeah.
So when I first started, it was like, we gotta get food. So like someone would run and get Burger King or whatever. So that's what you're eating. They realize, man, I'm doing a lot of spots. I'm doing a lot of fast food because the only thing I was open. So now you gotta be more
Mindful.
conscious of it. Yeah. And be like, all right, let's line up something, order it. So when we get to the house, it's there. So we're not waiting on fast food.
Yeah. Plan
Because
ahead.
big time.
She's such a blessing in so many ways, but one of them, and this sounds so chauvinistic, but I don't give a fuck who thinks it is chauvinistic. One of the hottest traits of her is like, I've never asked her to cook a meal for me in my life,
That's
ever.
awesome.
But she always makes sure that there's a warm meal at the table after I'm done working, and it feels unbelievable. Like God can take all of my blessings as long as like I have a home cooked meal and a loved one next to me. I think that's the greatest thing you could ever ask
That's
for.
dope.
We just got into this routine where she would call my favorite restaurants and find my favorite meal, ask for their exact ingredients, and then replace them with healthier like
Oh, that's
ingredients.
dope.
So I could have like
We have
really
to-
fun meals that are really healthy.
We have to get to some interesting bit. We can't talk about him, talk about chips and shit. Fuck this shit. Working out, riding bikes, what George learned from Tony Robbins, importance of nutrition, Brendan reflects on his podcast. Yeah, let's go here. What else we got here coming up? Tony Robbins' house, why comedians aren't good anymore, cancel culture. What else is here? Georgia. Okay, cool. Let's go then. Let's do this one. Had enough of this.
Exactly what
live long.
Yeah, you gotta take care of them. I love it.
I do have a question for you. So, how are you juggling filming 4 podcasts and then going on tour? Are you pre-filming? Are you filming like as you go? You come back for it? Like, how are you managing all of it?
Yeah, I don't believe in. I hate what pre-taping. Pre-filming's not the way to do podcasts usually, but some of them will. Like on Golden Hour with Dalia, like he's on the road for like 10 days, so we banked 2 of them.
Don't mention Dalia around young ladies.
One regular one Patreon. But that's really the only show we'll bank every now and then.
Yeah.
And it used to be King and Sting with Theo, and he moved to Nashville. So he was in town, we'd bank like 4 of them. Then he'd leave town. But I hate banking them.
Yeah.
Who would you say is your favorite to do a podcast with? Who do you like? You're all of them great. I mean, dude, they're all fucking really great, actually. So like, this question is genuine. Like, which one are you excited about?
I mean, the one where I know, because none of them, you know, we don't have like production notes or nothing like that. It's just flying.
You probably should have production notes.
I don't have to see your pants, but the one where I can sit down, I know no matter what either one of us is going through, it's gonna be a good podcast and funny as Callen. You know, we've been doing it 11 years now, so it's like I can sit down.
Yeah, dude, 871?
More than that. That's just what's been counted. So we had probably 500 prior to we got to Fox. We only started counting once we got to Fox.
That's a lie, by the way. They didn't have 500 episodes. It's a lie. It's a lie. And I don't know why he lies, because they had a decent amount, but it was never close to 500. It's a lie. Absolute lie.
But me and him used to do it out of his garage. Me and him in wife beaters.
So question,
Bryan was living in a mansion. His garage is like another room to most people. don't think he's like, you know, in a shed somewhere building computers like fucking Wozniak was back in the day in Apple. That's not what was happening. You know, it's just like it was a place that had like, you know, power outlets and shit, Wi-Fi or internet that can get there. Like, you know, the way he's describing it is crazy.
How do you? Damn, you've been in this game like right when it popped. So what made you guys like go to podcasting? Because like even now, it's still a new thing that's starting. So if you're doing it that long
it's kind
ago,
of teetering off now because there's no barrier to entry, right? So any dumbass can do it. But
like
know,
you,
the talent always rises to the top. But
what a weird way to dismiss people and also to kind of brag about yourself. There's no barrier to entry. That's why you got in there. That's how you got in. That's how I got in. There's no barrier to entry. But now because everyone's doing it and your numbers aren't what they were, now all of a sudden it's like, oh, the cream rises to the top. Like, huh?
So many people got into it, especially during the pandemic, that started tailoring down as far as how many people were doing it. But me and Bryan, it was Bryan's idea. I moved to LA. This is 12 years ago at least. And he was like, come on my podcast. And he had the Bryan Callen show. I don't even know what a podcast was. He's like, it's like radio, but we record and put it out later.
Were you still fighting at the time?
Yeah, currently fighting. I was like, that's a terrible idea. And
so you got into stand-up and fighting around the same time?
No, I was fighting, and then moved to LA for a training camp here, and then met Bryan Callen. I mean, him and I started doing the podcast when I was fighting. And we just had this weird chemistry. He's like, man, we should do a show together once a week. And I was like, what do we call it? He's like, well, you're the fighter, so we'll call it The Fighter, and I'm the kid.
What a great name.
Yeah.
Like, who calls you the kid? He's like, everybody around Hollywood. 2 years later, I'm talking with him, I'm like, they call you the kid on the set? He's like, no, nobody calls me that. That's what you told me. He goes, oh, I made that up. I thought it'd be cool if they did.
Well, dude, he manifested that, bro.
Like, nobody calls me the kid. To this day, I've never heard anybody go, there's the kid, ever. But so we just started doing it. And then he was like, yeah, you can break down fighting and stuff. You're really good. And I'm like, dude, I hate that. Anybody who knows me knows I hate doing that. So I was like, I'm down to do it if I can be like silly and talk about fashion and cars, stuff that I'm into. He's like, all right, cool, man. So we started to do that, and I was like top 10 in the UFC at the time, and nobody else had a podcast. It was like the first time a fighter and a comic got together, like an athlete, professional athlete and comic got together. Now there's so many. But so we just started doing it, and then I was fighting, I think it was Andre Arlovsky in Vancouver, and I got to the airport, and people are throwing out references from the podcast, the comedy podcast. And I got to TSA, and I'm like, oh, this is weird. People are noticing me. Like, that's the big man upstairs. And the heroes growing up were like Adam Sandler, Jim Carrey.
Have you ever met Adam Sandler?
Oh, yeah.
How is he?
The best.
I heard that every single person.
Literally
That's
everybody.
one. That's one. I mean, we were talking about who like is actually loved all around. I think he's loved all around.
Rotten Tomatoes beg to different. You know, they're
Rotten Tomatoes.
What? He's not content with saying beg to differ anymore. Now it's beg to different. What?
I think he's loved all around.
Rotten Tomatoes beg to different. You know.
Rotten Tomatoes.
One more time.
All around. I think he's loved all around.
Rotten Tomatoes beg to different.
How do you say that like that? Beg to differ is already weird. But you can maybe excuse it if you're like speaking really quickly, like I do. But beg to different. He misses words, adds syllables. Beg to different. And he's complaining about people, the barrier entry of podcasting being too low and everyone's getting in on it. Mate, you've been speaking allegedly, according to you, you've been doing podcasts for 11 plus years and you can't even speak properly. You legitimately can't speak properly. English just doesn't even sound like it's your first language. Yet you make millions off of podcasting and you're upset that other people are now getting in on it and taking a bit of the pie away. Come on, brother. You got in early, you enjoyed yourself, be thankful, but hating on others for getting in and you speak like this is just crazy.
You know, they're
Rotten Tomatoes.
Fair enough. We didn't even think about that.
And also the hate online for him, you know, it's like so stupid. Like, oh, he makes trash movies. And I'm like, excuse me, sir?
Who hates Adam Sandler? Again, I love how he's trying to justify his own, like, weird, you know, people that don't like him by trying to say something bad about Adam Sandler. Who sits online and trashes Adam Sandler? Really? Adam Sandler, sorry. I see Seth Rogen getting a lot of hate because, you know, he gets involved in political discussions and culture war stuff. But what does Adam Sandler do that people would hate? They don't like his movies because maybe they are getting horrible. They're not as good as they were before in the past. Maybe he's not as funny, cool. But when's the last time you hear someone really hating on Adam Sandler? And he also is out there and about with people. He actually touches people, communicates with people. You see him playing basketball, pick up basketball with regular humans. He reads the comments. Adam Sandler's bigger than Brendan. He reads comments. He talks to people, regular folks.
You are nuts.
He started
nuts.
movies.
Exactly, Koila. Adam Sandler didn't even know Bert Kreischer. He's so in real life and like a normal dude that he didn't even know who fucking Bert Kreischer is. And Bert Kreischer was really offended by that, by the way. And, you know, I had one of the most cringy encounters I've ever seen, which I'm not going to play now because it makes me want to literally fold into my own derriere. But it was hilarious.
I will fight you over Adam Sandler.
See, that's okay.
Yeah,
I'll fight with you.
I love Adam Sandler.
So when you were fighting, low key in your head, were you always like, oh, I want to do comedy?
No, I mean, when I was a kid, I did, but I was gifted athletically, and that was the
Mhm.
way to be the cool kid because I grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood.
Mhm.
So being athletic was.
Let's Google that. I want to know what predominantly black neighborhoods in how you spell Aurora? Aurora? How you spell that? Aurora? Is that how you spell that? Oh, that's it. Aurora, Colorado. How race ethnicity area? There's 84 neighborhoods that are fully partially in Aurora. Okay, cool. Let's see. Aurora. Ha no. It was laughing at me. Let's see who the predominantly black neighborhoods are. It doesn't exist. There is no predominantly black neighborhood. Look already this chart. White. 46, like the most. Where's a predominantly black neighborhood in Aurora, Colorado? Relative ethno-racial comparison by age, by cohort, by composition, map of race, ethnicity of neighbors. Okay, cool. So, black. Let's see, right? Predominantly black, allegedly. This is according to him. Let's click the black tab. What's the predominantly black neighborhood here? This one. Center, what's it? Center Tech, City North, City Center, Tollgate Overlook, what's that? Highline Valley Villages. Okay, let's see where Brendan Schaub's from. Let's see where he's from. Brendan Schaub, Wikipedia. Because he's not from any of these, so this whole thing is just lies again, just unnecessary lies. So where's he from? Let's see what neighborhood he's actually from on his Wikipedia. It doesn't say, does it? Aurora, Colorado. He was raised and born in Aurora, Colorado. It doesn't say where though, does it? It doesn't say where. It just says Aurora, but it doesn't say where. Schaub began training at High Altitude Gym. Okay, where is High Altitude Gym? Where is that? High Altitude Arts in Aurora, Colorado. What area is that in? Let's see. Let's see. This is in the what area is that? I don't know. Let me just compare it to that map. Can we see it from here? Where is that? Aurora, Colorado. It's in East Hampton. Let's see the map. Let's see what it says here on the map. Because I think this whole black neighborhood narrative is fake in every facet, as he likes to say. This is completely made up. This black narrative thing is just like, it's too convenient for me, mate. It's completely made up. I don't know. Let's see if I can recognize that place on the map. Where is that? No idea. No idea where it is, but I think it's lying, personally for me. I think it's lying. But hey, let's go back to the video. Fuck this. I can't bother to check the map again.
A way to get girls and stick out and get attention.
Right.
I was really athletic, so I was like, I'll just stick with this. But my dream was to be on Saturday Night Live. Still is. Still
Really?
host Saturday Night
Wow.
Live. Yes, because I grew up watching that.
I love how quickly he says still is before anyone says anything. Like he doesn't let that breathe. Because he fundamentally doesn't believe it. I would like to see it happen. Just from a purely content side of things, I want that to happen. I would love for him to go on Saturday Night Live, and usually the skits and bits on there aren't good anyway, but sometimes they do hit some home runs. But also you can see how difficult it is to perform on live TV and to also, you know, learn your lines and stuff. It's not easy to do that kind of comedic acting and be funny, especially with the constraints that they have at SNL, where they're not really allowed to be crazy and go really for it. You know, something somewhat ideologically, politically kind of steering and where they kind of do their work, whatever. That's by the by, but it's just hard to do on live TV. This guy can barely talk on a podcast where he gets to like edit anything he wants to do, set the flipping topics and the whatever. You know what I mean? He gets to run the ship, and he doesn't even speak properly. Imagine putting him on live television, reading lines with other comedic actors. But I just love how he doesn't believe it. I love it. It's also sad. Like I said in the other clip, that he doesn't really believe that's gonna happen.
A way to get girls and stick out and get attention.
Right.
I was really athletic, so I was like, I'll just stick with this. But my dream was to be on Saturday Night Live. Still is. Still
Really?
a host Saturday Night
Wow.
Live. Yeah, because I grew up watching that and Robin Williams, and my mom would always have me watch Saturday Night Live with her. But sports just, took me down this crazy road.
Right.
Well, it was meant to be.
Yeah.
I think so.
Do so like how come you've never even tried to maneuver doing Saturday Night Live? You're definitely.
I think I need to get more famous. Like they just had.
Imagine being this delusional. Imagine being this delusional. Honestly, like if I was, again, this is not to limit anyone's dreams, because I have a dream and an aspiration that one day I will be DJing at Berghain. One day I'll be DJing at Berghain. It's kind of hard to imagine it now because I'm live streaming in flipping rented studios to 300 people on a live stream, right? And I'm playing in fucking bars and pubs for like $50 or $100, right? It's a bit crazy to flipping mention, to figure that I'm going to be there, but I have, I know I can do it. It can happen, right? There's a path to it. But I also know it's not something that's primarily based on fame or anything. It's just me being, having the fortune to be put in certain places and the right person seeing you or getting recommended. It can happen. It's that can get figured out. But SNL, for the most part, if you're not really funny, you basically have to be like an A-list celebrity to get on there. A-list, right? Who did they had that guy on there, right? They had Travis Kelce, right? Travis, is that his name? Travis Kelce, or I forgot how you say his name. He's like an American football player. He's got like ginger hair, right? He's a bit of a wigger. He was on there, but he just won the fucking Super Bowl, and he's super well known, and women love him and shit, right? He's like a popular guy. They have like SZA. They have all these like A-star, like A-list celebrities, not like minor people, like people that you say, oh, I know him, I know her, I know him. So Brendan will have to get to that level of celebrity to get on there. And he's not even that famous within podcasts and stuff. Like he's not even famous in like stand-up level. Do you know what I mean? Like people know him more as like a podcaster as opposed to a stand-up. And they also think his stand-up sucks. So how is he going to get that famous? Especially with having the amount of hate that he has and being a terrible human being. You know what I mean? Personality-wise. Like, how are you going to do that? He'd probably have a better chance of getting on SNL if he said, I just want to be really good at stand-up. I want to get so good at stand-up that it doesn't matter that I'm a douchebag. People can't deny me. Like, you have to just book me, kind of thing, even though I'm a douche. That might be a way to get in, but to rely on fame, it's like, people have to like you. Like, you're not very likable, Brendan. Like, I don't know if you know this, bro.
They have like Harry Styles doing it, I think I got some more work to do. I'll get there.
You will. Yeah. That will be a celebration.
Oh, yeah.
So then, because I saw...
Look at George Janko's face. George is confused. George is confused. Look at George. He's like, what? This guy thinks he's going to get on SNL. He's like, I can't get on SNL. And I'm more famous than you. Right? Because look at George's face.
You will.
Yeah.
That will be a celebration.
Oh, yeah.
So then...
George is like... He didn't say nothing.
Because I saw that you have a degree in sociology.
Sociology and business, yeah.
Right. Did you do that for the fact that you wanted to like get into
those hands into?
Yeah, when he dapped me up, his fingers wrapped around.
He's so big and intimidating. He's so big.
Yeah, no, we're friends.
Yeah, you can't wear pro-back hats. Ask him what pro-back hat size he wears.
Dude,
they don't make them.
Bro, he has a...
Ugly girls with great hearts, you'd see him as beautiful.
I love that. That's a great movie. By the way, it should be made because all the movies being made right now are shit.
Oh, they're not taking any risk on comedies. Like, there's no like bro comedy anymore. Like, none of that stuff.
I wrote a comedy, so I had done a horror.
Fantastic LA setup, isn't it? I love that subtle setup, isn't it? What subtle setup. Movies are horrible. Yeah, bro comedy's not there. Guess what? I actually wrote a comedy. Really, dude? Yeah, man, you should be in it. Yeah, really, dude? You did some lines? Yeah, come by the studio. Yeah, I'll get the... Oh, these conversations.
Movie. And the directors and the producers, we became really good friends. Just people you work with, you become nice. And I wrote a script, and as for fun, I just handed it to them. And I go, hey, guys, like, my dream would be one day write a movie that you guys produce and direct. They loved it. They go, we want to do it. So they're on board to do this movie. 50% of my jokes, they removed it.
Yeah.
They're like, you can't, bro. They even, one of them goes, this joke made me look at you differently. And I was like, what? It's a joke. They're like, yeah, but it's like really fucked up. And I go, yeah, but that's what jokes are. Like, it's something that you would never want to happen. It's a joke. They go, yeah, but like, we don't want to produce this movie if that joke's in there. And I was like,
that's what's wrong with Hollywood. Like, you're not going to see Superbad again. You know,
but
you're not gonna see that.
You
stuff.
watch that; it's not even that bad. It's not bad.
Not to me, but people are bitches.
See, we need
go watch
producers
Bros.
like you.
Go watch Bros.
What's Rose?
Bros is the
Bros.
The gay want to do. So they'll send it. Like my agency send it, and unless it's something that's like spot on, I usually don't do them.
Yeah.
But I'll do audition stuff.
His acting is horrible, by the way. Horrible.
Yeah. That's good.
If it's something fun.
Yeah.
I stopped auditioning.
Did you?
I like to. I realize I'm a creator. Like you know how you said you met Bryan and he like put you on this path of like podcasting. And you're like, oh shit, this makes more sense. When Logan opened up the door of like, hey, why don't you create something and record it? It changed my life because I'm like, oh, I read scripts and I'm like, I don't want to fucking do this. I don't want to act like this. I don't want to be like this. And also, I don't like that they and this is like a very cocky statement, but I don't like jumping through hoops for roles that I don't even love. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
that's the problem. Yeah,
you have to kiss ass. When I'm like,
there.
bro, I don't even fucking want this role. Like, I don't want this role.
Well, it's good you recognize that early on, though. You know,
I recognize that. So I like to watch other people and how, their life and what their metric is, so I don't make the same mistakes, or I can make the same blessings.
Yep.
And the one thing that I learned is people that sacrifice their heart to make $1, regardless of where you're at or how much money you make, you're fucking miserable.
Yeah.
So like I immediately
They're called politicians. Yeah.
I start sweating on this podcast. Anyways, we make a cut now. So Tony Robbins,
You're
right?
like, I don't get why you're suppressed on YouTube, Brendan.
Hates gay movies, politicians.
No, listen, I don't mind gay movies. They just have to be good. That's their problem. They're like, America's so homophobic. It's like, no, the movie sucked. The movie sucked.
It's not
That's
funny.
what it
It's
is.
not funny.
I bet he didn't watch the movie. He's just rabbiting Joe Rogan talking points or what he heard in the podcast. Did you even watch Bros? Did you watch it? I doubt it. He didn't watch it.
So nobody's homophobic. It's just a shitty movie.
I don't have any problems with any movie being made. I just want shit to be good. I don't care what you're fighting for. At least make it good. Don't like pressure to like watch a certain thing. And that goes for any medium, even Christianity. If you're gonna make a Christian movie, make it good, bro. Don't be cheesy with it.
Yeah.
I don't want to see another Christian cheesy movie. Like, make something that you're proud of.
Okay.
And a lot of people
Enough. We're gonna skip to some bits here that I think might be good. I don't care about the wife thing. Let's go to this one. This might be a good one, isn't it? How you got started in stand-up. Let's hear this lie.
Your dad's all right.
It's
with
like
me.
the mafia, but like not the mafia at the same time.
There's a set of rules there.
Yeah.
So when it comes to comedy, because you started going on stage with the kid
Me and Bryan started
to
together.
make him to make him happy.
Yeah.
To make him. So you started going on stage with him. Like, what was that like? Were you terrified of?
6-pack abs and green juice fund.
Yeah, big up. Exactly. Thank you. Big up, Quayla, for the $10 donation. I appreciate it. Yeah. You know the vibe. When I finish this, I'm gonna make another one anyway. I'm all out. I'm gonna make another. But I appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
Going on. When did you realize like this is it?
Wait, these are live performances?
Yeah.
No way.
Me and Bryan we started doing live Fire and the Kid.
Great question, babe.
We started doing live Fire and the Kid because the podcast was getting legs, and so we started doing live Fire and the Kids. And then, so Bryan would be like, we're going to open every show. It's not a podcast, it's a performance of us.
Unpopular opinion. I'm a big believer that Brendan should stop trying to do stand-up and switch to doing more live Fire and the Kid, showcase, bonanza, show type things where he has little brows doing his terrible rapping, Chin doing his crying singing, and it's like a stand-up live podcast type of thing where they tell jokes and take that around the country or around the world and do that whenever. But then obviously any stuff that Timey does have free, focus on making the podcast great, but then you're obviously saving some of the good, fun, interesting, cool, interactive bits for the live show. But then sacking off the personal stand-up career. You're never going to be fucking Louis C.K. You're never going to be Dave Chappelle. Do that. That'll be great. Personally. And it'll feed his fans because they love that. But this stand-up shit is just a waste of time. Because he just doesn't have it.
So he was like, we'd write down a whole performance piece and go, we'd start every show with you doing 10 minutes of...
Exactly, Gerard Millerick. A traveling circus. It legitimately is, that's funny, but I swear to God, that would work far better than him standing on there on stage talking about fucking Mexican cookies and shit. That would work way better. You have banter, be able to rip off people, riff off Chin, you know, whatever. Maybe you could do like an Ask Jay session where you get Jay to go in there, answer live questions. I don't know, whatever. You could do something. It could work.
Storytelling, because you're a good storyteller. I'm like, all right. And so we're doing that for like 5 or 6 shows. Then we're at the Vic Theater in Chicago, like 3,000 people sold out. And I'm in the back. I'm like, God, I don't know. I'm not sure yet what story I'm going to do. And Brian's like, what? I'm like, what? Help me with my story. And he goes, story? He goes, oh, Bubba, you're doing stand-up. I just didn't want to scare you because I know you've always wanted to do it. And I was like, oh, shit, you're right.
That's why he's not good at stand-up. Because he started performing in front of his own fans. 3,000 of them. Sold out when the podcast was at its peak. When literally he could stand there and start singing Big Dig Bandits and it would kill the room. It would crush. He could dance. He could do that little dance thing he does and people will be dying. That's not an accurate reflection of how funny you are because they all love you. That's at the height of the Brendan and Bryan love. What he should have done, still enjoyed that love and appreciation, but then went and did open mics, then went and did random spots and went to places where people don't know who he is and just performed and did the grind, but he didn't. He went to stick to that and he really thought he was going to be the kind of like the, what's your thing called? The, not savant, but just like, he's going to be the special one that's going to change things how they're done. Unfortunately, there is no changing how things are done. It just takes a long time to get funny. And especially if you don't have the minerals for it when you begin, you probably do need to really focus on doing it the right way to kind of give yourself a chance. And even then, it's not, people are already saying in the comments, oh, Joe Rogan's not funny. Joe Rogan did it the right way. He grinded all the way through. He did open mics, the whole thing, got past. He treats stand-up like a fucking, like chess. He's always dissecting jokes, recording stuff. Like and you guys still don't find him funny. So imagine Brendan skipping steps. Of course he's not funny. No surprise.
No way.
So that clicked through. I'm like, oh, it's stand-up. He's right. So then that following week, we did a live Firing the Kid at the Comedy Store. And it goes great. And then like 2 weeks after, I get a call from the manager at the Comedy Store. And she goes, hey, why don't you do a set at the store? I'm like, oh, no doubt. Let me call Bryan, see if he's available too. And she's like, no, dumbass. We saw your stand-up at the Firing the Kid. We want you to do a spot here. I was like, wait, just me? She's like, yeah. I'm like,
that person is no longer there anymore. And that's why he doesn't get spots at the Comedy Store anymore.
Okay. So I went and did that. And then it was like off to the races.
How did you prepare for that?
I was the Firing the Kid preparing me for it, doing these like huge theaters and all the pressure of that. That was like, yeah, let's do it.
Oh, yeah, true.
Wow,
yeah.
That's awesome.
And then just off to the races.
What's your favorite thing you've ever done?
Stand up.
Has to be, right?
By far.
I try to explain this to people, but it's different. Like, when Joe made me go on stage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he made that so Logan told him that he wants me to do stand up, and Joe, such a blessing in my life, he called me. He goes, "Yo, you're gonna come do this." And so I did it. Would have never done it if it wasn't
a really good buddy of mine. Love Joe.
He deserves every success he's ever had in his life. He's the most unbelievable human being. And I get off stage and I try to explain this to people.
Ozempic fund.
You fucking I'm never sharing again on this fucking stream. You guys are killing me. Big up Space Guy. Thank you for the $6.99 super chat. Ozempic Fund. I'm never sharing on here ever again. I swear to God, I'm never sharing. Niggas out here calling me fucking Lizzo. You calling me. You think I should get Ozempic? Oh man, you guys are fucking brutal. Thank you, Space Guy.
Performing is cool. Being an actor is cool. Being a fighter is cool. It's very different when people get dressed to all sit in a room to laugh. It is a different energy.
Different high. Yeah,
it's a different like feeling. It's like this is the best way I explain it. Have you ever told like a really good joke in front of your friends and family?
No. Have you seen the ratings? Of course he hasn't. You're asking the wrong person.
Like just for that split second, it was a hot joke and everybody's laughing. That feeling right there is like you could have that for an hour.
Times
if you do it
1,000.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
times 1,000.
Because there's
Anyway, whatever. They're going to start whacking each other off now. What's the other thing I want to see? How we got started. Is it done, right, that clip? It's still got minutes
so
left.
many more
And
people.
they're strangers. Yeah, not your family.
It's
great.
I think everybody should at least try it once.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you're funny.
Yes.
Look, I know I'm pausing it too much. I apologize. Don't you find it interesting? This guy, he's like a fucking... I want to just, like... I'd love to just study this dude's brain. So, he gets into podcasting early, just for pure timing, right? Just a timing thing. Then you end up befriending Joe Rogan, one of the most successful media figures out in the world at the moment. The male Oprah, as I like to call him. That obviously gives you a rub and gives you a bit of a boost. And obviously you're there in the beginning of podcasting and it all kind of, it conflates, right? All these kind of amazing times just all comes into a big moment and bang, your thing blows up. But it's kind of a timing thing. It's not just like you hard work. It's like all these things happening that are outside of your control that help you. And you become successful. Despite, you not being able to speak the English language clearly. Despite you not really, learning to grow or build or evolve the show in any kind of way. It's still the same type of show. It's basically on its last legs now, especially because they hate each other. Or it's not as, the vibe isn't as great as was once before. But you get there and you kind of make a best of it and you kind of do this, what you're doing now, and your career is amazing and you become successful in your own right, monetarily, career-wise, everything's been going great. So it's a great opportunity. Why would you then look down on people that try to get involved? The same thing that you kind of laid out there. You start in the beginning, they see the fruits of your labor, they see you driving the nice cars, they see your kids going to great schools, they see your partner looking like she doesn't need to work, they see you living nice. Of course they'd want to, if people like those kind of things, they want to maybe follow in your footsteps. That should be an encouraging thing. Like I'm the blueprint, follow me and you can maybe get there. But nah, he doesn't like it. And he also doesn't like when people start doing comedy. Even though his comedy start was, if you want to get technical, or if you want to be smarmy, if you want to be a cunt, you could say he maybe cheated. His comedy career maybe was a bit of a cheat. Because he started from, performing in front of sold out shows because his podcast was successful. Yet he gets annoyed when people try to start comedy. Like, can you imagine how mad that is? The person that got a bump because of Rogan and Callen and having a successful podcast is now getting upset when random people think, oh, I like Rogan. He's funny. I'm funny. I want to do stand up. That annoys him.
I don't think you should do it if you're not funny. If you're a quiet guy, maybe you shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
But if you're a funny guy and like people are like, oh, you're funny, you should at least go up and try, because like it's very therapeutic in general just to get your shit off your chest and make it like,
It's therapeutic, but also I think if you try it, you'll realize how tough it is. So you'll be humble on people's specials.
Yeah, so everybody that criticizes a special should try stand up one time and then they'll be more appreciative. No, sometimes shit sucks. Sometimes shit just sucks.
If you go to the show or whatever,
Yeah, that's actually very, very well
you realize
played.
how tough it is.
You're like, oh yeah, actually. You actually start laughing at their joke extra hard because you're like, no, I get where you were going with that. Yeah.
Do you do a lot of like improv, or do you feel like you usually going into it, I have these stories I'm gonna tell?
I'll have like my set list, but I don't like write out the jokes. Otherwise, it's like very like structured. You can't have fun with it. So I'll write out like keywords, which will remind me of the bit to do, but then I can have fun in between those. And there's segues into the next one. Yeah, and crowd work.
Nice.
Who's somebody you look up to and you like try to, like, I absorb from watching other stand-ups and not trying to mimic that.
he doesn't watch any stand-up specials. I guarantee you, this guy doesn't watch any, and not in full. All he sees are the clips on social media. I guarantee you.
But like, take from their knowledge. Like, is there somebody that you're like, oh, I really want to emulate or mirror?
My style's close to like a Bert Kreischer, who's like a storyteller with jokes in there.
Yep.
So more like a Bert Kreischer, who's a close buddy. But I don't watch much stand-up for that reason. Like, I don't want to pick up on their
See? Of course he doesn't.
certain things, because it's very
It's you
very
accidentally
easy to
take it.
mimic, and then you'll have a bit, and then somehow, you know. So I don't watch too much stand-up.
That's a cop-out for having no attention span. But hey, what do I know? Continuing. Last one I want to check, and then we move on to something else. What is it when the boys talk about Fear of One? Yeah, let's do these back to back. Fear of One and them. Yeah, let's talk about this back to back.
Or like Kreischer's special, but if they're not a buddy, I typically won't watch it.
If they're not your friend, you won't watch a stand-up special. Is that not redacted? Yeah, I knew you said the word. Isn't that not redacted? You don't watch stand-up specials if they're not your friends. Shouldn't you be watching more specials that aren't your friends to give you an understanding as to like what's out there outside of your friends, because you see them all the time? No? Wouldn't you want to do that?
Theo came into the Laugh Factory in Hollywood here, and we had him on the podcast, and he was funny, but I felt like he was like on this like character, and he was doing his thing, and I was like, okay, it was really fun to have him on. He was really funny. It was very, like, you could tell he has a big heart, but bro, he came into the Laugh Factory,
savage,
and he blew everyone out of the way.
Yeah,
so
bro,
funny.
And he just came on. He wasn't even nervous or anything. Like, there's moments that I remember of people, and the one every time I close my eyes and think of him, he just walked in with his just fun hairdo and his personality, and just walked on stage, and he just took a breath, and you could tell he was like, all right, what do I want to talk about?
He's a beast.
And then he just went in, and he blew everyone out of the water.
He's
bro.
also a guy too, when you talk about not reading comments or listening to the outside, is remember Theo came off Road Rule, so that's how people knew him, from MTV's Road Rule.
What is that?
Road Rule was it'd be like The Real World on MTV, you know, Real World.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like that, but it was like a competition show. There was like 2 teams. It was a reality show, so he got big off that. So he was doing that, and then got off that show and started doing stand up. So they're like, oh, that's the guy from MTV. He's not funny. He's just this quirky kid. He's not funny. But then he kept working, didn't listen to the haters, kept working. And now most people don't even know Theo did the Road Rules show. They just know him as this great comic.
That's inspiring.
If he let people pigeonhole him into this, you're just a reality star.
What kind of weird way to justify his own thing? What kind of comment is this? Who stands there and thinks Road Rules happened? How long ago was Road Rules? That was like nearly 20 years ago. Maybe not that long, but it was 15, long time ago. Who's here thinking like, what? This is a weird way to justify his own nonsense, isn't it?
Our guy, you'd never.
Me and Theo are just the same. No, you're not.
Would be Theo Von. So he never listened to that. So he got all this hate when he first came out, selling tickets right away because he came from Road Rules, and then now he's this great comic.
Wow. That really worked out for him, because the one thing right away that I noticed watching him is he's so incredibly chill and grounded and so incredibly himself. Like, there's no one like him, you know what I mean? He's literally just himself.
There's only one, yeah. And he's funny at all times. Like, he's never missed my son's birthday, even though he lives in Nashville.
Which is today.
My son's birthday is today,
Tell him
27 today, so
happy birthday.
thank you. So he had his birthday party on Sunday. Theo's never missed his party. Theo shows up to the party, and Theo's funny no matter what. So there's all these moms there, and then one's like super attractive, and I go, she's single, dude. He goes, yeah, and then it's Theo 10.0, you know. And he's like, what's up, man? I'm like, we just talked. He's like, yeah, and he's like, I'm with him, and she's like, they don't know he's a comic, and she's like, what? And he goes, I'm not with him. I'm friends with his kids. I know the kids. I'm not like a pedophile or nothing. And they're like, what the fuck? And I was like, Theo, dude, tone it down, dude. Tone it down. They don't know who you are, bro. They think you're like, this is you, dude. You know? So he's great.
Wow.
I love that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's the best, man.
Is he is he trying to stay single right now, or is he focused on his career? What is he?
You never know. It's a battle with him. He has demons, man. So you never
really
know. Theo. I mean, you know, it's just
I'm in comedy. I guess.
Yeah, he's just places. You know. He has no issue getting a lady. I'll put it that way.
How's your relationship with Joe Rogan? Like,
oh, the big question. George JANKO buttered him up, and now he's asking the most important question. How is your relationship with Daddy Rogan? Papa Rogan. How is your relationship with him? Can Papa Rogan, how is he? Can he invite you to the comedy mothership? Or do you have to stay at the ice house? Please answer honestly.
Is that
brother from a much older Italian mother?
How'd you guys meet?
He's a commentator for the UFC. He moved to Denver when I was living in Denver, and then him and Bryan were really close. Bryan and Rogan have known each other for like 30.
Were really close. Fraudulent slip there. They were really close. Bryan got accused of all the rapes. Brendan slipped in. No? Shoop. He said, "Oh yeah, you accused of rapes. Oh, you getting divorced. Oh yeah, so I'm really sad. Okay, whoop." Slipped in. Oh yeah, your career's gone down the pan and you lost everything you worked for. Yeah, okay. Whoop.
35 years. So when I first moved to LA, we would go to dinners, and me and Rogan lived close to each other. So Bryan, Rogan, some other guys, we'd always go to dinners, and I kept making him laugh. And then Rogan had me on his podcast, and I've been on his podcast over it's like 90 times now. The most.
You're the most
ever.
I love how he brags about it. He tries to act like he doesn't know what number it is. You know what number it is as well, and it's never going to increase more than that. Someone's going to overpass him definitely, but that relationship is not the same. As I mentioned previously in other podcasts or other clips, I'm sure him saying Joe Rogan slangs dick and stuff and other bits and bobs he's done in the scene has definitely deteriorated their relationship, but also Rogan moving away and running away to Austin and not bringing in these guys with him definitely kind of aided it. But I love how he brags about this. It's super hilarious.
90 times?
Yeah, 90 times.
That's a huge compliment, bro.
Yeah,
he's not going to put you on, and if you're even taking away his smidget, but you must be adding to be his number one guest.
Yeah, he's my boy. So then we would keep going to dinners, make him laugh, and then he was like, "You need to do stand up, man." And I was like, "Oh, say less." They didn't know that in my heart I always wanted to do it. And he's like, "Yeah, do stand up, get an act together. You're fucking funny, man." He's like, "I'm around professional, funny people all the time. You're funny." I was like, "You think?" He's like, "Yes, do fucking stand up." And then I just kept going.
You have a good friend group.
That's amazing.
Great supporting group.
It's awesome to see people that are very successful wanting to make other people successful. It's very weird because this industry does have a lot of people that are like, no, it's me, not you.
Rogan started that. So that's the culture I came up in. That's why I pay it forward, because Rogan started that with, he'd bring Tom Segura. You look at the people he's brought on the road and made their careers, like Tom Segura opened up for Rogan, Joey Diaz,
oh wow,
Tony Hinchcliffe, monsters, dude. So he would always put these guys on and have them on his shows, and he was like, "What's good for you is good for me," and he just built this supportive community, which in comedy it's never been done before.
Never.
Now that he left,
very
LA,
cutthroat.
Now
industry.
he left LA, it's back to the old days.
Really?
Oh, it's crab mentality now. Yeah.
No. That's great, and it's probably why he's so successful, because
it's crab mentality now. You're probably adding to it. So he misses Rogan. Brendan misses Daddy Rogan. He wishes he was still there to help him guide, promote, bring him on a show a lot more times.
he's
Correct.
lifting everybody up around him, and so he's getting that blessing
and
back.
he's doing it in Austin. His club opens, I think, next week, and
club opens next week. But are you getting booked? Will you be playing there? That doesn't look like the face of a guy that's getting booked there because shit changed. Because Rogan's gonna have to do the thing where he's gonna have to like book him around. That's the thing when you're involved in drama. He's gonna have to book him when Bobby Lee isn't there, when Ali Liederman isn't there, when Tony Hinchcliffe isn't there, because Tony Hinchcliffe said that fucking death by 1,000 paper cuts and shit. So many people he has to kind of take into account. Do you know? Like, that's what happens when you cause drama. You hurt your future prospects. But that looks like a hate. That looks like someone hating.
He's gonna be doing the same thing out there.
So he does stand up still.
Rogan? Yeah. Oh, big time, dude. Yeah, like arenas. Yeah, he does stand up.
What a career, bro.
He does more stand. Oh, big time, dude. Yeah, like arena.
Look at him laughing, all smug and happy. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
He's gonna be doing the same thing out there.
So he does stand up still.
Rogan?
Yeah.
Oh, big time, dude. Yeah, like arenas.
He thinks we're all like Rogan sycophants. Like, I love the podcast, Rogan. I don't miss an episode, but I skip all the fucking ads and plugs. I have no idea where he's performing unless I may be browsing on social media. I don't know. Oh, wow, he's with fucking Chappelle. I give no fucks about what stand up he does. Really don't. But I love his podcast. Most people don't even listen to the podcast. They watch even clips, wherever it's online. But they're not balls deep into his life like it's not like a regular thing. But because this guy is like sitting on Rogan's lap every day, he can't fathom the idea that he doesn't know that Joe Rogan is playing arenas or that he's doing this. Like, he's just, some people just live regular. Some people have responsibilities. They're busy. They're not just, they don't have time to listen to 4 hours of Rogan podcasting 7 times a week or some shit. Or talking about his comedy. Some people just don't have the time. I love the fact that look at him. He's like, he's offended. He's kind of offended for Rogan. Even though Rogan's not there. Even though Rogan wouldn't be offended if George was like, oh, I didn't know you do stand up. He wouldn't be offended. But yeah, I'm still giving it a go, I'm still doing what I can. He wouldn't be offended, but Brendan is.
Yeah, he does stand up.
What a career, bro.
He does more stand up.
He does more stand up.
He does more stand up than anybody you know. Like, name a comic.
Look at him.
He does more spots than anybody you know.
Really?
He's in Austin, 5 nights a week if he's not on the road. Like, he constantly does stand up.
I would love to go watch him live.
Monster. Yeah, go to Austin.
Does he have? He doesn't have a special though.
He has like 9 specials, dude.
Joe Rogan has 9 specials.
I think he has 3 on Netflix.
Look at the laughing. It's good that he's meeting somebody that just doesn't give a shit, that just knows Rogan for the clout and for the fame and the name and stuff, but doesn't really, not really that familiar with his comedy. I love this. This is amazing, man. He's getting offended for Rogan.
Flakes right now.
When did he?
He's been doing stand up for 30 years, Bubba.
Wait, when was his last special though?
Bubba. George, is he trolling?
2 years ago, probably 3 years ago.
Okay.
Called Strange Times.
So
he remembers even the title of his specials. That's how you know he sucks him
I
off.
didn't watch anybody really until I started getting to stand up, and then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna start like observing.
No, but you're not like a lot of people, like, especially now. He got so big doing the podcast and like.
Anyway, this is boring. I'm done, man. We've seen most of it. Congratulations to them, I guess, in some respects. I think, what is this? Is that it for the thing? What have I got a list on there? Oh yeah, Chin's vlog, innit? Chin's vlog. Okay, quickly before we do Chin's vlog, I want to quickly check and see what the pop-in posts are over on the flipping TFATK. I'm not gonna watch that new episode, that full episode, am I? Really? Come on, man, it's too brutal. So let me see what the everyone was dying. I'm sorry. I went to commit to watching a full episode once on stream and I did it. Okay, I'm sorry that if I killed some of you guys and I lost some of you along the way. I really am. But I wanted to try my best to do it, and I did it, and we did it, okay? Together. Let me see if I can get, I want to see if I can see what because there's a new episode recently about the pod. I want to see if there's any clips that might be of use here. Let's see. Bear with me 1 second. I'm just checking the sub now. Anything there? Nope. Okay, cool. What have we got here? Or maybe save for another day. Should we save for another day? Yeah, we'll watch the whole thing another day. Let's just save it. Don't need to go through the clips. Let's go straight to Chin. Let's not waste some time. Let's just go to Chin. We'll watch the full episode of Finding a Kid the other day. What's the episode I'm saying? We'll watch, next time I stream, we'll do the full episode of 876. Alright, so if you haven't watched it or you want to watch it, wait for me and let's watch it together on here. It'll be more fun. And then we'll do it that way. Okay. So we're gonna move on to our favorite member of the BAPA-verse, Chin Su Yi. All right, Chin Su Yi has got a couple of vlogs here that I want to check out and see what he's about and wagwan. He's got one that is my new overpriced apartment tour, and he's got another one which is called Will Compton finally meets Rampage Jackson behind the scenes at Calabasas fight companion UFC 285. The longest YouTube title ever, but we're going to watch all of them. Okay? This should be fucking fun. I'm eager to see what Chin's new apartment looks like. I'm eager to see him behind the scenes with Rampage Jackson. I want to see how Chin acts when he interacts with a black person. I'm interested in all of it. So let's see. Let's get this up and going. Alan here at the bottom. Chin is boring as hell. I said all that to hype him up, and look at the chat. Chin is boring as hell. I beg to differ. I beg to different. Actually, Chen. Alan N. I beg to different. Okay, cool. Bear me 1 second as it loads up. Oh God, I beg to differ. You know, that guy is a fucking legend. How you just invent new words like that? Okay, cool. Let's go. So let's get this loaded. Is it loading? It is loading already. Let's see this new clip. Let's see what he's saying here. But I'm going to show you what area I live in, the direction I walk towards my apartment. It'd be easy to figure out if you really went to figure it out, isn't it? Like, bizarre thing to say. Oh, it's big, isn't it? Nice. Nice. Oh, fucking hell, mate. $6,000 in rent. Fuck me. How much you have to make to clear $6,000? So he's probably getting paid pretty well. So I think someone said to me, actually, let me double check this. Actually, someone actually said in the comments when I made the clip, when I put the clip up on my YouTube channel about Chin needing to be paid more, someone actually commented and said, "Oh, he definitely does get paid a lot, like in LA. Like what's it? Let's say podcast producer salary, Los Angeles." Someone said in the comments that he definitely gets more than $100,000. How much is it? As of March, the average annual salary for podcast producer in Los Angeles was $70,141 a year. Just in case you need a simple salary calculator, that works out to approximately $33 an hour, which is, yeah, that's too low. So what, he must be, let's see salary, what's that? What's 100 grand a year as a salary? Is that like 10? Is that 10 or is it under 10? So maybe it's on 150. Let's see a salary calculator. Maybe it's on 150. Because to make to clear $6,000 rent, you have to make like what, 15 grand a month or something, or 10 grand to kind of maybe 10 grand. I don't know. Like that's an insane amount. I know this is in pounds, but it's just, you know. Oops, sorry. Yep, do it again. One. Come on. Okay, go away. No, we're not gonna allow ads. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's see. How much is it? That's the one, right? This is for the UK though, so it might not be the right one to use. But hey, let's just use it anyway. Calculate. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say that, but I don't know if that makes any sense. Jared Miller. I was gonna say if I could afford $6,000 for rent, why not just save up so you could buy a place? But then I don't know if it's like that the housing market in London is the same. Sometimes you have to pay a lot of rent for shitty places, but just because you can afford a lot of rent doesn't mean you can afford a mortgage. And some banks won't give you a mortgage anyway. Do you know what I mean? So you're caught in like a catch-22. So yeah, 100 grand is like what, monthly is 5. What is that? 5 or after tax? So maybe it's 150, 200k. God damn. So what? So what? Do you guys think Chin's making 200k a year? That might make some sense then. That might mean because you could buy a house in LA for under 2 million. Yeah, so maybe he's making 200,000. Yeah, people think he's making 200,000 a year. Fucking hell, man. Gee, I can't ever imagine paying $6,000 for rent. That's insane. Legitimately insane. I think I'm paying a lot, and I pay what? Mine's just gone up. Mine was 1,500. Now it's 1,700. And like I said, my place is like, or my space is like 1 bedroom, a living room, and a kitchen connected, separate bathroom. But that's it. It's not much room really. It's just like a bedroom, this living room area that I'm in now, and my kitchen's over there, and that's it. And I pay 1,700. But also I live in a really rough power town. You know, I don't live in like the trendy area. I don't have a concierge. I mean, it's like just a security guard. It's not, there's nothing fancy here. There's no gym or anything, but there's no dog park built in here. Fuck me, mate. That's a lot of money. Wow. Yay, big up E for the super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, E, for the $1 super chat. Appreciate you, bro. No message, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much, E. MA, you not really 100. Fuck yeah, I got to leave London. £112 a week. Oh, I've got to leave London, man. I'm getting killed, and I've got cheap rent compared to my friends. My friends pay way more. My rent is pretty cheap compared to my friends, and I still think I'm still getting killed. Oh God Almighty, mate. I'd love to. Oh, yeah, don't get me started. Let's not talk about that now. Let's go back to the thing. Whoa. 3 bedrooms in the States, because we have really cheeky estate agents. Are you guys the same in the States? In England, they classify anything that's a room as a bedroom, basically. Unless it's a living room. It's basically a bedroom. So it's a bit of a sneaky thing. So sometimes you go to a place that's listed as 2 bedroom, but they mean the living room as another bedroom. So it's not like, whereas, you know, sometimes you might want 2 separate bedrooms. So do you have that thing in the States too? Yeah, TV. Yeah, TV. It's a nice place, though. It's a nice fucking place. What's your guys' theories on new builds? Do you guys like new builds? Because it's nice. I know some people hate new builds, but this actually looks like a nice new build. Very, very nice one. What's Christina saying here? Let me get a chat on my phone, sorry, so I can read it because it's going super fast on my computer. Bear me 1 second. What are you guys saying here in the chat? Christina's saying, in Cali, if he makes 150k, he brings home 100k, 8.3k per month. And if he makes 200k, he brings home 133k, which is 11k per month. Okay, cool. So he must have a roommate, or he just isn't saving anything. Aha. Okay. I get you. Thank you, Christina. That clears it up a lot more there. Okay, cool. So I guess I was underestimating how much he was making, but then also maybe overestimating how much he's paying, because maybe he's living with somebody. Who knows? But yeah, okay, but still, I still advocate for Chin getting more. If Chin's getting 200 grand, he should get 250. He should get 300. I still think he should be getting way more, because he legitimately is the only person who can run the firing a kid thing on his own. Do you know what I mean? He literally was doing it for a long time before, until they hired help. Like, he's really important there. He should be getting paid more, and he should be getting his medical costs covered. Oh, is it a troll? Tom's saying it's a troll. It's not actually 6k. What is it? Let's see. What is he trolling? What's the rent then? Like 4? Okay, here we go. 6k. I never understand LA. What's he saying? So why did he write it then? Just a troll. Okay, fair enough. He got me. He got me. Haha, it was a joke. I wrote JK with a laughing emoji after it, but for some reason the K got lost in the editing. I definitely would be paying 6k for rent. So what is he paying then? Okay. What's the guesses? What do you think he's paying? If he's not paying 6k, what is he paying? 4,000? I like it, man. It's really nice. Ooh, nice. His and hers sinks. R.I.P. Jobber. Is it Jobber or Juby? Whatever her name was. Jobber. R.I.P. Jobber. Nice. Are people saying it's a little bit? This is outdated. People are saying, okay, it's outdated. Okay, it looks quite nice to me. Maybe I'm used to living in squalor, but I'm used to living in trap houses. This looks good to me. It's a nice kitchen, man. It's a nice kitchen. Oh, it's huge. Wow. There's lockers in the bathroom. That's nice. It looks like why does it look like it's got gym lockers in his bathroom? It's so weird, isn't it? Weird design, King. Why are they like that? Here's the view, Uche, that you wanted. Uche, you ready? This is the view. Apartment blocks. Not really a view, innit? Just looking at your neighbors next door, but you know, you can see something over there. There's something over here. Something, you know, it's not a thing, but it's something over there. Oh, is that bird shit? Okay. Whoa. Huge. Oh, it wraps around. Oh my god. Okay, that's a nice view. Uche, that's a much better view, isn't it? That's nice. I love a good patio, or I love a good balcony where you can like people watch. I love like posting up a little plastic chair here, sitting with your cup of tea or your coffee, you know? I love it. Oh, sorry, it's muted in. The video's muted. Okay, my bad. Sorry. Why is the video muted for? I don't know. My bad.
This is the master bedroom closet. The light is super weak.
Why is it not playing? Weird. Can you hear it? It should be playing now. Hold on. I think I fucked up my settings. Sorry. It's been off the whole time, hasn't it? Whoops. Brilliant. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Let's just hear his narration the whole way through, because it's better with him speaking.
And I'm walking to the gate right now. Here's a little dog park. It's called Bark Park. All right, here we are. I'm not gonna show you my room number. All right, here we are. The new pad. It's a lot of light here. This is gonna be my workout room, by the way. The closet, pretty small closet to be honest. Jeez. This is a 3-bedroom. This is my living area and kitchen area. This place is also weird because there's no place to put a TV. It's like, it'll be here, but it's kind of odd. But no choice. TV there. I guess the couch will be here. Dining table here. There's my little patio. Jeez, it's bright as heck. There's a lot of bird crap there. This right here is, for me, the make or break when I get an apartment. If it doesn't have filtered water in the fridge, I will not rent the apartment because I've done the thing before with the Brita, you know, inside here. it was so annoying. And then I did the thing before where I bought water bottles or water jugs, and it's so much of a hassle. So I have to have a water filter in the fridge. Oops. Okay, that's not good. So there's one of the, this is the common bathroom area. It's pretty cool. 2 sinks. There's a shower here, toilet there. And this is the second bedroom, which I'm gonna use for my studio. Here's a little closet for it. This goes to, once again, goes back out to the living area. And here is, in this.
For those of you guys that said it, for those of you in the chat who said that our apartment looks outdated, what's outdated to you about it? Is it mostly the doors that's throwing you off? Because it looks quite nice to me. What's the outdated bit? Is it the kitchen? Is it the doors? Is it the layout? Because the doors look a bit, the doors don't really match the flat, do they? They look a bit frumpy, the doors.
Kitchen I showed you earlier. It's kind of, I don't know if this is small or big. I can't tell.
Okay.
This is a little storage space, which is really small, and I don't know how I'm gonna fit all my storage, my camping gear and all that stuff.
Okay.
We'll figure it out. This is washer dryer, like old school style. And this is the master bedroom we're walking into right now. Ceiling fan, which I appreciate because I get.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, people have said everyone's saying the fixtures, the bathroom, the counter, ugly tiles. Okay, cool. Okay.
I run hot. This is the bathroom, master bath. Another 2 sink spot. I like the fact that the ceilings are really high. I'm not sure how many feet that is, but it's super high. And there's a ton of storage space here, which also I appreciate. Like a ton of storage. Let's go ahead and walk out on the balcony real quick, just to see how it is. It's a fairly big balcony. But this is bothering the crap out of me. No pun intended. Get that washed off somehow. Okay. All right. So this is the master bedroom closet. The light is super weak, but yeah, this is a good amount of space. All right, so I didn't realize it, but the patio is actually longer. So it goes from here, feet, goes all the way over here. But once again, I can't stand all this bird crap. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this bird crap.
Just wash it off, mate. It's not that hard. Like, why is he like stressing about this? It's not hard to wash off, no? Or is it the LA thing? You don't have to use a hose. Why is he bitching about this? This is the least of his issues, really, isn't it? No, it's just bird shit. You just wash it off, or you pay someone to fucking jet wash it. It's not easy. It's not hard.
Figure it out. More bird crap.
Alright, they're gonna keep coming back. Yeah, then hasn't he got that gun? He's tough, right? He's got that gun that's safe. Maybe shoot the birds then, isn't it? No big deal. You got a gun, right? Alright, you got a license. Shoot the birds. Kill them.
Alright. Now I'm off to donate some clothes at the LA mission. And that's like an hour drive. It's gonna suck, but it's a good cause, so do that and then head back to the apartment, the current apartment. I do not miss downtown. Well, I mean, kind of, a little bit maybe. I can't tell if this place is it or what.
I'm no one to say this, right? I'm in no position to say this because, like I said, I have no friends and I like to stay on my own a lot. But I'm very content with my life decisions. And when I want to go out, I want to go out. Right? Cool. I'm in no position to say this. I know I'm kind of throwing stones living in a glass building right now. But with that aside, with me being a hypocrite aside, to one side, don't you guys get the feeling that this guy's a little bit lonely? Or am I me reading too much into this? Like, the only people he seems to be hanging out with outside of what, like, the only people he hangs around with are like work people. Like, he doesn't have any people he just hangs out with outside of like work, you know, outside of podcasting. It's only podcasting people. There's no other life. He seems a bit, I don't know. Or am I just reading? Or is this just what life is like if you are working this kind of job? Because he can't really have friends, really, can he? Because he's like a podcast producer, so he's kind of on call 24/7, isn't it? If BAPA fucks up an upload, or the microphones don't work or some shit, he has to drop everything to go, right? And also LA, with being the way it is, everyone's kind of pursuing their dreams. If you're not like if you don't have clout for somebody, they're not willing to go out with you for a beer or for a meal or to go to the park or to go see a movie or to go to a festival or something. All right, it doesn't really exist. Like, when's the last time you heard Chin taking a break? Like, does he take vacations? When's the last time you heard Brendan saying, "Oh yeah, Chin's not here today. He's on vacation." Right? I don't know. He seems a bit lonely, like. And also the Asian thing as well, because it's kind of weird to see like an Asian dude like his age with no one. You know what I mean? Like, usually they just get that done. Certain cultures have that thing. They just get it done. It just is what it is. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Because he's quite old, isn't it? He's older than he looks, isn't he? Isn't Chin like 47 or something? Like, he's weirdly older than what he looks like. Even though some people think he looks older, but yeah, just some little observation.
Don't know what's happening here. I want to see if it's this over here. So this is the mission here. I don't see any openings. I guess this is the spot. And I have 1, 2, 3 boxes. 2 back there.
That's
all
nice
right,
of him.
be right
That's
back.
nice.
That was a lot quicker and easier than I thought. So I had 3.
God almighty. Is that where... Look at the amount of trash on the floor. God damn it. The place where you go to hand clothes to the shelter for homeless people who need it is also the place where you could legitimately like lose your life. Look at that place. Holy shit.
3 boxes, like I said, and I just pulled up to the side. I was going to carry them in or cart them in with my little cart, but then someone came out. They brought this big old cart and just took everything, and it was super quick and easy and fast. If you're ever in LA, you have clothes that you don't use, like not trashy clothes that you wouldn't wear anymore, but clothes you just don't wear anymore because it just doesn't fit, or let's just say you have some extra clothes that you don't really wear anymore, or even shoes you don't wear anymore, but they're in good condition. Then box them up, bring them over there, and help out some people. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know, man. That kind of bummed me out. I'm not gonna lie. That kind of bummed me out, man. That nigga seems lonely as fuck, man. If anybody needs a girlfriend, he needs one desperately, bruh. Desperately. Like, god damn. R.I.P. Jobber. Oof. Anyway, next one. Let's see the UFC one. Bear with me a second here while I load it up. Where is it? Yeah, there you go. I can't wait. What's that? Oh. Exactly, yeah, Coyle, exactly, yeah, exactly. He needs to, yeah, either he needs someone to flipping unzip the nutsack, or he needs someone just to, like, I don't know, watch Stranger Things with, one or the other, either side of the fucking thing, Shit, bruh. Like, 3 bedrooms? One for, like, I don't know. Not my business. Not my business. Anyway, cool. Let's move on. Let's just refresh this and get this up and loaded. Volunteering at this point. Exactly. Like a real bro, innit? Like, help him out. Like, I'll drain you, innit? I won't be happy about it, but I'll drain you, mate. Come over. I'll drain you. Come here. Come here. Let me give you a good drainage. Come here. You know we're boys. Come here. Take them off. Come here. Get it out. Don't spill them all over my new Air Maxes, alright? Spill it over there. Don't put it all over my new Air Maxes. Relax. Don't put it all over my new Supreme hoodie. Just bought this. Anyway, let's continue. This is the UFC Fight Companion one. I guess it's the one with Rampage Jackson and that guy from Bussin' with the Boys. Let's see. Oh, exactly. If you went to train me, brother, you could train me. Oh, this chat is it's heading into some dark waters. If you went to train me, you could train me. Oh, he handled it. You went to arouse me, you could arouse me, brother. Oh my god. Oh. Yo. Imagine BGL just running through these guys. But I could imagine BGL being a sly bottom, you know? Even though what he looks like, I could imagine him being like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. Oh. If BGL swung that way, of course, you don't want to offend the guy and use him for jokes, innit? Because you know how pissed off he gets about stuff like that. Anyway, let's watch this. This is Chin's vlog behind the scenes for the Calabasas Fight Companion UFC 285.
Hey! Hi guys, hi boys. How are the fights so far?
Good.
Good?
So Chin is basically the unofficial like manager, isn't it? He's the unofficial boss. So maybe he does, yeah. Maybe he is hitting the whoever. I think it's Christina who said that the 150 to 200K a year. It makes sense. He's the kind of unofficial boss. They're happy to see him. He's saying hi and shit.
Saw you pull in, dude.
Did you?
Yep. That's why I bet $100.
Oh, that's why. Sneaky, sneaky.
Yep. Owns his fighting suit. Now I'm stopping.
Damn it! Tall George is doing freaking Chael Sonnen impression.
I don't care.
To the T.
I don't care if it's John Jones or John Holmes. I'm going in there to win. Gosh darn it.
Now you sound like Elmer Fudd and Chael.
Nah, he seems cool. Let's leave it.
Sonnen.
No different.
Chael does that thing where he's like, I don't care what's going on, but if he does it, then it's gonna be amazing.
Really? What the whole premise of the fight is that I don't really know.
Exactly. Exactly. This is what Casey did, which is beautiful. All the cable management here is amazing. It's all clear. Before it be...
Uche, let's get a tour of George's apartment. We don't want to see that. You know we're going to see a crazy goon room. If you don't know what a goon room is, don't Google it. But you know you're going to see a crazy goon room. You know it.
Crazy amount of cables. This is beautiful. Good job, Keith.
Thanks, Jim. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? The pizza has arrived.
That's a spread. Okay, cool. That's a much better spread than before. They had like what? They had like 5 burrito boxes and shit. At least with pizzas, you can like, there's slices, isn't it? You can divvy them up. But the other one was fucking horrible.
Can you open it for me, Georgie? I just want to see how delicious it looks.
Pizza.
Why is it black boxes?
Because Casey likes black box.
Handmade pan, dude.
That's a much better spread than last time. Much better spread. But still, way too many things out in the open to the elements for me. Not enough plates and paper things to take stuff with, so it encourages bad behavior, especially with Brendan already because Brendan dips his hands into the ice bucket to get ice, which is insane. It's an ice bucket, there's tongs there. He just uses his fucking bare hands. He pisses in the sink. He definitely is the kind of person that doesn't believe in hand wash or washing your hands at all. Probably doesn't even use hand sanitizer. And then he's coming in and grabbing a pastry. The crumbs are dropping onto your pizza. It's just too much. But it's a better spread. Hygienically, I probably would pass. I'd go for the Doritos straight away. Or if I got there early, I'd get the bottom box of pizzas, right? I'd grab the bottom thing, I'd just take that with me. Do you know what I mean? I'd be on some fucking hoodlum shit and just carry that one box with me and just ran away. But if I come later and it's all open, miss me with it. I'll just grab a Doritos or I have a water.
Ooh, sausage.
Yes, please. Was it no cheese pool?
No. Oh, it's good. Oh, it's good.
Thanks, Jordan. Oh, it's all just cheese?
No.
I mean, this one.
The sausage. And the pepperoni.
Pepperoni.
That looks like it.
You have to open every box. Like, do you have to? The guests aren't even there yet, man. Like, I don't know. Isn't this? Maybe you double check just to make sure things are there, but just opening them all, just like when the guests aren't there yet, it's just a bit poor manners, no? Or am I just being too African, too black? Just cover the shit before they get there, and then when they get there, you can start opening them up. Why is everything being open to the elements and shit? Like, and they're meant to be warm as well. Let them, like, you know.
Good sauce.
It does. You know what? It looks so good that I'm gonna.
I think it's
Ooh, Jang.
Thank you.
It's just so good and so cheesy and so saucy.
Oh, is that blue box of Domino's? Because our boxes are different. Is that Domino's? That white one? They're in LA and they ordered Domino's pizza. Is that Domino's?
Ooh.
Oh, your color Domino boxes are white. Our ones are blue. They're like blue. Is that Domino's? Wow! Oh, that is Domino's. Your ones are okay. Your boxes are white. Our ones are blue. Our ones have got like whatever that blue of this is most of the box. They ordered Domino's pizzas in LA. Oh yeah, the pan, yeah. Our pan ones just come in the same box. We don't have different boxes in the UK. It's just the same one. Well, mine one anyway. Shit. Okay. Look. Let's not cuss them too much. That last thing was terrible. At least they're improving the spread. Last time was fucking 5 little boxes of burritos and shit. Like, but yeah, let's at least they got better spread. Maybe the quality is shit, but at least they got better spread.
Thanks, Jordan. Oh, it's just.
I don't mind Domino's pizza. I don't know. The only time I've had Domino's pizza is at work. When you're at work, usually, if you're staying late or you got some project doing, or I don't know, your boss is feeling, generous and it's payday, they may order a Domino's and he just gets it all for the office and you get like, I don't know, 5 pepperonis, 5 veggies, 5 meat feasts, just, whatever, they'll spread there in the office. But I wouldn't order them at home. Do you know what I mean? Especially if I live in an area where there's good pizza. Or if I got Deliveroo or Uber Eats. Why would you do that?
It's all just cheese?
No.
I mean, this one.
The sausage. What? Jang.
Thank you.
It's just so good and so cheesy and so saucy. You can't have a bad time eating pizza.
That's Tall George's spiel on why pizza is beautiful and wonderful, and this is Keto George's spiel.
It's alright.
And Casey's spiel is just watching the fights and eating a cheese pizza. Of all things, a cheese-only pizza.
They don't watch the prelims, do they? Of course they don't. Brendan doesn't like prelims. So that's the prelims of the card. They don't watch the prelims. Interesting.
What is wrong with you, bro?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Wow. Fucking hell. Holy shit. Holy shit. Look, I'm not saying I'm Denzel or anything, right? I'm no Chris Brown. Alright? I'm no John Majors. I'm no Dancing Idris. But this nigga's ugly. That's jump scare shit. This is jump scare shit for real. Like, he ugly. Holy shit.
Jay Schaub is here.
How's it going?
What? As soon as the camera's on, like, even George is like, as soon as the camera's on, he's like, oh shit.
Yeah, because they're regular people, Chin. Regular people sometimes don't like being in front of the camera. Regular people, you know, just want to live a regular life. They want to do their job. They want to go home. Just because he's friends or he's brothers with a guy that likes to have a million podcasts and talk terribly on them doesn't mean he wants to be on camera too. Chin can't get in his head that some people don't like to be filmed. They just want to exist, you know. They don't want to be, you know, having to dance for the camera and talk about what they're doing in the day and give their thoughts on fucking Ukraine and shit. They just want to live.
We don't play your game, Chin.
No, damn it, you have to.
I gotta remain mysterious.
The link in the
I gotta remain mysterious.
the link in the bio. It will be
No comment.
right there for you. We got Sarah Gone, John Jones. It's going down. The GOAT is back, baby. And joining me is the bussin' bro himself from Barstool Sports. It is Will Compton in the house. Rampage is gonna be late. And Jelly Roll doesn't have proper identification.
Rampage don't like
He's a
people.
grown man, so he couldn't make it. But we love you, Jelly. We miss you. But we're still gonna rock this show. So tune in. Link in bio. UFC 285. I'm taking Jones, and I would bet my last dollar on Bo Nickel to twist that dick off. Tune in.
Perfect.
Yo, his Rampage is a great time.
The best. You see, so much fun.
Anyway.
Oh, yeah.
What's up,
dog?
What's up, big man? An absolute honor. I had one affliction shirt in high school, and it was yours. So I'm fired up. I'm fired up.
Thank you. What's up, brother? Looking swag.
Schwab.
Swaggy, daddy.
I'm trying. Where? This is my seat right
Yeah,
now.
that's you right there, man.
Hey.
Man, that chain is filthy.
Sorry, I'm late. My cousin fought.
How'd he do?
I thought he won, but
That means
I
he
left.
lost.
No. I left. I had to go.
Oh, you didn't even wait for the judge's scorecard.
But I think
That's why I love you.
Yeah. What I missed?
You missed Bo Nickel absolutely mopping the floor with some poor Jimmy Pickett.
By knockout, or if you go to sleep or don't tap, you get $11,000. I was like, but what if I knock him out? They said $10,000. I said, but what if he knocks me out? You get $11,000. So they just bribe me with one.
Yeah, $1,000. I'm not doing this.
1,000 or 2,000. I can't remember. So
Yeah,
funny.
but not a lot of money.
Not a lot. It wasn't
Yeah.
worth. It wasn't worth it. And I ain't gonna lie. Back in those days, I was grinding. I was grinding because I left everything to be a fighter.
You
So
could have used the cash.
I needed it.
So if they were like 10,000 if you knock his ass out, 100,000 if in the third round you take a punch.
Yeah, I would have thought. I ain't gonna lie.
100,000.
I would have thought about it.
Especially back then.
And that was cash too.
Yeah.
And at that time in my life, I ain't never even had $100,000 in my pocket.
Yeah.
In my hand, never seen it.
I get it.
I would have thought about it. MMA is the most unscripted sport. They're like straight up. We don't play this shit like UFC don't play that shit.
No, that's why. If they did, CM Punk would be world
There were a lot
Yeah,
of rumors
exactly.
that the rivalry with you and Chuck was scripted.
No, fuck no.
Fuck no.
I think it. You don't think so?
Hey, bro. It sounds like Will's trying to get us to suck his dick. My takeaway is Will might be gay.
Pull me some up.
He starts rubbing his shoulders.
Fuck all
And
that.
all this dick talking freaking me out, man.
Hey.
Yeah, you started.
Hey, Dad, I'm going to fight me and throw myself back over Rampage Jackson.
That's like I tuned in to listen to the fight right now.
I got no problem with homosexual. I got no problem with y'all. All I ask
with y'all.
I love it. He'll never not remember me. Somebody will just be like, yo, it's the guy that was on Fucking Man. He was gay. The gay guy on Fucking Man.
He's like, man, bring that gay boy back.
Just a few boys having some good quality back and forth banter. And guess what it includes? Guess what the prime ingredient is to get that room shaking, to get ribs splitting, to get guys doing that fucking seal laugh. Talk about penises, pennies, dicks, schlongs, rods, ding dongs, cocks, and everyone's laughing. That's all it takes. A couple of cocks.
Would you say? Would you like water in it or no? It's a pink flavor.
Here we go, main event, boys.
What?
Would you say? Would you like water in it or no? It's a pink flavor.
Is he adding water to Brendan Schaub's Tiger Thick whiskey because it tastes like shit? Is Brendan Schwab's own brother adding water to the whiskey because it tastes awful. Is that what he's doing? Oh.
Here we go, main event, boys. You feel any type of way to see John Jones fight Rampage or not? Is that you?
Yeah.
Way better than I thought.
Yeah. I wish I had like a speaker though, so y'all can hear it thump though. It thumps.
That's it. Oh my god.
Boy, he mopped the floor.
That was amazing.
Wow.
That was fucking amazing. That was amazing.
Oh, the ring rust, the long laying off. He's too athletic. He went, say less. Check this out. He fucking. There's your world champ, heavyweight world champ. The new one, you want to take it with Mike?
I got chins. It's been good.
Yeah, it's the best. Right, Case?
Yes, sir.
Your brother hooked you up with those shoes?
Yeah, I got those. He bought them for me. Yeah.
You know,
Brandon's sweet with the shoes now.
Oh yeah, those are sick.
Just go with those.
Look at that pose he always does. He does that. He does that weird smile thing he does when he's smiling. It's a. Glad this is over. Oh god, my brain is broken.
People been going nuts on those Supremes you gave me.
Oh, yeah. That's it.
Yeah, girl.
Those Supremes are.
Yeah, people been going nuts.
I'll take it.
Thank you. People been going nuts. My friend tells me, don't wear those. Fuck that.
You were texting with Casey. Yeah.
Paige. Good to see you, man.
Always.
Yeah.
Got a big hug from Will Compton as well, but didn't catch it on camera. So it didn't happen. Will and Rampage are such cool and down to earth dudes. I would really like to suck their dicks. Rampage looks like a rapper, poolside athlete all into one. Yeah. He's like an amalgamation of like Brian Pumper, what's his name? Antonio Brown. And like Scrappy from Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. You know what I mean? He's like all free.
We are done. Everyone's gone. And we are done. See you tomorrow. Or I'll see you when I see you, okay?
Not a chance. Not a chance. Not a fucking chance. Not today. Not today, Satan. Satan, no. Never. Not today, Satan. Never. Never. Okay, Eddie D wants to hear it. Who wants to hear it? He wants to hear it. It's going to be about 1 minute of him crying, singing. Who wants to hear it? It's the last thing I'm going to play now. Who wants to hear it? It's like he get behind me. Do it, okay. I gave you guys a chance to get out of this before without watching this, right? I gave you all a chance, and you all said no. It's funny, Agostino. Play it. Okay, let's see. See
you when I see you, okay?
I was all alone. I was feeling rather low. So I need someone to lift my spirits up. So I dropped in on the dance just to take a glance. And there this lovely thing was, she was more than enough. I asked her for her hand, said would you like to dance? So pleased that I had asked, and she quickly took my hand. So we danced and fell in love on a slow jam. Oh, playing another slow jam. This time make it sweet on a slow jam.
He's so fucking shit. I don't care what any of you guys say. I don't care, man. I'm gonna die on that hill. Chin can't sing. He sounds like fucking shit. He sounds like fucking shit. Chin can't sing to shit. I don't give a fuck. He can't sing. He's one of those guys you met in school who maybe had a good voice for like one song. They've all got like one song that they can smash. You know, like a song they each have. And he got gas off of that, and then he kind of extended it and stretched it out. But that guy can't sing, man. I don't care what any of you guys say. I'm dying on that hill. That guy cannot sing. That's fucking garbage. I don't care what anyone says. The kid cannot sing. He needs to pack it up. He needs to pack it up. He cannot sing. I don't care. I don't care what anyone says. That guy can't sing. What the fuck was that? Oh. Honestly, man. The guy is so lonely. What was that song about? Like something walking to someone. Where's it walking? Walking to my car. What song was that? It was by Usher, right? What was it? It's like an Usher song. Okay. An a cappella version. Okay, cool. Of Usher and Monica's Slow Jam. Let's see the lyrics of that. Usher. Monica. Slow Jams. Lyrics. Hang on, please walk me to my truck. Yeah, anytime. Anytime. Look at the lyrics. This is a man that's lonely. Look at the songs he's singing alone at home in his new apartment. I was all alone. I was feeling rather low. I needed someone to lift my spirits, so I dropped in on a one dance. I need a one dance, oh, thing in my hand. Anyway, just to take a glance, and this lovely thing was, she was more than enough. R.I.P. Jobber. I asked her for her hand, said, would you like to dance? So pleased that I had asked, she quickly took my hand, and we danced and fell in love on a slow jam. Oh, play another slow jam. This time make it sweet. Ooh, on a slow jam. For my baby, for me, baby, yeah. Play another slow jam. This time make it sweet. On a slow jam. For my baby and for me, baby, yeah. Seems what you say is true. I feel the same way too. You see, I've waited all night long just to dance with you. And when you touched my hand, I knew you were the man to turn my world around and to make my dreams come true. The magic in your eyes made me realize that everything I feel has got to be real. Yo, this nigga is lonely. I'm so lonely. And we dance and fell in love on a slow jam. Play another slow jam. That this time make it sweet. Play another slow jam. On a slow jam for me and my baby. Play another slow jam. Play another slow jam. This time make it sweet. Rampage Jackson. On a slow jam for my baby and me. Hug me. I've been trying to find someone who could give me my good loving too, but never ever did I dream I'd find someone. Yeah, I've been trying to find someone too. I prayed to heaven and found you. I swear I fell in love the night you danced in my heart. Play another slow jam, and etc. etc. Crazy, huh? Crazy. Anyways, that has been the Random Show episode number 85, 86, whatever it may be. Honestly, I'm over this stuff. I'm dead. Thanks so much for tuning in. Been a pleasure to have your company. If it's your first time tuning in, make sure that you smash that like button if you haven't already. That'd be greatly appreciated. Please. That's the only thing I ask from you, lovely people. So big up everyone in the chat here. Big up Space Sky. Big up Gerard Mellerick. Big up Coiler, of course. Big up Uche. Big up Shades Cow. Big up who else is here? Big up Space Sky. Big up Vinyaka Roy. Big up Jesse Guy. Kevin. Algorithm. All the OGs. Kevin again. Jesse Guy. Eddie D, of course. Big up MK. MKRCIVOJ. I don't know how to pronounce this, how I keep spelling it out all phonetically like an idiot. But big up Tom as well. But yeah, Tom, I just caught your comment. Tom said, RIP Chin's neighbors. Imagine getting back from work and with Chin have the window open, screaming that shit. And the slime jam, and I'm lonely, Jova. It's like, what? Oh, but yeah. Big up everyone anyway. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Been a pleasure to have your company as per usual. It's been an honor and it's never a chore. And of course, we have to end it like we always end it, because you know I can't get this fucking shit out of my head. So we have to end this. You know the vibes. You know exactly what I'm gonna be playing. So let's play this as an outro before we leave, and then we can all bounce in it and do another thing in it. Let's just wash ourselves from all that shitty stuff and actually hear a good song. So let's play this as we leave out. This is Meerkat Inc. Raccoon Eyes as the last song of the day and the last bit of content. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to have your company. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, Quite. That's what you do. You got to cleanse the palate. Start again, man. Wash it all down. Fuck all that other stuff. Yeah, big up Meerkat Inc. Absolute banger. Smashed it.
This one goes out to the one and only, the big cat, the fat cat. Big ups. I first saw you in Burger King. You took 2 seats, cause that ass is way too big. Had a boyfriend, I realized, but you told him lies with your raccoon eyes. The DoorDash is here. Wipe away your tears. Got you extra fries, and they taste just right. Have no fear, there's no trolls here. Devin made you cry with those raccoon eyes. Raccoon eyes. Raccoon eyes. Devin made you cry with those raccoon eyes. Take you power walking on the beach, feasting on some sushi like you were the queen. Let me run some errands while you sleep. I can watch you play Skyrim all day this week.
Have no fear,
there's
no trolls here. Devin made you cry with those raccoon eyes. R.I.P. Joba. R.I.P. all the lovers that we lost along the way. R.I.P. the trolls. Shout out the subreddit. Big up PF Changs. All my homeless cats. Big up BC and Ariel Helwani.
In reality, like I tell you guys, every day when I wake up, that's the best day of my life. I feel like this next day is awesome. I have a beautiful wife who I love so much. She loves me and a family, Jasper, and you know the things we get to do together. You know, I definitely want more time with them and more family time. But I absolutely love my life today compared to how it used to be. Seriously. all those years back then, you'd be like, it's a whirlwind of crap. It was me. And by the way, I've told you guys about my past. I used to drink way too much. I would be drinking constantly, all the time, because I was so stressed out. Honestly, when I started with this whole thing, I was depressed many years ago, a decade ago. I didn't like my life or anything. And basically, liquor was the way to kind of get through that. It was, I hate my life. I hate who I am. So let me just drink it all away.
Jasper.
Just keep pumping out fucking YouTube videos. I don't have to do that shit anymore. Like, I'm happy with who I am.
Big up everybody for tuning in. Appreciate every single one of you guys. Take care. Be safe. Peace. Peace. Later.